Come on in, smash that like button, smash that heart button right now. Let's give it up. Let's go. Grand Rising. Put your nines and let me know where you from. You could feel when we come around. Our Babylon fear us and gun us down. The skin is the weapon that harness power. I pity the fool if he act funny. Let's go. Came through with the Mac dumping all praise due to the black woman. Unapologetic, fuck who got a problem with it. My life in the scripture. It happened cause I said it, now I manifested, so I be painting the picture. Okay. Niggas breaking bread and they drinking blood now. That shit look like voodoo. I feel empowered every time the sun come around. Let's go. We back. Black and proud, baby. This song is available on all streaming platforms, by the way. Go ahead and cop that. They don't like me. Black and I'm proud. You already know Grand Rising. It's Monday. We going in. This is that energy. Niggas couldn't put a price on it. No dollars. I am T'Challa Kamanga wrapped up in the finest linen. No collars. No collars. Jesus, Jehovah, Kukulkan, Buddha, and Allah. All war names just to separate our people, divide and conquer. So much more to gain. Cause we suffer through all the rain, through the hunger and all the pain. Still we open up doors and things. We are the people. Under the eye, the eagle, ready to ride on the evil. That shit I've been. We get everybody time to come on in, smash that like button, smash that heart button while you're in here. Let's go. Let's get the algorithm popping. This is that energy. Facts. Peace to Tazara Path. One take, Tazara Path. She did this in one take. No cap. Yeah, we let this one rock. Ooh. They hate me 'cause I'm proud, so proud. Let's go. They hate me 'cause I'm Yes. They hate me 'cause that's the real reason. Let's discuss it. Stop playing with us. We're not done. One more time. They hate me. Yes, they do. They hate me 'cause I'm black. They hate me 'cause I'm proud. They hate me 'cause I'm black. Yes. Listen. This is what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to come on in here. I want y'all to put your nines up. And I want y'all to make some noise. Make some noise for the lighthouse and what we doing out here in these streets. Y'all better stop playing with us. We're not playing no games with y'all this year. No games this year. Listen, man. Before we get to it, that's what I want to do. I want to shout out my first nine, the first people that was on board that really did their damn thing, that came on here and was on here early. First one that we had was Jay Chill the First. Shout out to him. First nine. Then we had Tia Hamilton. Show Tia some respect. Iris Ann X. Put some respect on that name. Iris Ann X. Is on here at 8:59. They all logged on at the same exact time, 8:59. Sir Weiss 1 was on here early. Ty Cobbin on here early. Everybody on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 6. The first 6, a divine number, was on here at 8:59 at the same exact time. Shout out to them. Trenton Reed out of Dallas, Texas. Then we got Charles Harris. Shout out to Charles. Where you from, Charles? Let the people know where you from. And then we got Tashi out of North Carolina. Long-time supporter, Duwa. And then last but certainly not least, we got, oh, she's so fly, made the cut. Made the cut. I got nervous for you. You just beat Sonia Sunshine. Shout out to Sonia Sunshine. I see you. You made the cut. Oh, she's so fly. 9 a.m. on the dot. That's what's up. Y'all got to get here early if you're trying to make that cut. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a rush to be in that first 9. You know what I'm saying? People know it's a certain energy that's associated with that first 9. You can pretty much say your day gonna go pretty good. You know what I'm saying? You in that first 9, you're getting it early. So before we go to the next layer, the next tier of this, and we get into the teaching, what I want to do is get the energy right, and exactly like we do every morning. Grab your Tibet singing bowls. All y'all should be having your Tibet singing bowls this week. Are you excited about that? We got the certificates of authenticity. Those of you who ordered your Tibet singing bowls from our Lighthouse store, and those of you who haven't, go ahead and get that. Go ahead and get that Lighthouse Tibet singing bowl. We have them for purchase in the store right now. That's the site on the bottom of the screen. All right, go ahead and type that in, screenshot it, save it, put it on your on your home screen, because that's our village marketplace where you can go and get these items that you see here on the show, such as the jewelry that I'm wearing, and also the Tibet singing bowls, right, and the Lighthouse power bracelets. So let's get our vibrations in order first and foremost before we get started at a frequency of 432. Let's go. Now you should be able to see your water vibrating, and you should be able to see it changing its form as you do this. When you get your Tibet singing bowl from us, you will be able to drink out of it. There's no lead or anything in these copper bowls. So these are preparing food, right? Anything that has liquid, you can change its vibratory frequency by utilizing a Tibet singing bowl. You guys should do the research on that. Are we back? Let me know if we back. If we back, make some noise right now. Let me know if we back. Let me know if we back. I want to make sure that I go over everything that when y'all couldn't hear me too. So if we back, just put a thumbs up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so like I was saying, family, you can go and you can get your Tibet singing bowls from our Lighthouse store. That's the link on the bottom of the feed. Put it back up there for you guys. You can screenshot it. That's where you can get your Tibet singing bowls. Definitely do the research on the Tibet singing bowls. You can use these to prepare your beverages, your water, your drinking water. Make sure you utilize it every single morning before you start your day. You want to make sure that the things that you're putting inside your body, the water, your body's made of 70-something% water. Did you guys know that? Right? So when you're drinking water, it's the most responsive element in the universe. So when you change the frequency of the water, you change the frequency of your body, you change the frequency of yourself, right? So that's the goal here. It does help, and I highly advise that you get into it. Also, We have the bracelets that go along with it. If you want to get that, all that stuff is in the store. So go ahead. We promote that every single day. That's what keeps us doing what we're doing. The Lighthouse store. So go ahead to that store. That's the link on the bottom of the feed. Screenshot that and pay a visit to the Village Marketplace and get all of the paraphernalia. All right. So moving on. Let's delve into this conversation as to the origins of God. So, as you guys know, this week, I should say last week, we really went into frequency, vibration, and from the start, I've been really delving into that and making sure you guys understand the importance of frequencies, vibrations, all the different things that are moving throughout the universe without us having any say-so, any choice whatsoever. It's just happening to us, right? So I want to talk about, when we deal with frequencies and vibrations, the things that we say, right? The things that we say, the things that we listen to, how we reference things, all these different words that we use, right? Now we understand the importance of the words and the things that we say and the vibratory frequencies that they give off. Well, when we're dealing with God, right, the supreme being, right, as it's being served to us, right, it's being served to us that God is the supreme being over everything, right, the one force that has all of the power, right? Collectively, the majority of the people on this planet, when we're referencing that figure, we use the word God as the title for that figure, right? Y'all stop me when I'm lying. So now, with that, there's a spinoff cult, right? A spinoff culture of black people, right? Who now call themselves gods, right? There is a spinoff cult of black people who say, right, the black woman is God, right? Spinoff cultures, right? There's a spinoff culture that says that the black people are the gods, according to their biblical text where it says ye are gods, correct? Okay, so there's a whole lot of black people right now who have gravitated and surrounded this word God to deem the divine force of the universe. Whether you want to believe that the divine forces are within you or not, that's all on you, and depending upon your dialect, depending upon your sect or your niche, how your community actually serves this God, right? So now let's keep it pushing. It's my contention that when you become conscious, when you become any one of these African spiritual systems subscriber, you then realize that God is not the first word that was being used to describe this divine force, right? So therefore, when we deal with this word God, how much power does it really have? Who is God? Well, let's delve into its origins. This is how we figure out where it comes from. If we want to know where God comes from, we have to deal with, there's a term that we use, it's called etymology. Etymology. Okay? Now, what is etymology? Etymology is a study of being able to understand the definitions or the origins of words. Etymology, it helps us understand where words come from, right? The words that we use, right? So this is probably the most overlooked science that there is in the conscious community, etymology. And I'm gonna be clear with you. Not even so much overlooked. They just don't even want to touch it because they avoid it. And the reason why they avoid it is because it destroys a lot of religions. Etymology, the science, it destroys a lot of religions. So people don't want to get into it, right? It's actually studying words and the reason why we say what we say, right? Why this word is being used to describe this and that. Because when you think about it, when we first got here, we had words for everything, right? Even if you want to deal with religion, in the religions, it says that Adam and Eve, right? Adam went around and he named all the animals, right? So everything already had names before people got here. Let's be clear, right? Everything already had a name, right? So when the words start to evolve over time, you have to say, well, who gave you the authority to change that word? Like, make it make sense to me, because we already had, right? We already had the name for everything, right? You say, yeah, that's a tree. I'm like, no, that's not a tree. That's a freaking, I don't know, that's a stone. No, bro, that's a tree. We already named that. You don't have the authority to come here and start changing stuff, right? That the ancestors have already laid down. So when we deal with the divine force, you know, the word God is no different. Let's deal with the origin of the word God and see where it actually comes from. Are you ready? Let's deal with it. Let's go. God, Old English, God, supreme being, deity, the Christian God, image of a God, God-like person, from Proto-Germanic, Guthian, source also of Old Saxon, Old Frisian, Dutch, Old High German, Gott, Old Norse, Gor, Gothic, Go, which is of uncertain origin, perhaps from pi, right? Gut, that which is invoked. Source also of Old Church Slavonic, Zovo, to call. Sanskrit, invoked, huta, an epithet of Indra, from root, to call, invoke. The notion could be divine entity, right? Summoned. So let's go on back. Let's deal with the etymology. Ready? Here it says it comes from, it deals with the Christian God, and it's an Old English word. So right now the word God is Old English. Old English, right? The last I checked, the creator of the universe didn't even speak English. It wasn't even created yet. Let's break it down. Break it down, right? English wasn't created yet, right? So now it's giving us Dutch and it's giving us German, right? Y'all know who the Dutch and the Germans were, right? You know where the German. This is where the Germanic culture comes from, okay? This is where the Germanic comes. This is where they're saying that God, the word, was invented. It was invented here. Make it make sense. We're talking about the original being of the planet, the one that actually created the whole world. You telling me that God came from here, bruh? Because this is where Dutch and Germanic is. This is where the Celts, this is where all these people come from, right? Let's deal with the science. I didn't make this up. These are the Dutch. These are the Germanic people right here. Huh? This your boys? This is who brought us God. Okay, this is a fact. This is not Jamaar Milton's truth. These are the people who brought you the word God. Huh? All right, so this is what you do, right? Let's start off small. Let's start off from the beginning, right? For the people who really don't know much. Just go to Google and type in the word God. You go to Google and type in the word God. Let's deal with people. Let's say you didn't know anything and you just came here on this planet and somebody told you, yeah, God run this show. You know what I'm saying? Let's just say that, right? You just got here and somebody says God run the show. So what you gonna do? You're probably gonna go to Google and figure out, well, who is this God character, right? When you don't know anybody, you say, well, let me Google, let me see what he about. So go ahead and go to Google and type in the word God and then click images and see what you get. See what you get. I'll wait. This is what you get. Scroll down. Now, after you get this, right, after you come up and you go type in the word God and you click images and they tell you that this is who God is, I want you to scroll down that mug and tell me how far you go down before you see a black person pull up. Just scroll on down. Let me know when you see anybody that looks like you on the page. Just go down and tell me when you see somebody that looks like you, because considering you were made in his image like the Bible told you, right? I want you to tell me when you run into somebody that looks like you, made in your image, right? You let me know, right? Before you religious folks start coming at your boy for dealing with this God character, you let me know when you find somebody that looks like you, because apparently God was supposed to be made in you were made in God's image, right? So let's keep it going. I know for a fact you're gonna run into this guy before you run into anybody that looks like you. You're gonna run into this guy. That's God. I mean, why even play around with it? Why play around with it? Right? So we know the origins of this word. And for some reason, black people, right, will attack the word nigga. Hold on. We'll attack the word nigga that actually has historical ties to us, right? The niggas and the nagas, we'll attack that word before we attack the word God. What we doing, family? What we doing? Let's talk high level conversations today. Huh? Let's get to the next level of conversation. Huh? Who are you worshiping? Who are you worshiping? Because they brought you the word God. This is a historical fact. This is not my news. This is not my news, huh?
To this day.
This is, huh?
To this day.
The word Negas and Nagas have more things to do with us than the word God does. This is a whole fact, okay? So let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Because I like to bring you receipts. You know, Jamaar, we don't just say stuff here. So, originally, God is a neuter noun in Germanic. The gender shifted to masculine after the coming of Christianity. Uh-oh. So you telling me that the word God was originally androgynous and then Christianity made it a male? Wow. That's heavy. That's heavy stuff here. So they're literally telling you that Christianity is the reason why God is considered to be a man. Super facts. Before God was a man, it was an androgynous figure. The divine force never took a gender until Christianity came around. Old English God probably was closer in sense to Latin numen. A better word to translate deus might have been pro-Germanic as ansuz, but with this was used only of the highest deities in the Germanic religion. Germanic and not of foreign gods. Hold on. Major key here. Major key. So when you use the word God, you are specifically referencing a Germanic God because it was never used for other deities. Stop playing. It was only used for the highest Germanic deity in Germanic religion. Actual fact. It was never meant to be used in Christianity at all. Stop playing with your boy. I bring that work. Y'all gonna get this work today. Y'all gonna get this work today. The word God was never meant to be referenced for Abrahamic faiths other than for Christianity, other than Germanic deities, to illustrate a Germanic God for the Germanic religion. The Europeans, the same ones that y'all be beefing about saying this, the white man's this and the white man's that, the European religion and that word God was created to reference one being. It don't matter how many colors you want to paint Jesus. It was meant to reference the white one. You hear what I'm saying? Chill. You better chill. You better chill. Stop playing. That's what it was made for. We only welcome to the lighthouse. Welcome to the lighthouse. So you can't use the word God and paint them black. It's basically what they're trying to tell you. You can't use the word God and then try to paint them black. Don't matter what your Bible say. It was created for a different purpose. And it has an etymological history. And we can figure out where it comes from. Okay? And it doesn't come from us. It doesn't come from African people. It doesn't come from melanated people, from black people. Okay? Let's keep playing. So, we can see where this word comes from. Etymology, right? So now you're dealing with Germanic deities, right? Like Zeus, the Greeks, right? Anything that ends in US, for the most part, is going to be Greek. You know, like Jesus. If the name ends in US, I want y'all to see my face. If the name ends in US, right? I know enough about etymology. When you start playing around with etymology, you start to see consistencies. When you see the name is ending in US, 9 times out of 10, it's coming from the Greek civilization. You know, like Pegasus, Perseus, Julius, Zeus, anything that ends in us, when you start doing us, you're dealing with the Greek civilization. Stop playing with your boy. You come get this work. This is how you can figure it out without actually having to look it up. You can actually figure it out where it comes from, right? So when I tell you that there is no God, and I tell you that black people are not gods, now you know why. When you know better, you do better. We're bigger than that. We were here well before the word God was even created. This is historical fact. This is historical fact, family. And you got to deal with that. Now, some people can take that knowledge and they'll apply it to their everyday life and they'll make the change, while others, right, because of their surroundings and all the people that they're around, and because they're so invested in that word God, right, that they don't feel the need to have to make that shift, right? They're not on that level. It's levels to this. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I mean with the way that we move. You see, so some people will look at it because we don't use the word God. That means that we don't believe in powers that we're connected to that are divine, right? That's what happens. Like people, they now think that it now affects our moral and ethical code. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people, because they hate Kemet and what we provided, right, to civilization, we gave them the foundational roots, and they want to destroy African culture. You see, what they'll do is they'll try to create an atmosphere of false representation of Kemet, as if Kemet didn't believe in a greater source, or a source that we were tied to that was divine, that was abundant, right? And Kemites, we believed in one energy. There was one energy that was expressing itself in many different ways. Major key. Right? So we can walk away from the word God without walking away from the creator or the divine source of the universe. See, putting down the word God, right, does not separate you from the creator or the divine source of the universe. And that's what we have to keep in mind. A lot of these individuals, when you look at it, when you deal with what they're trying to say, right, when we walk away from the word God, it's very disingenuous when you look at it, because they know, many of them know that we believe in powers, right? We believe in a source, right? The divine source. But many of them disingenuously try to make it seem like as if we don't. Oh, you worship multiple gods. No, we don't. Actually, you guys do, if you really want to keep if you really want to keep it a buck, right? Right? Oh, you guys are doing, sacrilegious, it's cult. It's what is it? It's evil. It's devil worship, barbaric. You guys are the ones who do the blood sacrifices. The last that I checked, right? Every month you guys drink blood and you eat the flesh of a human being. I don't care whether it's symbolic or it's literal. You guys are practicing cannibalism. Don't matter. That's cannibalism. You eating a whole person. See what I'm saying? But then when you see us do rituals and pay homage to our ancestors because we do it in the woods, oh, that must be devil worship then. Right? The only difference is y'all doing it in front of a building and you let the white man demonstrate it in front of y'all. He put on robes and all that. He put on tribal gear and all that. He light candles just like we all do. But because it's the white man, and you've attributed the white man to God, you see this as the face of God. This is the face of God. How come there ain't no uproar on the face of God? I know y'all coming at Kyrie, right? And I know black people coming at the Jews. Let's talk about the face of God for a second. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? And who is his daddy that they keep showing all over the place? Let's discuss it. Because if you telling me this is God, but then when we do the research and the very word didn't even exist when these beings that came along, right, came about, how can we now tie that to the original? Why isn't the word God African? That's what I want to know. Because the people that say they wasn't even here, how come the word God isn't an African word? It should be African, right? The Bible takes place in Africa, right? The Garden of Eden is supposed to be in Africa, right? So why do we have a Germanic word to discuss the divine creator and the source from where all this is coming from? Stop playing with your boy. Welcome to the lighthouse. This is the truth. This is the truth. But I understand there's levels when you're indoctrinated and people don't want to move forward. But this is ultimately what's holding black people back, right? We're literally worshiping an entity that was made up, that was literally made up. Yeah, who are you? Who sent you? Because you are not the creator. This man and anything associated with it is not the creator. That is not the creator. I told y'all about when these white folks start giving you drawings. When they start sending you drawings and illustrations, and they don't take you to artifacts, they don't take you to the tablets and take you to the walls of what was written by the ancients, letting the ancestors speak. I told you about that. Watch when they give you images. Anything that's fake, they're going to give you a drawing or they're going to give you CGI, much like they do with that outer space stuff too. Fake. CGI. Okay? So now, dealing with the word God, we can literally crush this entire concept by understanding this. When you look at the definitions, because they're letting you know right here in the definitions. They don't play around, they put it right in your face. God, right? Look at the number one definition. It starts off in Christianity. Before we go anywhere, we're going straight to Christianity. Do you know how many religions there are? And how many people use the word God? But they're telling you right here, as far as the definition, we're going right to Christianity first and foremost. Then it says in other monolithic religions. The creator, right? Why don't they just say monotheistic religions? Why don't they just say that? Why do they specifically alienate Christianity, right, as the very first thing? Just look at the wordplay, family. Really look at this. Look at what they're doing to you. The creator and ruler of the universe and source of all moral authority. All, not some, all. All. So it starts off with Christianity, and it's letting you know that in the Christian faith, it's the source of all, but it also tells you that other monotheistic religions have adopted. Do you know what mono means? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Do you know what mono means, right? This is why etymology is important. Monotheistic. Monotheistic means one, right? That means one. When you have something that's mono, right? That means one. So how can it be in Christianity and in other monotheistic religions? It does not make sense because there can only be one God. What are you talking about? How could it be in multiple religions who don't believe in the same deity? There's only one. If there's only one, it can't be in other religions. You can only be referencing one thing. It's mono, meaning there's one God. Okay, let's go to the second one, right? Because if that's supreme being, it's just telling you right now, it's the ruler of the universe and the source of all moral authority and the supreme being. So we know that this is wrong, right? We know that this is wrong. We just destroyed it. The second religion, it says, in certain other religions, a superhuman being or spirit worship as having power over nature or human fortunes. Well, that's pretty much what they're doing. That's pretty much what they think it is. In certain other religions. And you see they put certain for the other ones. They ain't named, the only religion that's named here is Christianity. Go figure. Everything else is a certain other. It's a mono. Specifically, let's get to it, right? Second meaning also says an image, idol, animal, or other object worshipped as divine or symbolizing a god. But their God told you that we can't worship images. But then that, under the definition of a god, they got the idol as a definition for God. I mean, go figure. I really can't figure it out what they're trying to do. This is what happens when you lying. When you lying, you contradict yourself. See what I'm saying? You contradict yourself when you lying. You know what I'm saying? Then it's number 3, which is the one that I like the most. An adored, admired, or influential person. Right? That's, to me, that's the only definition that I can accept as to what a God is. Right? In modern day times. A God is an influential person. It's an influencer, right? It's the dude on TikTok. It's the dude on Instagram. Those are the gods now. You see what I'm saying? Because as far as the supreme being in Christianity, that ain't it. That ain't it. A God is basically an influencer. It's the ones that the people follow, and they're calling themselves gods these days, right? They're saying I'm a god. I'm you know what I'm saying? The gods have awakened. God, they all have adopted this European talk. They all have adopted this European mindset while simultaneously telling you they're going to lead you out of the stronghold of the Europeans. It's quite phenomenal to watch. It's comical. It's amazing. Right? The God concept we got to drop as black people. We got to drop it because it's not us. It's just not us. And that's the fact of the matter. That's the truth of the matter. This is not, now, if you're offended by this, you're offended by truth. That's all I have to tell you. That's all I can tell you. You're offended by truth, right? Dr. Umar Johnson, he said it very clear. He said a lot of black people, we don't actually want a revolution. We don't actually want to overcome. We just want our chance to be able to crack at master's whip, right? A lot of us, we just want the system to work better for us so that we can crack master's whip and oppress our own people. And that's what's happening. That's what you're seeing. A lot of people who are talking this talk, primarily leaders, they don't want to let go of the word God. They're trying to hold on to that while knowing, right, etymologically wise, where it actually comes from. Okay? Much like the word nigga, it's more offensive than the word nigga. You're literally worshiping their deity, is what you're doing when you utilize this word. This is the truth. Now, as a teacher, sometimes when you have that understanding, you have to meet people where they're at. And I get that. Shout out to those who are on that level. But for those who literally are teaching people to go to God and pray to a Germanic deity, right? Who literally have us sitting down and going and praying to these deities that belong to our oppressors. This is what needs to be fixed. This is what needs to be fixed. When you close your eyes and they say God, that shouldn't be the image that's in your head. That shouldn't be the image that's in the Sunday school books, right? That shouldn't be the image that people are conveying and rendering in their minds, right? When they talk about God. We can't do that. Somebody said that's Brad Pitt. We got to think better. We got to think bigger. We got to think bigger because that ain't God. That ain't God. And no matter what you paint him, that's not going to make him real, right? We understood God wasn't a true person, that God was an energy, right? An energy that we were trying to describe. We also knew that energy was in us and is us and not separated from us, right? So we have to be careful with how we speak. We have to be careful with the frequencies and the vibrations that we take on, right? Even what we render and what we listen to, because you'll find yourself, subconsciously having this in your head, right? And you'll start saying it, not realizing like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Simple things. God bless you, right? God bless you, right? God forbid. Oh my God. Goddamn. Right? We start adopting this into our vocabulary, not realizing that we're invoking the deity every time we do that, and we're making it realer than what it really is. Right? We're bringing it into reality. We're manifesting it into the real world, right? For teaching purposes, it's difficult because you got to use it. You got to meet people where they're at to talk to them and let them know how to break the curses, right? That's what we specialize in, right? Welcome to the Lighthouse. Right? But understand. So if you see Jamaar Milton using that word, understanding that I'm probably meeting somebody where they're at and it's in conversation. I don't use that word to reference, what I worship or anything like that, because I don't worship anything but myself and my queen, and that's it. You feel me? That's it. I worship my family, my children. I don't pray to gods. I don't pray to anything outside of self, right? Because when you have that full understanding that the greater source of the universe is within you, there's no need to pray to anything. All you do is just manifest. Stop playing with your boy. This is what we do. this is what we do. When you realize that the creator of the universe, right, runs the whole universe, you realize that's a pretty big deal to have that type of energy within inside you. So you have to start thinking bigger. That's all you got to do. You got to start thinking bigger. Start thinking like you are it and it is you. Now you don't have to start worrying about no God. You don't have to start worrying about what people think is the creator or what's going to happen to you. If y'all learning something new today, smash that like and heart button. Let's. If y'all learning something new today and it's helping to give you a perspective, smash that like and heart button, share it like 10 groups. You know what I'm saying? And then go visit that Lighthouse store and get tapped in with us. That's what we doing here, man. Stop playing with us. Somebody said Control, Alt, Delete. I hear that. Shut that program down. Shut that program down because it's not serving you. It's not serving you. Now, some of them just don't know better, right? Some of them just don't know better. Now that you know, right, you need to educate them. Educate them on the origins of the word God. Educate them on etymology. You know that there are literally apps that you can download right now, family? You can download an app on your phone so you can start checking the etymology of words. I highly advise that you all start doing that. Start checking the etymology of words and start figuring out, okay, where does this word come from? Where does that word come from, right? Anytime you're acknowledging something or you showing some reverence or respect for anything, make sure that it's one of your own. Make sure that it's coming from us. Because some of us just don't even know. We don't realize it's been passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation, right? So we think that it's right. You know what I'm saying? Like 2-3 generations before us, they was telling us how good milk is and how it does a body good, right? And now we realizing like, yo, we got to correct this mistake. We got to correct this mistake. We can't continue to do this, right? Make the corrections. You're wondering why we keep going in circles no matter what. It starts looking promising. They start selling us hope as a people, right, collectively, and then we start buying into it, and then we end up right back where we started again. Y'all ain't seeing the trends? You know, I'm 40 years deep. I've been seeing trends, decades upon decades of the same thing happening over and over. They sell you on hope, sell you on hope. I mean, by now, we don't have a black president. We was all supposed to be good by now. I don't understand. I thought that was it. You know what I'm saying? We all rose up for George Floyd. I thought we was going to be good after that. Right? Civil rights movement, we were supposed to be good after Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. We were supposed to be good. Huh? I guess after Kyrie and Kanye, we definitely got to be going to the promised land now. Huh? We do definitely. Huh? We right there. Keep hope alive. Huh? Because the real issue is when it comes down to it, right? When we're done, they're gonna say, in God we trust. Right? Trust God. You know what I'm saying? We could come together if we put God in the middle, right? That's what they're gonna say. Right? So basically what this message is guess what? If you don't believe in God, at this rate, it doesn't even make you an atheist. People who don't believe in God are not atheists, right? They just don't believe in the etymological word that you use for the creator, for the divine source. You see? See, they sold you on the fact that if you don't believe in God, which is their deity, then that means you don't believe in any divine source. That's what they sold you on, right? You're anti-Christ when you don't believe in God. That means you're anti-Christ. That means you're anti the actual message, right? Because Christ is an actual title. It's a messenger, right? The enlightened one, right? So they're telling you because you don't believe in their God, you don't believe in their deity, which is God. That's his name. If you don't believe in their deity, that means you are anti-Christ. And that's a full lie. That's a whole lie. Black people created the concept. We gave it to you, right? We gave it to you. We are the actual image that you created your God after. You see? So that's the same thing what Kyrie was actually trying to say when he says, I can't be anti-Semitic, right? I'm the actual image of a Semite. I'm what a Semite is. I can't be it. I can't be that, right? How could I be anti-God or anti-creator when I created the whole thing, right? We created it from scratch, right? You guys wouldn't even be here without us. That's a whole fact. You can't be anti any of that. We created the whole concept of it. So The reality is, just because we don't believe in that word, we don't believe in God, which is your deity, doesn't mean that we don't believe in deities, right? We don't believe in things that that are above us, in us, and around us we're all connected to, the divine source. We all believe in source. See what I'm saying? So with that being said, this is important for us to know as a people, and it's important for us to stand on. You should know the etymology and the origin of the word God, right? There is not a single writing, a single scripture, a single teaching, a single artifact, right, that links this word with people of African descent. Not a one. You won't find anything. Keep digging. Keep digging. You won't find anything that links us to this. You see? Anything that you find connecting us to this kind of word is falsehood created by a white man and distributed with false transliteration. It's transliterated. It's not the original text in the original language, because when we were writing, we didn't have this word yet. We didn't know what it was. It didn't exist. You see? So that's very important. It's very important to understand. It's very important to know, right, as we begin to move forward. So when you start hearing me talking, don't think that I'm going left and now we worship the devil. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to make it seem, oh, yeah, they worship the devil because they don't deal with God. Must be the devil. No, we don't believe in neither one. Neither one. Huh? We understand that all of those are creations and not the creator. We don't believe in either one. There's no devils or demons chasing us around. None of that. You understand? There's no gods over here looking, right? You got an angel on this shoulder and devil on it. No. Those are all concepts within us, and we can choose to use any one of those whenever we feel like it, right? We can be an angel when we feel like it, and we could be a whole demon whenever we feel like it. Which one you want? Which one you want to play with? All human beings have that nature. See what I'm saying? So with that being said, if y'all learned something new today, right, I want y'all to smash that like heart button right now. The reason why this came about is because when I was on Instagram, somebody we've been going viral on Instagram. I went viral again, this past week, and somebody was like, what do you mean by lesser gods? You know what I'm saying? What you mean that, God is the supreme being of all? Isn't there? There's no lesser gods. Well, what are you talking about? There's no lesser gods. So how does every deity that you deal with, including Yahweh, have a whole pantheon? Y'all got a whole pantheon of who's above and who's below. There's lesser gods, there's greater gods. Everybody on this page is a god, family. Huh? Yahweh's on here too. You see Enki/Yah, that's Yah. Yahweh, Yah. That's where it comes from. That's the origin. You're dealing with Sumer, right? Akkadian. These are all, and they all have rankings. Some are higher than the others. So yes, there are gods that are greater than other gods, according to the gods that we created. See what I'm saying? All these different deities, right, have different names depending upon which civilization you're dealing with. All these different gods. There's thousands of religions, right? Thousands. So when we're looking at this, it's like you got all these different gods, but yet you got the right one. I promise you got the right God. The one that you're dealing with, that's the only one true and living God. Everybody else, frauds. No matter where they are on the planet, frauds. Incredible. Right? So, with that being said, family, I hope y'all learned something new today. As far as announcements, we got some new things coming up. Like I said, the Tibet Singing Bowls is going out literally today. That's where we're headed next. Make sure that shipment goes out. We also have new products that should be coming to the Lighthouse store. We got new music out. One Blood is dropping on Friday. So shout out to everybody that's been requesting that song, because we dropping this joint on Friday. Yes. So make sure y'all cop that. That's become pretty much the title song for this segment for our comeback. I also dropped a new record. It's called The Vibe. Go ahead and catch that out. That's already out right now on all streaming platforms. Y'all know how we do. I appreciate everybody that streams my music, everybody that goes ahead and cops it. But we're going to drop One Blood this week. Make sure y'all get y'all bowls, man. If you ain't ordered yet, get your bowls. I know the majority of you have put your orders in. But if you haven't gotten yours yet, make sure you hit the Lighthouse store. I'm going to put the link on the feed right here for those of you No baguettes on my chest, like a movie. Third eye eyelids open. Nonetheless, we will get this work, and we will restore the frequency and vibration of the planet. Put your nines up. Oh yes. Oh yes. Come on in, come on in. Yes. Yes. Let's get this work. Assalamu alaikum, shalom. Hotep. Grand Rising. Grand Rising, family. Grand Rising. Let me shut this computer down to make sure y'all can see me. Make sure you can see me. Because we're going in. We're going in. There are many forces at play that don't want you to get this information. There are many forces at play that don't want you seeing what you're about to see, hearing what you're about to hear. The one thing that I can guarantee you is that after this feed, you will not be able to unhear what you have heard. You will not be able to unsee what you have saw. Okay? So if you are ingrained in whatever gospel you've been raised in, I advise you to move on to another video right now. I'm going to give you some time. I advise you to do that now. As I was saying earlier in the feed, I am no stranger to Christianity. I served 38 years. 38 years in Christianity. I will be on the level of a master teacher or a master. If you look at Freemasonry, it takes 40 years. I served 38 years in Christianity. There's really nothing you can tell me about Christianity in any walk. Whatever sect it was, I had been through those houses. Okay? From Full Gospel to Kajik to Baptist to AME, I have walked through every single one of those houses. Zion, whatever you want to deal with in terms of Christianity. And like I said, this is not to toot my own horn. This is to let you know the level of expertise. I do not speak on subjects that I have not walked through the house of. As I said earlier, I cannot speak on a man's house unless I've been in his house. There are many scholars who speak on Christianity and have never been in the sects of Christianity. They can't give you receipts. Jamaar Milton is not that guy. Anything that I speak on, I'm going to be able to give you receipts on. Okay? So now, when we're speaking in terms of Jesus, right, amongst any other characters in the Bible, I have to bring you back, all the way back to its inception. When were these things created? When was it introduced to the world, right? Who was the first man to get a hold of this information and present it to the masses, right? Well, let's deal with the text. The text talks about certain entities. It talks about, in the beginning was heavens and the earth, right? So we know the heavens were here. So from the time man got here, man saw the heavens. He saw the heavens. This is the first thing that man sees. When you come out of the womb of Africa in the Garden of Eden, the first thing you're going to see is the heavens. Naturally, the heavens will be the first science that man has ever developed. The study of the heavens, or what we call astronomy. Astronomy was the first science ever developed. We have the proof of that on the walls of Kemet in the Dendera temple. The temple of Dendera is where you find this. What you're looking at is actually the development of not astrology, but of not astronomy, but astrology. Okay? Actually, it's the other way around. Astronomy. That is the study of the stars. You're looking at the first zodiac wheel. This is the first zodiac wheel ever created. We created that science. Okay? This and this is the same thing in color. And what you can see here are all the symbols of the zodiac in the middle, showing you the rotation of the sun as it moves around the cosmos. Okay? Which was later interpreted to what you see here with all the different zodiac principles. As the earth moves around or the sun moves around, whether you believe in flat earth or whether you believe in global earth, we know that the sun is going to be found in separate locations across the plane of a year, a solar year. One of the major things in Kemet that we were concerned with was the cosmos. Why? Why were we concerned with the cosmos? The only reason why we were concerned with the cosmos was because there was a time to harvest, there was a time for the flood, and there was a time for planting seeds. Do you understand? This is how we actually made our year. It was according to when we were going to be planting, reaping, and sowing. So we had to know what the sun was doing, what time of the year it was. We had to calculate. Very important. Very important. So with that being said, we created and anthropomorphized these these cosmic beings, these cosmic entities in the sky, which we call stars. We made them into people. We made them into animals to tell a story as to what the sun is doing, when it is doing it, and why it is doing it, where it's going to be next. When you take this collection of stories, and put it in a book form, that will be what you call the Bible. The Bible is called Helios Biblios in Greek. Helios Biblios. Okay? What is Helios? Helios. Holy Bible is Helios Biblios. What is Helios? Helios is the Greek word for a young Greek sun god who rode across the sky each day in a chariot pulled by 4 horses. This is where you get the word Helios from. As a matter of fact, here he is right here. The word Helios means sun. Sun. The word Biblios means book. So you are reading the sun book. You're reading a book about Helios, which was their god of the sun. Not the S-O-N, but the S-U-N. The sun as it rotates around the earth. You understand? Helios Biblios is the sun book. So now, me as an individual, before we go further, myself as an individual, I was born in the constellation of Libra. In the terms of Kemet during the time, Libra didn't exist during the time that we're talking about. That didn't even exist. As we know, Libra is the scales. So I would be born in the month of what we would call MAAT, around that season when we're dealing with the zodiac. MAAT. Ma'at, as we know, is the scales. If you look here, this is how you would write it in Medunachar. Okay? This is how you would write it. Ma'at, meaning balance. So you see where they get these terms from. All of these terms that we use as far as the zodiac was taken from principles of Kemet. All of them. So now, what I want to introduce you to is some of the whistleblowers. There's always a whistleblower when you're dealing with this knowledge. There's always a scholar, a white scholar, a European, who's willing to tell on their own people. You know what I'm saying? It's in their nature. There's always one who doesn't mind giving you the information as is. And you got to be able to find those people as well. He goes by the name of Diodorus Siculus. Diodorus, or I should say Siculus. Okay? This guy is one of the first guys
to really lay down what Kemet was doing, why Kemet was important. He was one of the first guys to really tell people the truth. The truth about what was going on in Egypt and what their stake on history was. He goes on to say, there is perhaps no land where the order and movement of the stars are observed exactly as in Egypt. They have kept records in which these observations have been written down for an incredible number of years. Here one finds information on the relation of each planet to birth of animals and the good or bad influence of each star. So the influence of stars on human affairs can be traced to an ancient Egypt through classical Greece. For the Egyptians, the stars had immense significance. The circumpolar stars that never set in the west were identified as the imperishable ones. And according to the pyramid text, the kings, pharaohs were raised up to heaven to join their company on death, where they would spend eternity free from change or decay. The revered dead had a long-standing association with the stars in early Egypt. So what he goes on to say, what he is telling you, is that nobody had more information about the stars. Nobody had more information about the first science before they even developed mathematics. Nobody had more information than Kemet. This is coming from the mouth of the ones who conquered Kemet. They will tell you themselves, for those of you who like to run to the Europeans for your credit, for your credibility, they will tell you themselves, their master historian will tell you himself, that nobody had more accurate information than Kemet about the stars, about the cosmos. I mean, as a matter of fact, they lined up the pyramids with the cosmos. Exactly to the cosmos, to the imperishable stars, the belt of Asar, which they renamed Orion's belt, but it was the belt of Asar. And get this, the planetary alignment for the Giza pyramids, it only happens once every 2,737 years. That's funny, considering we're only in the year 2018. But they were able to line up the pyramids with the exact rotation that only happens 2,730 something years. That should tell you that they've been observing the stars more than 2,730 something years prior to us even creating a date. Prior to us creating the time in which we live now. We were already charting and mapping the stars for over 2,000 years. Going on almost 3,000 years. In order for you to chart it, it's going to have to do this rotation a pretty significant amount of time in order for you to line it up and know it's going to be there every single time. You got to monitor that thing. So now, moving on. These stars line up with the belt of Asar. The belt of Asar. The sun moves around and it finds itself in these constellations. So now that we have the foundation that the sun moves around in these constellations, let's deal with these characters and figure out who these characters like Jesus, Moses, who these people are. In order to talk about Jesus, we got to start with Moses. Let's start with Moses. Here he is, Charlton Heston holding them tablets. We think of Moses, we think of this guy, right? The white man coming from down the mountains with the word of God. That's him. But see, when you go into, we don't deal with these drawings. These drawings is too recent. If we're dealing with somebody that old, we got to go back to the earliest depictions of Moses. The earliest depictions of Moses show him like this in Greece. This is how they show him in Greece. But there's something funny about this sculpture because he has horns on his head. Well, damn, what the hell he doing with horns on his head? That's kind of spooky. The only person that I know running around with horns like that is what they call Satan. Huh? He the only one that I see running around with horns on his head. Ain't that about right? Huh? I mean, it ain't no mistake. I mean, I could show you several ones where they show Moses with them tablets all over the place with horns on his head. Why? Why in the world would they depict Moses with horns on his head? There's many assumptions, but I'm going to tell you the truth. We don't deal with assumptions. We don't deal with assumptions. Let's take a look at the zodiac. Huh? Moses represents the constellation of Aries. Aries, the ram's head. Do you understand? They are telling you that the sun is in the constellation of Aries during this time period of what we're talking about. It's a book, an allegorical story about the sun. Moses would be the sun in the constellation of Aries. Are you following me? It's the age of Aries. They were moving into the age of Taurus. The age of Taurus. Okay? The age of the bull. Do you understand? This is why the people were celebrating the golden calf. The golden calf, which is the bull. And Moses was so upset because they were in a time period, they're talking about a time period that was shifting. The sun is moving. You're not supposed to be worshiping the golden calf. We're not in that time period. Oops. Oops. This is why Moses has horns on his head in the early depictions of Greece. It is because he represents that constellation. That golden calf can also be seen on the walls of Kemet. Look at the headdress. Do you see the headdress? It's the same exact headdress that we find on Het Heru. The same exact headdress. You see, what they wanted you to do is to stop worshiping, stop acknowledging the divine feminine aspect. The divine feminine aspect was always seen as a cow, as a calf. That represents the black woman. They don't want you celebrating the black woman. As a matter of fact, they went to it a further extent to go into the temple of Het Heru, which is where you find also Dendera. They went in there and they shot the noses off of the woman with the cow ears. You see? You see how they did that there? We can't have a black deity, a black female deity walking around. We can't have the people worshiping a black deity. Huh? Oh no. We're in a patriarch society now. It has to be a man running things. So they took them damn ears of the ram and they put it on Moses. Because that's who he is. He's the sun when he's in that constellation of Aries. Huh? Oh, y'all gonna get this work. Y'all gonna get this work. We're gonna bring y'all back to the divine feminine and understand the language of your ancestors. And just so we got no mistakes, so you don't say I'm throwing you drawings, here it is in stone. Here it is in stone. Huh? The same exact headdress that you see that they represent for the golden calf. They don't want you worshiping the golden calf. They don't want you bowing to the black woman and acknowledging the black woman who is representative of a calf. All right. So now we've covered Aries. We've covered Taurus. We've covered Aries and we've covered Taurus. The entire book is called the Sun Book. The Sun Book, Helios Biblios. So we need some more stories to corroborate this, right? We're going to need some more evidence. Let's keep this thing moving. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about this guy. Let's talk about this guy. I mean, this guy was so phenomenal, they literally called him the Son of God. The Son. The Son. Some of us interpret it as the S-O-N, when in actuality, it was just like Moses, the S-U-N of God. He would be synonymous with the character that which we call Heru. Heru. Heru was represented as a falcon-headed being. A falcon-headed being. Why the falcon? Why is Heru a falcon? I'll tell you why. Because when you're looking up towards the sun in Africa, the one bird that you will see that flies the highest towards the sun is the hawk. Is the hawk. If we are speaking the language of our ancestors, they would use the hawk to represent the sun. Because when you look up at the sun, the bird that you're going to see under that glare is the hawk. How is Jesus a sign of the zodiac? Well, let's go to Luke 22, 10 through 12. Around this time, it's time for Jesus to almost be crucified on the cross, as they said. And he's talking to his disciples. And they say, we're going to have a Last Supper. Where should we prepare the table for dinner? Where should we do this? And Jesus goes on to say, he says, when you have entered the city, a man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house that he enters. A man with a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house that he enters. And you shall say to the owner of the house, the teacher says to you, where is the guest room in which I may eat the Passover with my disciples? And he will show you a large furnished upper room. Upper room. Prepare it there. So let's go to the Last Supper. Let's go to the Last Supper. Here you find Jesus sitting down at the Last Supper, and you also see his 12 disciples around him. This picture is significant. Why? Because if you notice, all of the disciples are grouped in groups of 3. In groups of 3. What do those groups represent? Those groups represent the seasons. The seasons. Winter, spring, summer, fall. In the new regime. Each of them represent a sign of the zodiac. It's not a coincidence that there are 12 disciples, 12 signs of the zodiac. Jesus being one of them, representing Aquarius. Or, I'm sorry, Pisces. Jesus, you ever seen this symbol running around? You ever seen that? Jesus is the constellation of Pisces, the fish. He's the fish. Huh? When he tells you to follow the water bearer into his house, he's talking about the constellation of Aquarius, the water bearer. You see, he's telling you, I will come once Aquarius comes. We got to do that first. You understand? It's the sun. Let's go to the chart. You see, Aquarius comes right before Pisces, right before the fish. You got to complete Aquarius before I can come. You got to prepare the table. Follow the water bearer into his house. Follow the water bearer into his house. And then I will arrive. You can't play around with this knowledge. You cannot try and play Kemet in any shape, form, or fashion when it comes to any religion, because they all got their knowledge from Kemet dealing with the cosmos. Jesus is the constellation of Pisces. He's telling you what's going to happen in order for him to return. To complete a solar year, you have to go through the age of Aquarius first, and then Pisces will return. He even says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He goes on to say this: no one comes to the Father except through me. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. This was already done. This was already done in John 14:6, because Heru is the one who introduces you to Asar sitting at the throne. As you can see on the right-hand side, in the soul of the woman, the divine feminine energy that he's introducing to Asar with his hand reached out, that is Heru, the sun. No one comes to Asar, no one comes to the Father but through Heru. Heru and Jesus are synonymous. They corrupted the concept and told you that he was a real human being. We knew that these were spiritual concepts describing science, astronomy, and astrology. We were dealing with astronomy and astrology. They gave you anthropomorphized real human beings, and y'all ran with it. And y'all arguing amongst each other about whose imaginary friend is realer. When we as Africans know where the story came from, could break it down for you, and tell you how to read the stars to understand what time of day it is. We still got people running around thinking it's 2018. Gee, you say, well, what about the miracles? Because Jesus performed miracles. Huh? What about the miracles? Well, let's talk about the miracles. Jesus walked on water. He walked on water. My dude, we see that every day. We see the sun walk on water every day. You see the footsteps? Do you see the footsteps? Look at the footsteps, y'all. Huh? Do you see the footsteps? The sun walking on water. Not the S-O-N, the S-U-N, walking on water. It's allegory. Allegory. Let it marinate. Let it marinate. Jesus fake, bruh. I understand. I understand. I've been there. You can't unsee what you just saw. You can't unhear what you just heard. Jesus fake, bruh. As well as most of the key players in the Bible. Welcome to the lighthouse. Welcome to the lighthouse. Click the subscribe button. This is the first day of the rest of your life. Moving on. King Solomon. It's no coincidence his name is Solomon. Sol Amon. Sol Amon. Sol meaning sun. Amon. Amon, the deity of Kemet. Take both of those, put them together. You get Sol Amon. What is Amon? We've went through this lesson earlier. We're dealing with Amon, Amon Ra. It is the rebirth. It is midnight. It is when the sun is below the earth so you cannot see the sun. It's midnight. It's dark. It's the spiritual realm of the sun when it sets. That is Amon. It's a time of day. So Solomon is giving you a time of day. King Solomon. Come on now. Once you got the foundation, you could pinpoint all the rest of the stories and put them together. It's just that simple. So we can move a little bit quicker now. Daniel and the lion's den. What constellation are we talking about, family? If we're talking about Daniel and the lion's den. Come on now, put it in the feed. I'm not going to say it. What constellation are we talking about if we're talking about Daniel and the lion's den? Huh? Let's show them why we are the lighthouse. Let's show what the people why we have awakened. Let's show the people who we are. If we are talking about Daniel and the lion's den, who is Daniel? What is the lion's den? I'll wait. My family's smart. Welcome to the lighthouse. Do it make sense to argue with these fools on the street when they talking to you about Jesus anymore? When you know the truth? It don't make no sense, do it? It don't even make no sense. Come on, put it in the feed. What constellation are we talking about if we're talking about Daniel and the lion's den? Because they're not going to give you nothing set in stone. They're always going to give you these drawings. Here they come. Here come the time who with their drawings. We talking about the constellation of Leo. Huh? That's what we talking about. Cut it out. Don't tell me some man jumped in there with some lions and he was all good because an angel came down and saved him. That's an anthropomorphized African story that we gave to our children so they could understand the rotation of the sun, so they could understand what time it is. We gave them that story. Huh? As a matter of fact, we did everything as above, so below. Everything that we did that was done in the stars, we were trying to build it on land. That's why when you see the pyramids, they built and they linked up to the cosmos, to Asar's belt. This is why you see the Sphinx or the Heru and Makul. This is why you see the Sphinx lined up with the constellation of Leo. During the time this was built, it would have built directly staring at the constellation of Leo, the lion. You understand now? We were replicating the stars here on Earth. We were building monuments in reference to the stars. That way, we would know where we are on the planet. Because as above, so below. If you understood the first science, which they already did because they were calculating it for thousands of years, you could circumnavigate the planet without a problem because you know where you are. African science, African sacred spirituality, African mathematics. We created that. That's what they don't want you to know. That's what they fear. More than anything, they fear you getting this knowledge. They knew I was coming here. And that's why they shut me down on Facebook. They knew. We dropped a couple hints on them. They knew where we was going. Jesus fake, bruh. Moses fake, bruh. They all fake. This is why you can't find none of the bones. You're never going to find any of the bones of any of the key players in the biblical text because they were never meant to be real human beings. Ever. But when you come in and you conquer somebody's land and you hear these stories and you see these monuments, you think they was real people. And in order for you to get the people to worship you, you anthropomorphize them and say that you the one that's coming back and you are that God. Huh? Ptolemy Soter. You say that you are that being. Bow down and worship me. If not, it's off with your head. No separation of church and state in this time. Off with your head. You worship me. I am the Lord, thy God. Huh? Matter of fact, we're changing the year. It's a new year now. We're starting at 0 AD. AD, meaning Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord. They erased your whole history. This is why I don't argue with these people. This is why I don't go back and forth with these scholars. They don't have the credentials. My whole life was based on Christianity. There's nothing that they can tell me. Most of them that argue that Jesus was real has never walked through the houses of Christianity. Alkaline water. Shameless plug. Alkaline water. Shungite water. They never walked through those houses. They never walked through those houses. And you can tell by the way they talk. They never walked through the houses. As a matter of fact, you want to know my history? I got no problem with telling you. My history, my credentials. There's a book out written by my grandmother. It's called Aren't You the Family We're Talking To From Heaven? This is my whole life story in this book. This is my receipt right here. Written by my grandmother. My whole life in it. From a Christian's perspective. And in this book, you'll see me on the cover as a little boy. Right there. As a little boy. I was in church 6 days a week. 6 days a week. Getting the knowledge. Learning the ways of Christianity. There's nothing anybody can tell me. So when I give you this knowledge, know that you're getting it from a credible source. A very credible source. Masterful. No ego. Masterful. Facts. So, what I want y'all to understand is that there are forces at play. There are forces at play. Here's a book right here. I don't know if y'all can see that. That's me right there in the window. See me? And this is the name of the book. Sally Mae Jackson. That's my grandmother. She wrote this book. See that? That's my whole life story. My whole life story. I want to make sure y'all able to see that. This is the shungite water I was talking about. So that's just so you know that I don't tread anywhere. I don't tread anywhere that I haven't walked through the house. There's a lot of scholars who do. Here at the Lighthouse, we try to give you information. We want to give you information that you can take and say, you know what? I can go and do some research on my own to see if he's right. I'm not going to tell you to follow me, ever. I'm not going to tell you to follow me. That's not my thing. You understand? I'm going to tell you to take this information and do the background research behind it and come back and tell me if I'm right. Huh? Prove me wrong. If the Bible is not a book about the sun, if it does not mean sun book, prove me wrong. God bless the dad. And Teru, bless the dead. Pau and Teru. So what I want to say is, take this information, run with it. Run with it. Jesus is fake. Jesus is fake. Those stories that was written were anthropomorphized stories that you can use and you can apply them in your life, but they were not meant to be dealt with on a human level to think that you can walk on water. There are limitations. And a lot of these churches will sell you things that you can do that tell you that you can do them, but you cannot, because they were operations of the sun. You need to know the difference between the two. You need to know what was allegorical, what was metaphorical about the sun, and what were things and principles that you can take in your everyday life. You understand? The story wasn't written about an actual human being. And that's what you need to understand. Anybody who is trying to pass that on is trying to deceive you. Trying to deceive you. We don't do this for likes, shares, comments. We weren't even doing this for money. I was giving y'all knowledge for 3 straight years without ever even putting a PayPal up. I was asked to put a PayPal up by the followers. That's the difference between me and these other people. I can't speak for them. I just know my walk. And I got receipts of the houses that I've walked through. So with that being said, if this video did anything for you, if it did anything for you, for your family, feel free to donate to the PayPal. The PayPal is jamarmilton@gmail.com. We are still giving out meditation bracelets to everybody. You're not giving something for nothing. You know, we are shipping out these power bracelets here. This is what we use when we meditate in the morning. They are wrapped in copper and brass in the 9 ether coral. So it's giving you a great conductivity of electromagnetic fields on your wrist. So when I play these natural sounds, you can feel them even through the bracelet. So I also want to shout out a couple of people. Shout out to the Ancient Kemetic Store. That's where I got my hoodie from. I want to shout out all my sponsors. You know, we got Black African sponsors. When the last time you seen a show with Black African sponsors? You'll find it here. I got no problem with promoting you guys. If you have a black business, hit me up in my inbox so I can show you some love. Mela Miracle for your lotion and for the package that you've been sending me. I appreciate it. They also sent me a body scrub. They make nice body scrubs. And they also make beard oil. Shout out to them. Shout out to my brother Jabari Osaze. We're reading his book, 7 Little White Lies. 7 Little White Lies. This is a great book that I advise everybody go out and read. It basically breaks down the misconceptions and the lies that we've been told about Africans and their culture. I highly advise picking that book up. Who else? I want to shout out Melody Mitchell. She's the one who makes these plates here. Everything that you see around me is from your people, your family in the lighthouse that created these things for me. She created these plates here, and they're coasters. You can put your plates and your glasses on them. You know, she created them with my logo. Everything you see around me. Shout out my brother, Jamario Beard. He's a wonderful artist, and he made this beautiful picture of the divine feminine for me. And her afro are positive words of affirmation. All the fruits of the spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faith, gentleness, and self-control. He made this artwork and sent it to me. I appreciate him for this. He's a wonderful artist. Hit him up. If you're on the feed, Jamario, please put your link so that people can reach out to you and get some artwork, some beautiful black artwork. You know? Who else do I want to shout out? Shout out Latifah Foster. If you're looking into getting a Reiki reading done, you want to look for Latifah Foster. She's one of our mediators here on the line. She does Reiki readings, and she will get your aura back to where it needs to be as far as your reading. So shout out to her if you ever want to get that done. Okay. We also have the Lighthouse TV t-shirts. They are $25 or more. If you donate $25 or more, you will get the Lighthouse t-shirt. Let me see if I can find one of them here. This is what the Lighthouse t-shirt looks like on the back. It has Lighthouse. These are for people that are really trying to learn something. These are people that are really a part of the movement. If you want to represent the Lighthouse, you can get your Lighthouse t-shirt. It says duality and put your 9s up on the front. Okay. That's the front of the shirt. It's the back of the shirt. Okay. Shout out to Coach Boner who sent me that. She's a t-shirt designer. Shout out to her. We have great talented people on this feed. Once again, the donation is JamarMilton@gmail.com. $25 or more for the t-shirt, $50 or more for the power bracelet. With that being said, listen, y'all. Take these words that I just gave you, because you're not going to be able to forget what I just showed you. Those of you who are still going to church while you're sitting in your pew, you're going to remember what I just told you when they start telling you these stories and tell you that they were real people, but won't be able to produce a lick of evidence, bones, nothing. You understand? That's the reason why. So, with that being said, may the divine force in me greet the divine force in you. I love you. Dua, 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 dua. Ashe. Peace.
certain point in life, man, where you feel you made it. It's within you. I ain't gotta rap about robbing, I ain't gotta rap about dope. It give me peace to let me know I give you hope, you know I made it. Hurting like a project curtain, pockets been down to the floor. When you love it, you would never let it go, you know I made it. Understand they gon' hate, real niggas feel my flow, that's how I like it. But I know they don't want smoke, you know I made it. Front line when they go down, some people gon' lay low. I'm a soldier, I'm gon' cock and let it go, you know I made it, made it, made it, made it.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade, and do you dirty in my little pennies when he ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded into my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I blessed it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't wanna be here.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade, and do you dirty in my little pennies when he ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded into my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I blessed it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't wanna be here.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worry. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February. Anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded into my conscious, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I blessed since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't want to be here.
Cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worry. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February. Anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded into my conscious, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I blessed since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't want to be here.
It's a lot of class, man. She wrote that old thing back.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worry. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February. Anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded into my conscious,
we're going to be getting into
right now it's starting to make sense. I blessed since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't
this particular topic,
just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you
not ready.
Appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing.
It might be a culture shock for you.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting
most
buried.
of you already know, right?
So many bodies
but
in
I want to give you a couple of more tools,
so
a couple of more different perspectives of insight of how this thing came to be. Okay? The origin of the Christ, right? When we think of the Christ, just plain and simply, if we were, and we can do this right now, if we were to go on to any website, if we would go to any online media center, if we go to any library and we type in the word Christ, right? Any book, we're looking for the Christ, it's going to give you this image. First and foremost, right out the gate, this is what you get. Now just look at that for a second. From the looks of that, when you look at that image, off the gate, you see the Christ as a white man dressed in a robe, right? This is what you see, long-haired. Sometimes they even have them with blonde hair and blue eyes, right? That's what it is. Jesus Christ. They give you Jesus out the gate. So now, what I want to show you today is the truth about what the Christ is, okay? Because there's a lot of misconceptions. A lot of misconceptions. I want to show you its origin, okay? Before we begin, hit your thumbs up button, hit your subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the bell because we're going to get into some real serious work here. Make sure you share it. I'm going to go ahead and share it right now on Facebook to make sure everybody is in tune. We have a lot of family on Facebook that came over to YouTube. And this is an important lesson, this lesson here. And I think that this is going to help a lot of you to understand how it came to be, how Jesus Christ actually came to be. Okay? So go ahead and do that. So now, the image of Jesus Christ, the image of the Christ, automatically, they give you that. Okay? In Kemet, what I want you to know is that the Christ was in Kemet. The Christ was in Kemet. We already had the Christ. Unfortunately, his name was not Jesus. Okay? The Christ was already there. Let's break down the word Christ. The word Christ is used just like an acronym. The same way when I gave you the word Ankh, and I put you on to the Agduad, or what they call the Kemenu, the original primordial deities, Amen, Amonet, Nun, Nonet, Kuk, Koket, Het, Het, that spells out Ankh. That's what Ankh really is, right? Christ has the same concept, or Christ has the same concept. It came from the word Christ, okay? Ka, or Ka, like Christ, Christ. This is where it came from. Ka, meaning spirit. Ra, meaning the sun, okay? Sa, which is the sun, okay? We have two suns in there. We have Ra, the actual sun, and then we have Sa, which is like a son, like a boy, like a baby boy, like Sa, okay? And Ta, meaning the land. You understand? So that's how you get Christ, K-R-S-T is how it is spelled, okay? And then when you put all of those acronyms together, to be one with that is actually to be asleep. Okay? Christ. This is how it's spelled in the Medunetter. Okay? So you're gonna need to break out your alphabet here. Okay? So you can put some of this together. Okay? You're going to need to break out the alphabet. But Christ basically means a sahu, or a mummy. We say sahu. We don't say mummy. but for the sake of the pictorial of how they break it down, they say mummy. That's the European word. We say sahu, okay? And in the Medu Neter, when you learn the Medu Neter, you will realize that a caressed is a word for an embalmment or a sahu, a dead person. It means basically death, sleeping. That is a caressed. You understand? That is a Christ. Okay? Here you have it written right on the sarcophagi. Caressed. We already had that word. It means burial. Huh? Death. That's what Christ truly means. Okay? Now I'm going to be referencing, if you would like to know where you can find these words here, I already gave out the book, Let the Ancestors Speak, to the family, to the Lighthouse family, so that you can start learning Medu Neter, because this is the key. Medu Neter is the key. This is the forbidden language that they don't want you to know. One of the books that I advise that you do go out and get is Egyptian Grammar by Gardner, okay? And I already gave out Let the Ancestors Speak. The Let the Ancestors Speak is written from an African's perspective. That is a black man's book on the Medu Neter, okay? This is one that the Tom Who has written, okay? Remember, you want both sides of the ledger. Why? Because you want to know what our truth is, and you also want to know what their deception is, okay? And you want to be able to compare and contrast to see what is real, because everything is not false that the Tom Who gives you, and that's what you need to understand. You need to be able to understand their deception as well, okay? So go out and grab this book, Egyptian Grammar. It's a tough read, but it's a great reference point, okay? So that is an actual book that is used in Medu Neter classes. Okay. So now, caressed, meaning burial, What is a Christ consciousness? What is a Christ consciousness? A Christ consciousness relates to a level of enlightenment, okay? A level of enlightenment. It is when you reach the crown chakra and above, okay? When you contact or you stimulate the pineal gland and you reveal the secrets of the universe, okay? I didn't say when the secrets of the universe are revealed. I say when you reveal the secrets of the universe, because the power is yours. And this is what I need you to understand. A Christ consciousness it comes from within. It is not something that you have to actively seek. It is not something that you have to chase after. Okay? I need you to understand that, because that is the overall purpose of these lessons. It is for us to be able to reach a Christ consciousness, a caressed, okay? A Christ consciousness has nothing to do with your actions here in this plane. That doesn't get you to a Christ consciousness. A Christ consciousness is reached through meditation, okay? It is reached through being absent from the body. Those are the only two ways to reach a Christ consciousness or a caressed, okay? It is through burial, through sleep. You see, all of these words are synonymous in the Kemetic language. You understand? All of those words is caressed, right? So what has happened is the Tom Who have given you this depiction of Jesus being the Christ. They've put him in the way. They've put him in between you and your Christ consciousness. They usurped the Ankh. They took the Ankh out of its place, which is the primordial deities of the universe, time, space, right? And they put his face there, so that now, in order for you to reach a consciousness, a Christ consciousness, you think that you have to go and see this man, the white man. You understand? This is an actual fact, and I'm going to show you how they did this over time. Okay? So now, we understand that the word Christ means burial, right? Means burial. Christ is the root word of the word Christmas, right? Christmas. So what is Christmas all about if it's not about Christmas? Well, I already broke down the word Christ for you, or Christ, right? Which means burial, sleep, death, involvement, funeral, right? All those words pertaining to that, right? Christmas is, you just add the MES on the end. What is MES? Here is the MES in the Medu Neter. That is the symbol. This is also where we get our letter M from in the English language. It was originally mess, okay? Mess. Over time, it was translated, okay, to a letter M. But it's really the word mess, okay? What is mess? What is mess? Mess simply means rebirth. Rebirth. Okay? So first you must die, and then you are rebirthed. You die, and then you rebirth. So Christmas is the death and the rebirth. We already had that, man. I know. Y'all gonna need some proof. So let's go into the book. You can also find this in the book that I've given everybody. Let the Ancestors Speak. So we're gonna play a little bit of vocabulary here, okay, just to give y'all some proof. Right? Let me come up to the screen so y'all can see. I don't play, because people say, we need references. No, it's gonna be backwards, but I know you can tell. Okay. Here you have messa. You see that? Messa, right? And here, give birth. To give birth. You see that? It's no mistake. This is no mistake. This is not coincidence. And this is what I need y'all to understand. This is not a coincidence. And I'm going to show it to you again. That's the first one. I'm going to show you it another way. Let's pull it up here. There's two ways that this book gives you the definition. So now we're going to look up the word birth. Birth. And as you see here, the word birth, you see the mess right there? Mess. Right? And to give birth, it's just a regular mess. That hook right there, that little hook is an S. So it's mess. You understand? The Kemet people, the people of Kemet, the way they broke stuff down, nothing was ever linear like that. Linear. Things had multiple meanings. So they took the words caress and mess and put them together. Death and rebirth. It's not a coincidence that they're polar opposites. You understand? So that's how they created Christmas. So before you had this fat dude, and got y'all running around thinking that Christmas is about this guy, which is essentially Odin. You understand? Got y'all running around here buying these presents and dressed in looking like fools, celebrating Christmas, thinking that it's about some resurrection of some dude named Jesus who didn't even exist during that time. We already had a crest. We already had a mess. You understand? We knew what those words understood. You understand? We even got some Kemites that run around and celebrate Christmas. That's a fact. We even got people that's claiming to be conscious and they celebrate Christmas, not understanding the concept. And all the time who was doing, they just laughing at you and they having a good time celebrating the holiday they created for the destruction of your damn culture. That's all they doing. You understand? This is what happens in the real countries, the ones that actually created this concept. You understand? But we the crazy ones. You see, the word Messiah, this is where you get your word Messiah from. Messiah. And when you look at, if you notice, let's see how they broke it up. Mess, side, you see mess? You see the mess in there? You see, etymology gives them away every single time. The root word is mess. The root word is mess. You see it? The promise, and they put their stamp on it. It's the promised deliverer of the Jewish nation. They let you know straight up, prophesied in the Hebrew Bible. They're telling you that mess belongs to them. It don't belong to nobody else. Even though the Jews wasn't even around yet, they hadn't even invented their religion yet. They are claiming ownership of that word, and we already had it. It's written all over the walls. Okay. We already had it. Huh? Here you have Ray. I'm going to teach you a little bit of Medu Neter now. You have Ray, which is the sun, on the left. Then you have Mess in the middle. And you have two S's. So what does that spell? That's Ramses. That's Ramses. You understand? So we're teaching you a little bit of Medu Neter here. The only way you're going to be able to figure these things out and put the pieces together, you have to embrace your ancestors. You have to embrace your cultural language, your original language. It's in your DNA to be able to understand this stuff. You understand? Some of y'all are sitting here blown away like, wow, you know? But without the scholarship, you're not going to be able to piece it together, be able to show somebody and explain it. And this is why I'm giving you those tools for free, because it's a necessary thing in order for you to be able to put the pieces together. If you're going to reach these higher levels, if you're going to reach these levels of enlightenment to where you understand what's happened to your culture and you're able to relate it to other people, and you are not mad, but you are empathetic to the fact that even some of them don't realize over time that they've been bamboozled as well, you see, you're going to have to get an understanding of your culture. And these are in the books that I give you. Okay? You see here the letter S, that hook. You see? We got to learn a little bit of Medu Neter, guys. We have to, because it's going to reveal everything that they've done. And if you look here, this is directly from the Garner book. Okay? You see the letter S. And then if you look to the right, it's in smaller print. Okay? It'll show you Messiah. It'll show you the and it tells you the Hebrew. It gives you the pronunciation on the right hand side. I don't know if y'all see that, but the top, okay, where it says remarks, it tells you how the Hebrews pronounced it, so they can't try to act like that's not how they pronounce it. You know, that's what they try to give you, like, oh, you know, it's a transliteration. They start throwing the words out. You know, the transliteration, you know, it's taken out of context. No, this is what y'all do. This is what y'all do. Y'all put the ya and the ah on the end, and y'all play around with the words and the syntax. That's what y'all do. We know how y'all do. Okay? The same way y'all take Joshua and you put the Yahshua. Like, come on, man. All you doing is taking the words out of Kemet and putting the eyes on the end. You took mess and you put I on it, Messiah. We already had Messiah, and you put the Yah on the end. So you try to make it seem like it's a whole different language. But in reality, you're just stealing from us. We already had it, and it's written in stone. We're going to need to see your artifacts. And it better not be written on paper. It better not be written on paper. Don't even show me no papyrus, because that wasn't even invented till 3000 BC, and we was already here with walls inscribed, sitting there for thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. We know what y'all doing. So when we see y'all with your Power Ranger outfits on, we just laugh, because y'all want to pretend as if y'all the chosen ones. But anyway, let me show you how they took Jesus, right? And how it evolved, right? Originally, when you look up Jesus, you will find things like this, where it says Jesus the Christ. You see, remember I told you, the Christ is a consciousness. They tell it to you like Jesus is his first name and Christ is his last name. Anytime we refer to him, we say Jesus Christ, right? We say Jesus Christ. But when you go back, the further you go back, you start seeing that it says Jesus the Christ. What do you mean the Christ? Huh? When you say Jesus the Christ, The Christ is a noun. It's like Jesus the dog, or Jesus the apple, Jesus the tree. It's when you put the in between there, then it makes us think about, well, what is the Christ? What's the definition of the Christ? You see? But over time, as our consciousness began to raise, they had to start switching things around. So earlier on, you would see Jesus the Christ, right? In the older text, you would see Jesus the Christ, right? In bold print, the Christ. But then over time, you start see how they start flipping it on your ass. And then they put Jesus the Christ. Jesus the Christ. They put the in italics. You see that there? So you see you subconsciously, all you see is Jesus Christ. So they put the Christ. They put the Jesus the Christ. Huh? You see that? You see that? And then as you move on to the later stuff, that's when you get to Jesus Christ. They done took the out now. The ain't even there no more. You see the transition? Huh? The life of Jesus Christ. They done made that his damn first name and his last name. Huh? The passion of Jesus Christ. Where did the go? What happened to the? We need the. Huh? Y'all don't flip the whole game on a brother now. Huh? He ain't the Christ no more now. He's Jesus Christ. He's the only one that can make it. Yo, I can't. Yo, when you start learning new languages, you start breaking this down, you start seeing the tricks, yo, the tricknology, yo. The tricknology of the time who is crazy. You know, but you have to study your past and in order to be able to pick it up, or you're just going to be lost. You're going to be running around here thinking that he's a Messiah and he's the only one. And in order for us to be saved, he got to come back and do the work because he's Jesus Christ, right? They done took out the whole concept of us as human beings being able to reach a Christ consciousness. Huh? They took that whole thing out. They took it out. So now you're spending the rest of your life running after this white man. It's bugged out. We got people worshiping Jesus. For real. People worshiping Jesus. They done took out the damn the. This the best one here. This the best one here. I love this one. Check this one out. Jesus Christ, the real story. The real story? What you mean, Jesus Christ, the real story? The Bible ain't the real story? What's the real one then? Huh? If I ain't got the real thing in the good book, what story you got? Huh? How you even come out with a book like that? Jesus Christ, the real story. You messed up already when you said Jesus Christ. You already messed up. Because you done took out the. Where's the? Come on, man. Come on. We know what y'all doing, man. Where's the? This whole thing, this whole matrix that we live in the diaspora of this planet, this earth plane that we are on, the whole mission is to connect back to the universe and understand what our protocol is here on this plane with the universe. And the only way to do that is by embracing your chakras through meditation. You understand? Is by dying and rebirthing. Okay? Dying is synonymous with sleep. Like they say, sleep is the cousin of death, right? This is why I wanted to teach you about your sleeping cycles. Every time you sleep, you are reborn. Every time you go to sleep, you are absent from the body. You understand? That is a caress. That is the burial. You understand? Every time you go to sleep, you are dying. You are essentially dying. You understand? You are leaving, you are absent from the body when you go to sleep. When you wake up, that is the resurrection. That is the resurrection. The sun was symbolic because when the sun went down, we would go to sleep. So we were the Herus. You understand? This is the story of Heru. You understand? We're talking about the rising and the setting of the sun. That's what we're talking about. Because it was crucial to our development. It was crucial to our connection with the universe. Sleeping, waking up, sleeping, going into the meditative state, right? Meditation is essentially going into a state where you're connecting with it without going to sleep, right? You're connecting the subconscious and the conscious at the same time. And if you do this properly, you can reach a Christ consciousness, the highest level, past the crown chakra to the other dimensions of the universe, knowing how this thing operates. That's why see these lessons I couldn't give you until we first show you how to line up your chakras. You understand? It's levels to this. We're not just here to just kick knowledge to y'all and say, yeah, I'm saying, and try to bang on white folks or nothing like that. We're trying to get you to a level to where you understand how to apply this stuff in your everyday life. How to use your ka and your heka, the vibration that comes from within, to help you to engage these chakras, to build that energy up to the brain, to open the third eye, to ascend higher. You understand? But when you have all of these distractions between this guy and this guy and these customs, we have to break down all of these walls so that y'all can get it. You understand? Because they usurped everything and they put themselves in its place. So now you are worshiping them instead of realizing that your body is the temple. You understand? Your soul sits here. Okay? That's what we're trying to do. Christ. Jesus never existed. He was a representation of Heru, which was the son, of Asar and Aset. Aset, the resurrected, Aset who resurrected Asar. You see? They gave birth to a child. And this is all mythological. None of this is real human beings. We understood that in Africa, that it was not to be taken literally, and we were discussing scientific principles of masculine and feminine divine energy. Okay? How man, woman, and child come to be, with these two energies coming together, producing a son. You understand? But they took that resurrection principle. We already had the resurrection, man. Asar did that. Asar, who was sitting on the throne, had already resurrected. And it's written in stone. So they can't say, like, oh yeah, we just made that up. You can't say, oh yeah, that's the devil's. Come on, man. Show me. You're gonna have to show me proof of anything that you're talking about when you try to play Kemet. You're going to have to bring up the documentation, something, some artifact or something, because every piece of knowledge that we have about the ancestors came out of the dirt. We had to dig it up, including whether it was a biblical text, whether it was papyrus, whatever it was, we had to dig it up or pull it up out of the caves. And you're going to have to show me anything prior to what I'm giving you to show me that you had it first and what we did is corrupt. You're going to have to give me proof, documentation. We're not guessing over here in the lighthouse. We don't play those games. Welcome. Welcome. So, with that being said, your goal is to reach a Christ consciousness. Okay? Your goal is to reach a Christ consciousness. Your goal is not to be a good person. Your goal is not to be nice to everybody. Okay? It's to reach a Christ consciousness. All of those things, what they call being a nice person or somebody that's nice, what they're attracted to, come from a Christ consciousness. And a Christ consciousness doesn't always fall onto the positive side. They were trying to give you analogies in the biblical text and metaphors, allegory on what it looks like. These were parables. You understand? When you look even at the concept of Jesus, anytime you saw him in the church, he was tearing stuff up. He was kicking over tables. He was telling off the damn prophets and what they would call preachers today. He was letting them dudes have it, letting them know what the real deal is, right? They were trying to tell you how to have this type of energy, but in a physical form. And these were Africans who put this story together because we had to personify it. We had to anthropomorphize things in order for us to be able to understand it. Because remember, our language was a pictorial language. Our language was a pictorial language. Everything that we did was symbols. It was all symbolic. You understand? So in order for us to be able to explain it, you know, like just look at this, the word ka. All of these words equal that one symbol. All of these words on this page, when we're dealing with English, you talk about complicating things. The English language is what's complicated. We as Africans, we just understood that it meant what it meant, and we got it. You just put that one symbol, and we understood what the vibration that you were trying to give. When you said ka, we got it. You know what I'm saying? We got it. When you put Ra, Mesu, we understand that. We understand that. Here we have 4 different pictures that represent Ramses, which is how many letters? Ramses, I believe they spell it. And another S, so that's 6. It's double. It's double. So what we got to realize is that the way that we had it, it was easier. It was a lot easier. Now that I'm learning the Medu Neter, you understand? I'm looking at it, I'm just like, yo, man, they just totally bamboozle all of us, and they got us in this overcomplicated, like, overdrive of our brain where it's not connected. The cognitive and the logical side, the spiritual side, it's just not connected because it's just 2 totally separate ways of understanding life and the universe as it really is. You know, the truth is never going to be that complicated. It's going to be real simple, right to the point. That's just what it is. You know, I could just show you a couple of pictures and we break down the whole thing. The whole religion crumbles. The whole spiritual concept of what they really talking about, it just crumbles because it's not based on the right foundation. It's not based on truth. You understand? This is the truth. So, with that being said, what I want you to understand is that you're going to do greater things. Just as the book said, you're going to do greater things than that of what they called a Jesus Christ. You're already better than that person. Period. You're already better than him. Just in the era that you live in and the information that you have right now, you're already better than him. Your influence is already greater than him. That's a fact. There are many of us who run around and they want to worship. They want to worship idols, right? They don't realize that the Tamhu, that's an idol. That is an idol. Like it or not, it's an idol. We don't worship anything in Kemet. We don't worship. We understand that we are connected to all of these things. We acknowledge their presence. We acknowledge their presence. You understand? We invoke them from within. You understand? From within. And they know that. This is why when you pray, you close your eyes, because you're seeking the power that is within. Okay? You got to stop getting out of the habit of looking up to the sky. Come on in. Come on in. We still in the building? We back. So, like I said, we got to get out of the habit of thinking that our divinity, the levels that we're trying to reach, come from some outside entity. We got to get out of that habit. This is taught to us by religion. Religion teaches us this. They teach us that there's a mediator. There's a middleman between us and a God, essentially, between God. And that's a problem because we're always going to be chasing this middleman. You never actually quite reach him. Do you know anybody that actually was able to have a conversation with Jesus, with Muhammad, with Allah, with whoever you want to worship? Do you know anybody that's been able to do that? Huh? If you do, if you know this person, please introduce them to the family, because here's the thing. A lot of us think we just want to bang on religion. No, we're really trying to get work done. You understand? We got people that's hungry. And like I said last night, if y'all was on the feed, we got people that's hungry, people that's starving. You understand? And whatever God you worship thought that it was more important for Kim Kardashian to have a new ass than it was to feed millions of Africans, starving children. You understand? Whatever God that you serve, who has not come back yet, that we've been waiting on, that you said is supposed to come back and flip everything, he thought it was more important for Floyd Mayweather to have a Bugatti before he dealt with that, before he dealt with the liberation of black people. You know, this is actual fact, you know? So y'all got us chasing this guy who's supposed to be coming back instead of understanding that we're the change that we are seeking. It's us. It's us. Ain't nobody else. Ain't nobody else been here. Ain't nobody else built those pyramids and built the civilization. Nobody else did. We did that, y'all. And we need y'all to wake up to your African spirituality and these sacred sciences so you can remember what you've already done and how you did it, how you even created this story. It was black people that created the Bible, y'all. Don't get that twisted. You understand? We created those parables, right? It was later distorted. They took that information. They backdated it, usurped themselves in it. Remember, this book couldn't have existed until we had the printing press. Without a printing press, you don't have Bibles in every corner of the universe. You understand? So this book didn't even exist until then. It's a fact. So they just backdated everything and usurped themselves into history when they weren't even there. Those white folks wasn't no slaves in Egypt. It's a fact.
Because so, I believe in it.
With that being said, if this message did anything for you, if it helped enlighten anything, bring you to a new space, feel free to donate to the PayPal. JamarMilton@gmail.com. As you see, we do have technical difficulties that we're going through because of the resources that we have. We are trying to upgrade. Last night, I showed y'all the video of the new studio that we're going to be in, so you can see where your money's going and what we're going to be building. We're doing something really special, and I appreciate everybody that's been holding us down, thus far. Everybody that's been ordering power bracelets, this really helps out. The power bracelets are $50. Let me show you what they look like. This is what we've been pumping for the past couple of weeks. Is these power bracelets here, okay? And they're two-tone copper and brass. They're great for meditation, okay? They're handmade straight out of Senegal, straight Africa. So if you want to get your power bracelet, if you send $50 or more to the Lighthouse PayPal, to get your meditation on. All jewelry is not good for meditation. A lot of it doesn't conduct the electromagnetivity, but these do. And they have that non-ether swirl. So definitely order your power bracelets. We still have some in stock. If you want to get the Lighthouse t-shirts, the Lighthouse t-shirts are for donations of $25 or more. The bracelets are $50 or more. The t-shirts are $25 or more. If this is your first time on the show, at the end of the show, we always promote Black business. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Shout out to Coach Bonar for making these t-shirts for us. Okay. These are dope. Lighthouse t-shirts. A couple of people got theirs already and they've been rocking them, alongside their power bracelets. I'll show you some of your family who's been rocking their bracelets. Okay. Shout out to Zach Carter, your brother, Nazori Malkia, Angel Thornton, everybody that's been supporting the movement. We are greatly, greatly appreciative of you sending your stuff in. Jennifer Thomas, she's a sweetheart. Shout out to everybody that's been holding us down. Your financial support is needed. If you want to donate on the super chat, you can do that as well. And that money we'll see a little bit later, but a donation is a donation. We appreciate it. Also, I want to big up Lisa's Fragrance and Such, Lisa G. That's my homegirl. Lisa G is the one that does my smell goods. We have a lot of Black business owners on here. If you are a Black business owner and you would like to have, your product promoted on the Lighthouse, on Lighthouse TV, just simply hit us on Facebook. Click follow on Facebook. That's where the majority of our stuff is, on Facebook. We're going to be moving back there soon, and we're probably going to be streaming simultaneously through YouTube and Facebook once they let us out of Facebook jail. When I exposed where the white people came from, they kicked us off of Facebook. So, but shout out to Lisa's Fragrance and Such. Contact her if you want to get some smell goods. I can show you the awesome sauce. I like to wear Egyptian musk, so she has this what she calls awesome sauce, and she made it in the scent of Egyptian musk for me.
Yeah, my bad. Can you hear me? You hear what?
You got a reverb, like you're playing it on.
That's what I'm saying. What is that? Why is it doing that? I know why now.
Yeah, it's really doing it bad now. You guys.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? A1. A1, you can't hear me? I probably gotta leave and come back. Let's see. Can you hear me, A1? You muted.
That's crazy because I'm thinking y'all could hear me this whole time and y'all couldn't hear me.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now.
Let me take down. I'm up here twice too. I'm tripping. I'm over here. I'm over here talking to Max. Max can't even hear me. I was saying, Max, hit that link. Come up and explain yourself. Are you comparing Bruce Wayne having multiple bat suits to God coming down and um, being different prophets of each religion? Let's add Max to the stage. How you feeling today, Max?
Doing quite all right, man. How y'all doing tonight?
What up,
Amazing,
Max? All
amazing.
right, all right.
Yeah, yeah. Had a little buzz off this high PA, but feeling quite all right.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, just sitting here listening. Damn, who was that speaking?
Jamar Milton.
Jamar
Jamar.
Milton. Yeah. Quite interesting stuff. A lot of stuff that I've heard before, but all considering all those things, I the stuff that he was saying is preached in the Bible, and it's what helps to shape what I believe and why I follow Christ, why I believe in Christ, because he's preaching Christ consciousness and what it should be, and that's what Jesus did in the Bible. It's the same thing. But then you take the people who preach what Jesus preached, and they change everything. But Jesus tells you in the Bible, you ain't got to go nowhere to find heaven. It's inside you.
But so Jesus was preaching. Why he didn't never say Christ consciousness?
Well, he was Christ. Like Christ consciousness is a phrase that we use, and the Bible is a book that's translated by people who want you to believe a certain thing. But Christ himself, whatever Christ consciousness was referred to back then, he's preaching the same concept. The words that he preached, it was the same concept.
So I thought you said Christ was the spirit, though.
It is. It's like you seen The Exorcist. The Exorcist, when the chick got possessed by a demon, and the demon was talking, not her. It's
Yeah,
that,
but that's
but
that's
not
an
a demon.
equivocation. But that's just an equivocation, though, because we can't even imagine if that's what goes on. This is just you're appealing
But
to you're appealing to popular mainstream beliefs, and that ain't good to
well, I
do.
mean,
Because I
it's,
mean, and I
it's
know you just giving me, I know you giving me an example about it. It's just that that example ain't gonna fit because of this right here. When
yeah,
we
it's just
talking
an
about
example
Jesus,
of a possession. Go ahead. Sorry.
Wait. Well, I let you jump in. You jumped in. So Jesus was possessed.
By the Spirit of Christ, correct.
Okay. So
That's what
could
possession is.
and I thought possession means being taken over without wanting to be.
Uh, With or without wanting. Like how, people if you believe in the demonic Hollywood and music industry, these people willingly allow themselves to be possessed. And they have interviews talking about it, all type of musicians. But that's by demonic entities. So if you could be possessed by demonic entities, then why wouldn't it follow that you could be possessed by angelic entities and even higher than that?
Well, I don't believe in none of it. Let me get that clear first. I don't. I think all of those entertainers who might be having stories or whatever use those stories as publicity stunts. I believe that anybody to say that they're associated with any type of supernatural um, entities, beings, or anything are in some way incoherent or have a intelligible idea and feed on the wants and needs of other people's mental states. That being said, though, um, some of the mass delusion within religion and what they call it, the groups of cognitive dissidents, individuals, they all, like I said, and I believe this to my whole heart, because I'm talking to you and you telling me some of your ideas about the Christ and the Bible. And I know I have my ideas. And like you said, you ain't just per se a Christian because like you told me all of the reasons. And I remember not all the reasons, but you told me, you know what I'm saying? People don't like it because of who you are, how you are, something. And so even
Get
though
in the
y'all say
boxes.
y'all the same thing, they say that you ain't a Christian. And so you got your own thing. But think about this, Max. Everybody does. Even the people that go to church and sit next to each other in the pew. When they close their eyes to pray to God, do you think they see the same individual thing or
Absolutely
have
not.
the same?
No. I agree with
This
what you just with your assertion that everybody has their own understanding, even if
and
they're in the
so
same sect.
right now, the way that we talking right now, though, we seem to be talking in a specific category of what we're talking about the Bible right now. Right now, we're talking about Christ, Jesus, the Spirit, man, Christ consciousness, and what these things have, and can they fit together coherently? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to see if they can fit together. But even if I fit it together one way and you don't fit it together the same way, and then we talk to somebody A1, like A1 got his own views on it, you know what I'm saying? When do we stop trying to make what I call special pleading or form new categories for things just for our liking? Now, I can understand about a consciousness that we can all have when they say Christ consciousness, and then you said like Jamar was speaking on Christ consciousness earlier, and you were speaking on the Christ consciousness. But in the Bible, it gives us a totally different idea of what Christ is. It don't say nothing about the consciousness.
The
When
preachers
did
do, not the Bible. Sorry to interrupt, but
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. It was just a quick interruption. Now the preachers do. I when I was going to church, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, I don't never too much remember a preacher saying anything about Christ consciousness. They was
and
always
that's what
saying
I
that
mean.
Christ was. They was always saying Christ is God. So with all of the inconsistencies and incoherent ideas of this one thing, let's just say I was trying to be a Christian again. How do you start to believe anything if everybody has their own ideal about it? And should I continue to press in it if I was trying to become a Christian again? Because it just
Um,
seems the every day it just seems to get more and more incoherent when people try to explain salvation
but yeah,
to me.
and that's why I don't follow church teachings, because it is absolutely 100% that. And I feel like, well, it's preached that, Jesus preaches that he put his gospel in our hearts and our minds. So that's why that to me is what makes the fact that logic makes sense to us. That makes sense, because it's like, and okay, how can I say it like this? Not logic. Let me not say logic. Let me say something like murdering someone. I feel like before we received the spirit of Christ, because everyone has it, it's just a matter of whether you want to tap into it or not. And the spirit of Christ is access to Christ consciousness. And Christ consciousness, you have to resonate on a specific frequency to reach it. And that frequency is love for everyone. And when you your body, your consciousness is continuously trying to get you to resonate with that frequency. And I believe that before we received that frequency, before we received the spirit of Christ, you could commit a murder and feel absolutely no way about it at all, the way Cain did Abel. But once
So
we've
can
been
we all
bestowed with once we receive the spirit of Christ, you commit a murder, and even if you're okay with it, you don't really sleep all the way good at night. After a while, it starts to eat at you, and that to me is the spirit that was planted in our heart to make you you don't have to go and have somebody preach to you the gospel. You could just go off of how things feel. And if you follow the feelings of righteousness and all the things that Christ told you to follow, these feelings, if you follow those feelings, you won't need a leader. Those feelings will lead you in the right direction. And then you'll start to yearn for understanding. And then your mental will start to go in the right direction. And I feel like it all started with us receiving that spirit. But before that, we were just barbarians who had no conscience of right or wrong. It's just survival.
so we can all receive this spirit
Correct. That's what I
at,
believe.
at the same time?
At any given time in your life, there is no everybody is their own entity. It could be
But
all
it's
at the same time. It could be one individual at a time. Everybody sets their own compass on when they're going to get to where they're going to get to, even if they don't know.
when the spirit of Christ took over Jesus, didn't it come right to him as soon as it took over?
Yeah, because that was a like procedure, like that. This all that was a what is it? Preordained to happen. So as Jesus said to John, this needs to happen in order to fulfill prophecy. All of that is lined up. But us as individuals, our life is a mystery to us, and it's not. It's written before we live it out, but we live it out in real time, so we don't know the script. We only write it, but we write it in real time as we're living it out. But
Hold
but
on,
the
hold on. You just mixed me up right there. You said it's
uh
already written. You said it's
yes,
written,
by the
but we're
creator.
writing, but we're
Yeah, but
writing
by
it.
the creator, yes. We're it's already written. It's already done.
So if you
And this is
want,
when you get into the like quantum supernatural type stuff. It's already written. It's already done. But we're the authors of it. I guess to make it sound more understandable, we're reliving what we already wrote in real time as we're writing it, because time is a construct in your mind. Like time is a construct that we physically are like bound to, but your spirit, your mind, for example, when you dream, time is different. Your mind, your spirit, it's not bound to time. So when it comes to understanding how can something already be written, but you're writing it in real time, I can't explain the quantum theories of time and space and all of that when it comes to making that make sense. But that's how I understand it.
Yeah, I know it was gonna be hard. It's one of the incoherent things that I've came across in my research and why I believe what I believe. Because of intelligibility and uh, the way that we can answer questions, and then to say that something is a mystery when the things that we're saying is a mystery are things that we're proposing ourselves. So we're proposing the mystery ourselves. Case in point, if we talk about the preordainedness and what's written and already written,
Mhm.
if it's already written and I've already written it and I'm going to heaven, then it don't matter what I do because I already wrote it, right? If it's written that somebody going to hell, it don't matter if they in their heart believe that they should go to heaven or something. It's gonna be something that was done that causes them to go to hell. So even this in that sense, you can say a pastor that goes to church every Sunday and believes that he's doing the will of God, but it's already written that he's going to hell. Is all of his deeds and all of the things that he's doing in order to get to heaven all being done for no reason if it's already written that he's going to hell?
Yeah, because look, when we get into all of that, like I don't just I don't just like read religious scriptures. I also get into science and mathematics and all type of stuff. So then that gets into quantum theories of like uh the multiple dimension holographic universe, the theory that every decision you make spawns an alternate reality, but you can only be conscious of the reality that you're in, so you will never be aware of the other reality. That's when you get into those type of things, because if every possibility is actually happens and takes place, that means you will go to hell in one of these things. You will go to heaven in one of these timelines and all of this type of stuff. So like, and so you're writing your own script for all of these scenarios, but it's infinite scenarios. And so what you just said, so yeah, it was already written and preordained that you would go to hell. Yes, on that timeline it was, but it's infinite timelines, and so that's why I'm like, I really do like to just really pick up information from people, because when you start getting into what I believe, like it takes deep discussions because I combine so many different things to like, that's why I always say it's like a Sudoku puzzle. If you look at just one box and that's it, you can make it make sense however you want to slice it. You can put the 9 in any box, the 2 in any box. It's always going to line up to the all 9 numbers get a box. But when you do the whole puzzle of Sudoku, a lot of the boxes don't make sense to you, but if you line them up together, all together, the entire puzzle makes sense. But you can't stick to just one line of one field of research, because God is all encompassing. If you don't want to say God, existence and the understanding of existence is all encompassing. So you got to get it all in.
Yeah. That's that's another equivocation that just don't work for me with the Sudoku puzzle thing. But let's just say I do take that into account. Let's just say I grant you that. So there's
Okay.
multiple. So there's no. This is. But then this just comes back to you and what I was saying about. Then why do you call yourself a Christian or any of those things if you're not following the Christ of the Bible? You
I
have an
am. Preachers
idea.
don't. The,
No,
the,
no,
the
no. For me
Christ in
and
the
you, for
Bible
me and you
preaches
just
Christ consciousness.
for
What's
me
that?
and you, uh, you'd have to show me in the Bible where Jesus says about talks about the Christ consciousness. as opposed to
All
just
right.
talking about the regular mind that humans have and how they should think. I don't think he was saying that people should think a certain way. I was think he was saying they should act a certain way. Now, this does incorporate your thoughts, but it don't incorporate your thoughts to be some type of supernatural entity as much as it would be mean you just um go through life without trials or without the tribulations of people who aren't following Christ. And so when Jesus was teaching, he was actually preaching this thing called the way.
Right.
I hate it. Man, Jesus was
Just like
preaching this
Buddha.
thing called he was preaching this thing called the way, right? And
Uh huh.
so the way he never when he was preaching that, he was preaching the kingdom of God,
Right.
right?
Which
And the
existed
way
where?
and the way to and the way to get to God. I don't know where it existed. He said it was in a thing called heaven. He said it was a hell. He said that he
He said
had
it was.
descended. He said he descended to hell, took the keys. He said that the sin, he died for all the sins, which means if you follow Christ, then you can just sin, and it's really not a sin because Christ already died for it. That's another inherence to me. But we get back to, like I say, what we was talking about, because I don't want to get off track. I was talking about the Christ and the way. And so what you took got your information is that the way is actually preaching the Christ consciousness.
Correct. I could quote some scripture if you want me to bring some scripture up.
You can quote, sure,
Yeah.
if it'll help you.
Yeah.
If it'll help you,
Well, I mean,
explain.
that's what I'm saying. I'm going off of. I'm saying I'm going off of scripture and not what preachers say. So that I think it would help me to
Yeah,
clarify
who what
what I'm reading that gives me
before
my
you
theories on these things.
all right,
What's that?
before you do the preachers read this same book?
Um, yeah, but it'd be like if your parent gave instructions on like you got to keep the house clean. If you don't keep the house clean, then you're gonna have to go on timeout. And then they instructed the oldest sibling like this is how you run the household. And but then the whole oldest sibling says, yeah. So they said if you don't do this, you go on timeout. And what timeout is I get to spank you for 30 minutes. That's what timeout is. That's what the preachers do. So they take the word, but then they tell people what it means when it doesn't mean that.
Now you
And
know these
so
preachers, but you know they've been ordained like you was talking about, and they done went to school and feel that they blessed by the presence of God when they speak. And a lot of preachers before they even start their lesson, they give a disclaimer and they pray and say, "Let these be your words, Lord, not mine."
that's what they say. Like I believe preachers are the scum of the earth. They
Hmm.
take the holiest thing and they commit blasphemy, but they don't. People don't know. People are ignorant to the fact that that's what's going on. So they say that's what the Bible says, but it's not what the Bible says. It's like if the like I said, if your father says this is the punishment, but then they interpret it as meaning this, and that's what preachers do. That's why I had to get out of the church because I'm too. You can't no, you can't fool me with nothing like that throughout with anything. No matter what you're trying to do, whether it's a religious thing, a job thing, or anything thing, money thing. I think, I'm a cognitive thinker, so things have to make sense to me or else I just can't rock with it. You can't gaslight me, you can't force me, you can't anything to where I'm thinking about it and it doesn't make sense, but I'm like, but I'm a rock with it because of I don't know what peer pressure or something that I don't get out like that. And
Hmm.
so
So
I just read that,
how did you come
huh?
across Christianity? How did you come across
My mom.
Christianity?
My mom's a super Christian. Mom's a super
And it
Christian.
wasn't
Dad's
no
a super atheist.
so it wasn't no pressure there though.
To get into it,
Uh-huh.
correct. I was just born into it. I was just being taught these things. So, it's like when your mom sends you to school, elementary school, you just learn what you're being taught. But then you start questioning the teacher after like 5th, 6th, 7th grade, you start questioning the teacher. And that's what it turned into. But before you start questioning, you just take it as, hey, I'm learning. What the fuck do I know? If they say this is what it is, this is what it is. But you become cognitive. And that's just what happened.
Interesting.
And so
That still don't answer the question but
wait,
I
what
think
was the
I think I
question
kind of get.
specifically?
I think I kind of get it. What you were saying. My question was, if the preachers and everybody are ordained by God, and what gives you the
I don't
authority to say that they wrong? It
I don't
maybe.
have authority to say that they're wrong. It's my opinion based off of what
Oh,
I
okay,
read from
great.
the book that they're reading. They're reading the
Great.
same book that I'm reading, and based
Uh,
off of what I'm reading, these niggas is
uh,
ass backwards with what they're preaching.
what's the difference between you and them now?
They're preaching that you have to worship a man
No,
and
no, no,
follow
no,
commandments, follow a law.
no, 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 no. That's not what I asked. What's the difference between you and the difference between that preacher that's ordained and says that it's God that's speaking through him? If he says he is ordained and he's ordained as a minister is to be ordained, and he says God is speaking through him, and he tells you what he says God is speaking through him, and then you, who's not ordained or nothing, just a regular person who don't even claim to have no type of touch to God,
Mm-hmm.
but you saying
Well, I
you
do.
understand what these words. Oh, wait, so you ordained now?
Not ordained. You said don't claim. I am in touch with God, but is that what you mean by ordained? I have a personal
Well,
relationship with
well,
God. That's what I mean. Like I felt His presence in me, but that's nothing that I could prove. So I don't care to try to discuss that. But
right. Okay. Now,
I
so
feel a
Jesus,
connection with God, at least in my mind and heart, as far as I'm concerned.
right. And a lot of people did, even back in the day, but Jesus had a different connection with God, right? Because of the
Correct.
Christ
A direct
spirit
one.
that was
Yeah.
on him.
More direct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, this spirit is still with us today, right? The Holy
Yeah.
Spirit.
Correct.
And this spirit takes over preachers and ordained ministers and things, right?
I don't believe
This is
so.
how you
I don't believe that.
know.
I don't believe that. I believe Satan
even
takes over
even though
these
the
preachers.
even though the Bible tells you that the Holy Spirit does.
Yeah. When the Bible was written, it was probably the case then. This is thousands of years after the fact.
So
What evidence
Satan
do you
don't have
have that
anything
that's
to do
not
with this
true no more,
conversation.
though?
He's beyond this now.
What's not
Don't
true no
put
more?
anything.
So
Oh,
what
yes, yes,
evidence
yes.
do
That's
you
definitely
have?
true.
I was
Um,
saying, what evidence do you
but
have
listen,
that? Never mind.
like I
I don't
said,
think
let's
Oli
just
can
keep
hear me.
Satan out
Ask
of that
Oli if he
right
can
now
hear me,
because it'll
man.
make us
Oli, can
jump.
you hear A1?
It'll, nope.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
A-
good.
talking? Hold
A1
on,
was
let me leave it
asking
to
a
him.
question. That's what I was responding to. I don't. Do you
Oh, my
got him
bad.
on mute? Maybe on your end?
Nope.
Nah,
No,
he
I
gotta
gotta leave
probably
and come
leave and
back.
come
I'll be
back.
right back.
Okay.
Yeah. So what evidence do you have that they used to talk? Wait, that they don't. That God or the Spirit doesn't talk to preachers anymore.
I don't
Or
have
like,
evidence. I read what the Bible says, and then I listen to what preacher says, and I said this is they're preaching the opposite of what the Bible says. So, just in my own opinion, they're demonic and they're misleading.
the
Sheep.
synagogue of Satan.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's serpents. It's serpents all up and down and through the Catholic Church, the Vatican, the chapels they got out there. It's all serpents. All of it, like the architecture, everything. So yeah, it's a den of vipers, like Jesus said in the Bible.
You know the Catholic Church is Jesus' church, right?
No, they don't even. They put the Virgin Mary above Jesus. They don't like Jesus in the Catholic Church. The actual runners, founder, the people who maintain the Catholic Church, they don't like Jesus. You look at the Vatican and everything that they have attributing to Jesus is just Jesus suffering. Just Jesus suffering. Like they got, I forget what it's called, but it's a thing that looks like Jesus being tormented in hell, right? And it's in the main Vatican chapel, and it's above that is a serpent face and everything like that. And but they say, don't no, that's not Jesus suffering in hell. That's Jesus being resurrected or something that they just say. But you look at it and you like, that is demonic as hell. His face is all contorted and everything like that. And it's like you just all they say is, oh no, you know, this is godly. And people say, oh, okay, that's godly. But you just look at it, you listen to what they say about it, and you be like, oh, they're full of shit.
Well, then you think about if somebody goes to hell to get the keys, and you wonder how that picture would look. How do you think somebody would look in
Look,
hell as they going to fight all of the
if
hell to get the
if I
keys?
was if I was a church that was like Christ is our savior, Christ is our hero and everything like that, I would depict Christ conquering hell, not being
But
not
that's the,
being exactly what Jewish people say is happening to Jesus in hell. They say he's being tortured because he was a blasphemer. That's what they claim. And
so
that's
you
what's
agree,
being depicted.
but you agree with me earlier that the Holy Spirit can take over people right now today,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
But you said that there's none in the Vatican that is any of those people, right?
I wouldn't say none. I wouldn't say none. I'm pretty sure there's some good people in there that's trying to fight the good fight from within the church, but the people who control the church, they don't follow Christ. They don't. Read what it says in the Bible and then listen to what they say. They don't follow Christ. It's the opposite. It's the polar opposite.
But
And
how
if you
now
don't
me
read the
as a regular,
Bible, you wouldn't
but
know
me
that.
but me as a regular person, and I've read the Bible um plenty times all the way through front to back. But the difference between me and those people is that I know that I haven't been touched or anything by God, so I wouldn't have no special understanding. If these people, how are you telling me that the Holy Spirit can take over people, and then there's people that say that the Holy Spirit is taking over them and they're ordained and stuff, but you say you don't believe them and you still stand on your own understanding?
That
That be
that was similar to what A1 had asked me when you had to drop out.
okay,
And
okay.
I'm just saying, I don't believe them. Like like it says in the Bible that Satan he'll have 1,000 years where he'll deceive the entire world, even the elect. And so, like, I just feel like that's where we're living in that time. We're absolutely living in that time. I read the Bible, I read what Jesus says, the words out of his mouth, the red letters, and then I listen to what they preach in Catholic churches and even in Christian churches now today with the whole that they're really pushing the Israel agenda and everything. I listen. It's the opposite. It's the polar opposite. It's the polar opposite. So they could claim that they're ordained by angels and all of these things. I just don't believe it. I don't have any proof that it's not true. I just read what it says in the Bible and listen to them, and I don't believe. I don't believe that they're ordained by Christ or anything holy. But I
Okay,
don't have proof.
that's interesting.
Let me just read this one scripture from uh let me see, the book of John thing was First John chapter, we're gonna go chapter 12. I'll start from chapter 12 verse 44. This is Jesus speaking. Words out his mouth. He says, then Jesus cried out. And this isn't the New King James version. I know Omar be a stickler on that. I don't know if that's a general consensus for everybody, but this is just the New International Version. He says, then Jesus cried out, when a man believes in me, he does not believe in me only, but in the one who sent me. When he looks at me, he sees the one who sent me. I have not come into the world as a light, so that one who believes in me should stay in darkness. Or I have come into this world as a light, so that no one who believes in me should stay in darkness. As for the person who hears my words but does not keep them, I Do not judge him. For I did not come to judge the world, but to save it. There is a judge for the one who rejects me and does not accept my words. That very word which I spoke will condemn him at the last day. For I did not speak of my own accord, but the Father who sent me commanded me what to say and how to say it. I know that his command leads to eternal life. So whatever I say is just what the Father has told me to say. Right? That's the book of John, chapter 12. If you go over to Matthew, the beginning of Matthew, I read this the other day, but it's Matthew, it's Jesus being baptized. And then when he's being baptized, chapter 3, verse 16. This is after Jesus walked to the Jordan, the man walked to the Jordan as a man and got baptized. Verse 16 of chapter 3, it says, right after it says, as soon as Jesus was baptized, he went up out of the water. At that moment, heaven was open, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and lighting on him. And a voice from heaven said, this is my son, whom I love. With him, I am well pleased. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the desert to be tempted by the devil. So you combine that with the previous scripture that I read where he said, it's not, I was sent here. He said that Jesus himself, words out his mouth, said, I was sent here to preach a message that was given to me to deliver. It's not my message. I was given this message to deliver it. And then when Jesus, the man, after being baptized and cleansed of his sins because he's a man, after that is when he received the Spirit. And when the Spirit came down, a voice from heaven said, this is my son, whom I am well pleased. And then that Spirit led Jesus to the desert to be tempted by the devil. So that to me, it's the Spirit that saves. The man had to receive the Spirit so that the Spirit could have a voice. Because you can't be in a room with a ghost or a spirit or something without vocal cords and have a conversation. But if a spirit possesses a vessel, it could possess a radio. And it can send out whatever frequencies a radio is capable of sending out, the spirit can send out those frequencies to a radio. But he possessed a man. So he has all the capabilities of a man to communicate a message. And that's what took place.
Could he have taken over anybody?
Yeah. Free will. Anybody, because this world functions off of free will. So you have to submit to any spirit that possesses you, even if it's the spirit of alcoholism. You have to submit to that spirit. So that's what it is. Demonic spirits and angelic spirits are all the same. You have to, in some way, submit to that spirit.
That's why.
And then it'll possess you.
Okay, now, I thought you was about to show me something about Christ conscious, though, when you was reading the scripture. You went into a whole different something.
Well, it was just because we kind of touched on a lot of things. I was just emphasizing why I believe that the preachers don't preach what the Bible preached, because preachers don't preach the separation between the spirit that Jesus received and Jesus the man. They don't preach that. They just preach you have to follow these laws of man. But when Jesus came, he said the laws are dead. I'm putting the law to death, and now salvation comes through faith, not law. And salvation never came through law. Condemnation came through law. And that's why everyone's been awaiting my arrival so that I could open up the gates to heaven. And now humanity has access to it through faith in me. Because all the law could do is condemn you to death. That's all it had the power to do.
So do you think any of the preachers that preach this believe in Jesus?
I don't know, maybe like a small percent. I don't know, 15%, 20%, some percentage. I don't think anything's a monolith. I just the mainstream voices that you hear preaching any mainstream religion, it's not what the religion originally. It's not serving out the purpose of the religion originally. The original purpose of the religion. It's not
Which is,
today. It's not doing that. None of
and
them.
what's the
Well,
original
okay, I won't
purpose?
say none of them, but
Yeah, that's a hard thing to say.
definitely
But
not the Christian Catholic Church. What's that?
what about the you said definitely not the Christian Catholic Church. You
Correct.
talking about they don't preach
Both the Christian
salvation.
and
They don't
correct.
preach
They
faith.
don't. No, they preach for you to stay under the yoke of condemnation and damnation. Try to follow this law as best as you can. But if you break one rule from the law, you're condemned to hell. To hell. That's it. Like you break a law at the age of 3. That's it. But even if you don't, you was already condemned through the seed of Adam, so that the commandments couldn't save you. All it could do was, because I believe in the demigods that they preach about in the Bible having some type of power to give you whatever semblance of paradise on earth. So you would do sacrifices, you would do things, and then they could do things for you on earth. But at the end of your life, you die. So none of those things saved you from death.
Well, that ain't what you said a while ago. You said it's already written. I thought we agreed a while ago that it's already written.
And yeah, everything I'm saying is that I'll never go away from that. What makes you think that
But
what I
you
said
just
contradicts that?
well, you just said that we go about our day trying to figure out what to do, and like certain preachers preach this, Jesus preached that. But in the end, it don't even matter about any of that, right? Because like I said, even if I want to go to heaven now and I start praying and doing what I supposed to do according to, let's just say you tell me that, oh, all you got to do is do this. The preachers is wrong. The
Hmm.
Catholic Church is wrong. I say you got to do this to be forgiven of your sin. Do you think that's gonna help me if it's already written that I'm going to hell or
Yeah,
heaven?
yeah, and context to the whole it being already written, and then you saying do this, you go to hell, do that, you go to heaven, um, or you don't go to hell, whatever,
Well, ain't that what we're talking about?
maybe Nirvana. But my thing is, you have the free will to choose either path, and what plays out in
Right.
reality is you choose both paths, but you're only consciously aware of one. I believe that we're not like, I believe that there's an infinite amount of me's in my consciousness spread throughout existence, but I'm only aware of this frequency, this timeline,
So which one is the real you?
all of them.
Can't be, because if that was all the real you, then you would know of them.
It's whatever it is that disconnects the thing, because that's the whole
No,
thing
no,
of life
no.
is to be reconnected with the whole, but we're all disconnected, we're all separated. Can't explain why that's the case. I'm just saying that that is the case, and because of this separation, you're only aware of your one consciousness. But I believe that what Christ consciousness is the unification of all consciousness, not just your own individual personalities throughout all the Oli personality timeline, but everybody's consciousness. Because there's only one active consciousness, and it's just been fractured into different personalities. But ultimately, when it all returns back to the source, every personality, all of them, Satan and all, returns back to the same source of energy that created existence so that it could understand what it even was. It had to experience itself to understand itself. So it's the observer and the observed. But somewhere down the line, one of the observed wanted to overthrow the observer, and that's where you get the whole in Christianity is Satan, and Hinduism is Krishna versus Shiva, and all these different and thing is
No,
like it's Ra versus Isis. It's always someone trying to overthrow for power. So that happens, and then we wind up in a situation like this where it's just we don't understand the original point and purpose of our reality. Something happened, brain, and now we all got brain fog, celestial or immortal brain amnesia or whatever, and we're just trying to re-understand, rediscover, and read all of that what we already are. But it's all playing out all in one time, like if you had a flip book, and the images on each page are still images. It's not a live thing, but when you flip through it, it looks like the thing is moving. You got a stick figure playing basketball, it looks like it's really running and jumping and shooting, but it's just still pictures. And so our consciousness acts as the thumb that flips through already pre-written scripts, but our consciousness is actively experiencing it. But the flip book is not complete. It's ever going. It's the song that never ends, that type of thing, because it's constantly learning new things, creating new things, experiencing new things, creating new things. So we're actively going through creation as creation is happening in real time. But creation is like a flip book. It's all already, it's quantum. You got to get on a quantum. That's why I like your information system, because the quantum level is where it's at. Is where the understanding of existence is. It's on a quantum level, and we don't fully understand it yet. But your system gets closer than 99% of the population as far as getting down to the determining factors of why existence exists and how existence exists, in any type of W, what, why, when, all of that. You're going to get those answers on a quantum level.
yeah, I agree that, and it might be the case that we all see that. But what I'm saying is, for me to get to the conclusion that I had to get rid of the incoherences and of trying to answer for a supernatural presence. And why is because I'm sitting here listening to you, and while the answers are can be intelligible in their own way, they're just so incoherent, because when you look at existence and what we see, and you can answer for some things, and I don't have to say, take it for instance, the devil in possession of evil. Let's not even talk about the possession of the Christ soul or nothing like that. Let's just talk
Mhm.
about the possession of evil and being
Okay.
possessed by evil.
Okay.
And then I say, I look and I see that when something evil occurs, there's always a human involved. I see that most of the time when evil occurs, because somebody is trying to satisfy a physical feeling of their own. I've never,
Right.
I've never seen anybody fight these temptations as the temptation go on. However, I've seen them say something like something just jumped over me and got in me and stuff. I've seen people go to court. One defense that I've never saw brought into a courtroom is that the devil makes you do it. Because I think most of us would agree that there is a thing called temptation, but temptation is just the ability to be able to do an event at a said time whether the time is right or wrong. And so I know that I'm hungry or thirsty, that I'm walking home. But I had to walk home from work, so I stopped by a store and I go and I take a pop. Now, I take a bottle of water because water is what we need. Now, I know I was going to be at home in a minute and I was going to be able to drink water. I wasn't going to die. But the temptation of drinking water right then, it didn't need to be no devil jumping in me. I just needed to want that water. And then I looked. There was nobody at the cash register. There wasn't nobody to... Because the reason I looked, because if somebody would have been right there looking at me, I wouldn't have did it. The temptation wouldn't have been strong enough for me to try to take it. Now, had I been dying of thirst and hadn't drank any water for 2 or 3 days, I wouldn't have cared if nobody was looking at me. I would have just grabbed the water, start drinking it. There's no devil involved. We make the choice to do the things that we say are evil, point blank. I mean, and once you can take accountability with that, once you really take accountability for the evils, then you'll see what's good and you'll see the things that we do as humans and you'll see the conditions of life and how there's no need to give any credence to not being in control of the choices that we make in every aspect except for the conditions that we're born into. Everything other than that, I can make myself comfortable. I don't, no devil involved. No devil needed.
No, I I understand that. Like I said, I feel like when you come to when you say God and the devil, all these different religions, they have different titles for it, but it's just the existence of good and evil, and then good and evil takes on it manifests different personalities. So evil exists and good exists by nature of the fact that we have free will. And so the way I understand it is, and this is going to probably also be incoherent to you, but that's where it makes perfect and complete sense to me, is that God had an original creation, these angels or whatever. Let's just say Satan. I'm gonna just use the people from the Bible. He had Satan, and Satan felt like, I'm better than you, God. I want to place my kingdom above yours. So he gets punished, kicked out of the kingdom of heaven. Only thing that exists outside of that will be hell. And not literally, but like he got banished from heaven. His dominion becomes hell. So he's like, well, okay, well, fuck it. If I'm getting kicked out of heaven, I'm dragging someone down with me. So he drags down Adam and Eve. And so now Adam and Eve and the seed of Adam and Eve is in hell. And I believe that's where we dwell, in hell. We were issued a death sentence, and that's what we're serving out. And then Christ came to pardon us of that death sentence. But the reason we got a death sentence is because, and this will probably be the most incoherent part, but if you really apply your mind to it, you understand what I'm saying. Death rules over sin. So if you're subject to sin, you're subject to death. So when Adam sinned, he became subject to death. That's why God said, if you sin, if you eat from this tree of life, knowledge, whatever, you will surely die. Not on the spot, but now you're subject to death because you sinned, and sin is subject to death. And so then, okay, I want my creation back. So God makes a deal, makes a bet with Satan. I'll send you my spirit, my personal spirit, down to the depths of hell, in the vessel of a man, with all the temptations that man has to deal with. And if you get my spirit to sin, You gain the kingdom of heaven. You gain everything that the spirit has, which is everything. But if you lose this bet, then I get all my shit back. Adam and all the spirits of everybody. And then so Jesus goes, and when he dies on the cross, he died sinless. He wasn't guilty of sin. Everything he did on the authority of God, and it was all in alignment with the law that God issued. He didn't transgress against that law, so he didn't sin, so he wasn't subject to death, but death took his life anyway, which is a sin, making death a sinner, making death subject to death. And that's why Jesus says, I'm going to put death to death. And that's what plays out. So now you put death to death, you rule over everything as Christ. And you say, I open the gates of heaven to all the spirits that were once dead can now be resurrected and accepted back into the kingdom of heaven because I got the victory over this wager that was made between my father and the devil. So everyone who accepts my spirit receives what my spirit receives, which is everything. So us as humans, we're born into the depths of hell and we embrace it. And that's why the whole how come why do things that make me feel why do things they told me not to is exactly what I should? You know that Kanye shit? Everything that's supposed to be bad is exactly what I would. That type of shit. And it's because we're fighting a war between our spirit, which comes from God, and our flesh, which is a product of hell. It's demonic. Our flesh is demonic. If you look at a MRI, not an ultrasound, but an MRI of a fetus in its mother's womb, it looks like a little demon. So my theory is where our flesh is anti-Christ, because Christ wants us to do what's good, but our flesh wants us to hit that pipe again. Our flesh wants us to cheat on our wife again. Our flesh wants us to do all of these things that we struggle to try to fight against it because we really want to. But if we were all flesh and that's all we existed as, there wouldn't be a fight or a struggle. We would just do what we want to do. But because we're also spiritual, it makes us it feels good in the moment when we do bad things, but it's something else in the pit of our stomach that's like, oh man, it's probably shouldn't have done that. That was probably bad. But you know what? Fuck it. Because it's a spiritual war. Our entire life is warfare between what should we do? Follow the spirit or follow the flesh? So that's why I believe that temptation is the evil is there, and that's our test. You could give into it because we have free will, but our test is to resist it like Christ did. But we don't even have to resist it all the way like Christ did. All we have to do is aspire to be like Christ, and actually in your heart make Christ your team captain, your coach, your quarterback. And every now and then you may drop a pass, but your quarterback is going to pat you on the back and say, I'm gonna throw you the next one. I'm gonna need you to catch the next one. And so like that to me is the relationship between us as man and Christ, trying to bring us up to where we originally were at anyways.
Was you finished?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you yielding the floor the whole time too, man.
Oh, don't worry. I almost passed out several times, but I held myself.
Yeah, I thank you for holding on.
First I gotta say, you were wrong.
Okay.
That part that you was talking about was not any less or any more incoherent than the rest of it.
Okay.
Um,
Fair enough.
so a lot of things that you said, like I said, you had to run around circles
I don't
to
think
try to
so.
bring them into understanding. Not for you. I'm talking about for me. Trying to get to understanding. Like I was
Okay.
following you. We was here. We went around this pole. Tried to tie
I
it
get,
into
I get,
this.
I get it.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But
I was spinning you. Okay. I get it. I get it.
yeah, yeah. And it's
That's fair.
this is this thing that gets me. It's like we'll start with what you said about God and the angels and how wanted to be higher than God. That's the story that I got. The story that I got is that God created the angels and he told them that they're great. And then he told them, don't worship anything but God. Then he created humans and then he told the angels to worship the humans. I don't know if he remembered that he told the angels not to worship anything else or if he had made a new pact with them. And when he said worship the humans to a certain, the angels couldn't find it in themselves. Lucifer couldn't find it in himself to worship the humans because God had told him to worship God. And so that's one incoherence to the story. Another one would be with Adam and Eve. And I gotta say that's one of the things that I don't want to be a part of because I don't want to be held accountable for what Adam and Eve do. I want to be held accountable for what I do. And for you guys, you want the same thing too. It's just that you say the only way that you can be accountable is because Jesus had to come back and die on the cross. And that's the only way that you can be accountable for the things you do now. I don't agree with that. I already told you I don't agree with the what's written. And the part I told you about equivocating, about the quarterback throwing you the pass, you missed it. He tells you it's all right. And he didn't tell you that you got possessed by the devil. And you just gonna keep dropping the passes because for some reason you don't even be knowing when the evil hops in you and you think you're doing good. It's another incoherent um, way to look at it for me. Um, the idea of a lesson that I could get from the Bible would hold way more weight than trying to actualize the events in the Bible. And why do I say this? We have this thing that I grew up and I had to read called The Boy Who Cried Wolf, where it was this boy who was like a jokester. And he liked to joke with people and say this happened or he hurt himself or that somebody around there did something to hurt themselves. And when they get over there, they'll see that it was a joke. Well, then all of a sudden, a wolf come and the wolf is over there tearing shit up. And the boy runs to go tell somebody about the wolf so he can get help. And they just don't believe him. Now, was this a true story? No. Did I put it together just the way it go? Probably not. But did I get a lesson from that story? Yes. What's the lesson? Don't just go around lying all the damn time because when something happens and you need some help, ain't nobody gonna believe you because you've been lying. Now, I don't need that boy to be real. I don't need the wolf to be real. I don't need anybody he was talking to be real. I just need to get the lesson from that book. You know why? Because if I get to arguing about where the boy was and how he was standing when the wolf came, how many kids was there, whose kid was it, Miss Mary's son, who was the person that the boy went to go get? Was it a hunter? Was it a blacksmith? If I get to arguing about all these damn things, and there's a lesson to be learned, fuck, I'm gonna sit around arguing about the person who came to kill the wolf for. Do that make sense? No, I answered for you because I ain't finished yet, so I gotta answer.
Yeah, I was on mute. But no, yeah, I'm following. Yeah, you're right.
I don't see what the big argument is if I can read the Bible and understand that this Bible is telling me to be as good as I can. I don't have to worry about no hell, no heaven, or nothing. Because right now, if I'm as good as I can be and I'm not impeding on the comfortability of anybody else, and anybody else is doing the same thing that I'm doing, then we should have fair trade all day. And in fact, this is what Jesus was saying. Do unto others if you will have them do unto your kids. I say kids, I changed that. But Jesus say do unto you. I say do unto others as you would have them do unto your kids. But some of the people out there are sick. So who knows what they'll have them do. But,
That's a good interpretation. Yeah, I
you
like
know,
that.
uh, it's it's the lesson that I got from the Bible when I read the Bible. In the end, I understood like you say, it's a Christ consciousness, but I ain't gonna even look at it as a Christ consciousness. I, I kind of look at it as a complex in today's world. I call it the Jesus complex. But it's my fighting effort to not fuck with nobody and have them not fuck with me.
Okay.
That's that's what I get out of the Bible. I get stories about how you might have to think for yourself, even though other people are doing something that they shouldn't. You shouldn't worry about them. You should do this because it ain't impeding on the comfortability of nobody. I have stories about how men uh did treacherous things by sending other men to war just so they could be with their wife. I see that you ain't supposed to do that. Ain't no good. I see that Samson and how he didn't understand that people could backstab him and things of that nature. I see Adam and Eve, where Adam wasn't man enough to stand up and take responsibility for not teaching Eve what he was supposed to be taught. He blamed her. I see how she blamed the snake. I see how the snake didn't even get to say nothing. And when he was about to say she lying, he got zapped and cursed. So that's why snakes go still right now to this day. Because he was about to say she lying. No, I'm just playing. That's just a little twist I put on
That's a good one, though. I like it.
it. But no, man, it's I see even all the way to the end. If I get what I get from Jesus is this right here. Find you something to believe in or to know or to recognize. And you recognize it to the fullest. Even when they come try to kill you for it, you don't change your mind. That means you set your mind straight about what you want to do and you walk all the way to the ledge if they make you. And then they tell you, do you believe it? And you tell them just like you told them the first time when you wasn't at the ledge. Yes. This is how I'm gonna act. This is how that's the story I get. These are the stories I get from the Bible, man. I don't need
Okay.
to be
Well,
worried about, I don't need to be worried about if Jesus was 2,000 years ago or 2,026 years ago. I don't need to be arguing about Isaac and Ishmael and if they worship the same God. I don't need to be partaking in any of those things when it comes to worshiping and telling a man and praying tithes to forgive me of my sins. I don't want no devil. The only thing that I see when I see evil is incoherence in the vector to be. When you living, when you alive, when you see what time and nature do, all it do is you have time and you see nature unfold in the most persistent way possible. No destruction, no effort, harm to anything. Things transform, but not right here. And when we get to our consciousness, we have a way to be agents within existence. We have a way that we can hurt people as well as ourselves in ways that other things just aren't capable of. We can build bombs and guns and all of these things. We can go and even talk about terraforming other places, but we can terraform this place. We can use those other ideas of propulsion and that in a way that's manageable, where it don't have to be war. They've been fighting in Israel and over there in the Middle East for as long as I've been alive. It's think about that. It's people who haven't seen war at all. We sitting here talking about what the preachers doing and how they trying to preach to us to live and stuff. And it's people who haven't never even got to sit down and have a proper day of rest to even ponder these things.
Okay. Well,
It's absurd to me for people to still be stuck on those ways when those ways can be updated, because we have found that those ways have never necessarily been the way that we had to walk. We know this.
oh, what were you?
And
Is that a pause or a
nah,
break?
yeah, it was a
I ain't
pause.
trying
I'm
to
gonna
cut
land
you
right
off.
here. I'm gonna land right here because I feel you. It's just that, like I said, the incoherence to me is knowing that we are accountable for all things that we do, knowing that there's nothing written. Like, we are making these choices right now in real time, trying to update our life for good or for bad, or for coherence or incoherence within existence. That's the bottom line.
See,
That
and look,
and I just don't believe that we should be trying to find agency and give effication to anything other than what we know. And I land right there. Thank you for listening. My bad. I got the rambling
no,
on.
no, you didn't. It wasn't rambling at all because I enjoy listening to you speak. And so, like, if I cut you off, it's not to try to be like, all right, that's enough. It's just, I'm trying to. I may have something just for a little thing, but go as long as you want to, bro. Because I can sit here and listen to you just a seminar on some shit. So you are not hogging the mic when you speak. But all I wanted to say is that, well, let me don't. I said all I wanted to say is like it's about to be short. So let me not mislead you into thinking that. But I just feel like we the Bible itself teaches, or no, Jesus, the Christ, the Spirit that came teaches Christ consciousness. You don't need anything else. You don't need nothing from the Old Testament. You don't need anything other than Christ saying, treat people the way you want to be treated and look inwards for the kingdom of heaven. Don't look outwards. The kingdom of heaven is in you. And so I feel like he had to come and preach that because we were condemned to hell. When we were in the garden, when Adam and Eve was in the garden, there was no sin. The only sin was if you ate from this fruit. Everything else was you can do as you please because the Spirit of God is in you. And the Spirit of God isn't going to have you running around trying to murder, rape, and kill and all this type of stuff. You're going to do pleasant things. But he placed the commandment of not eating there because he could have simply just not had he could have fenced off the tree, whatever the case may be, but it was there as the necessary temptation for this cosmic manifestation. Because to us, in the moment, it's a tragedy, but to an immortal being that knows the beginning, the end, and all things, it's just a play that's being acted out by his own spirit, anyways, because we're all just manifestations of his spirit in different vessels. So he's just entertaining himself. But so it starts with, okay, so you're in the garden, temptation. Now you go to hell. Now you're the spirit that you actually are, but you're also in this vessel that's tempted by sin. And so now that you're in this new vessel, I got to give you a whole list of commandments on how to behave in this vessel, because you're going to get a whole bunch of temptations that was never aroused in you, because your actual nature as a spirit is not tempted by these things. You have to be in the vessel, and the vessel itself has these certain temptations. The vessel of a human has different temptations than the vessel of a giraffe. You feel me? But so boom, now we're in this vessel. Now we got to learn how to navigate it. You get the law. And all the law was a tutor, a placeholder. It was a guardian for the soul of humanity until humanity was able to inherit its inheritance, which was heaven. But it can't inherit heaven until it's reached Christ consciousness. So in the meantime, look, I'm gonna send somebody that's gonna open the gates to heaven for you. But in the meantime, when you feel like killing somebody, I have to teach you that killing is bad. It's wrong. The same way you have to teach a child right from wrong. That's what the commandments were. But Christ came as the fulfillment of the commandments, and he put all of that to the side. The commandments are dead now, and now it's the gates of heaven are open, and I'm the way into it. Or you could stick to whatever religions that you believe in and try to get in by following exactly what those laws are. But no man can do that. Every man transgresses law. So you have the free will to try to get in that way, or you could just come in with me. I'll walk you right in as long as you align your consciousness with mine. And so I'll end it on just reading this scripture. It's probably going to take me about 2 or 3 minutes to get through it. It's just half of chapter 7 of the book of Romans. And it just emphasizes what I mean as far as the separation between our flesh and our spirit. So chapter 7 of the book of Romans, verse 1, it says, "Do you not know, brothers, for I am speaking to men who know the law, that the law has authority over a man only as long as he lives. For example, by law, a married woman is bound to her husband as long as he is alive. But if her husband dies, she is released from the law of marriage. So then if she marries another man while her husband is still alive, she is called an adulteress. But if her husband dies, she is released from the law and is not an adulteress, even though she marries another man. So, my brothers, you also died to the law through the body of Christ, that you might belong to another, to him who was raised from the dead, in order that we might bear fruit to God. For, and this is Paul speaking, for when we were controlled by the sinful nature, the sinful passions aroused by the law were at work in our bodies, so that we bore fruit for us, or so that we bore fruit for death. But now, by dying to what once bound us, we have been released from the law, so that we serve in the new way of the Spirit and not in the old way of the written code. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? Certainly not. Indeed, I would not have known what sin was except through law. For I would not have known what coveting really was if the law had not said, do not covet. But sin, seizing the opportunity afforded by the commandment, produced in me every kind of covetous desire. For apart from the law, sin is dead. Once I was alive, apart from the law. But when the commandment came, sin sprang to life and I died. I found that the very commandment that was intended to bring life actually brought death. For sin, seizing the opportunity afforded by the commandment, deceived me, and through the commandment put me to death. So then the law is holy and the commandment is holy, righteous, and good. Did that which is good then become death for me? By no means. But in order that sin might be recognized as sin, It produced death in me through what was good, so that through the commandment, sin might become utterly sinful. Now we know that the law is spiritual, but I am unspiritual, sold as a slave to sin. I do not understand what I do, for what I want to do, I do not do. But what I hate to do, I do. And if I do what I do not want to do, I agree that the law is good as it is. It is no longer I myself who does it, but it is sin living in me. I know that nothing good lives in me, that is, in my sinful nature, for I have the desire to do what is good, but I cannot carry it out. For what I do is not good. For what I do is not good. I want to do. No, the evil I do not want to do, this is what I keep on doing. Now, if I do what I do not want to do, it is no longer I who do it, but it's the sin living in me that does it. So I find this law at work. When I want to do good, evil is right there with me. For in my inner being, I delight in God's law. In my inner being, I delight in God's law. But I see another law at work in the members of my body, waging war against the law of my mind and making me a prisoner of the law of sin at work within my members. What a wretched man I am. Who will rescue me from this body of death? Thanks be to God through Christ Jesus our Lord. So then I myself in my mind am a slave to God's law, but in the sinful nature, a slave to the law of sin. So all of that, and I know it's very long-winded, but all of that was to elaborate that Christ himself came to separate the difference between being dead in the flesh and being alive in the spirit. And those two existences conflict with each other. But we are the possessors of, like, we have both existences. The death of the flesh is death, our flesh is death, but our spirit animates our flesh. And if our spirit leaves our flesh returns to what it actually is. So we're at war every moment of our life between our sinful nature, which is aroused by our flesh, and our spiritual nature, which is aroused by the Spirit of God. With that, I yield the floor. Did I put everybody to sleep? Well, I appreciate you muting your mic, Oli, so I wouldn't hear you snoring over the sound of me talking. That's very decent of you.
Why, thank you. In the owl community, we don't really have a problem with other owls snoring because that's just one of the things that happen, especially those
Yeah.
that fall asleep. Who? But nah. I feel you. The Book of Romans. I believe that was
Yeah.
Paul. That was
Yes,
Paul
sir.
wrote
That was Paul. Yes.
to the Church of Rome. Well, to Rome. He hadn't yet been to Rome. Um, and the church in Rome was already created by some Jews and Gentiles, and he was writing to them because they was having argument. A lot of the New Testament books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, Numbers. Acts, Romans, Corinthians, First Corinthians, Second Corinthians. All of those they named places because they were writing to these churches or writing to these people. They didn't
Right.
have the internet or anything, but they'd be having problems amongst the Christians or the sects within the sects. They already had, I'm talking about, because this was what Romans was like 53, 56 AD, 56 years after Jesus' death, something like that. And so they still had division within their group of followers of Jesus. And again, when I read these things, who was it? Tertius that wrote it down for Paul. Paul was the author, but he had a scribe. Tertius wrote it. That's in Romans. Um, but anyway, that besides the point. I just see they was writing these letters to different churches because the churches was having problem, and this group was going with this person. This group was going with this person. In the book of Romans, Paul is I want to say just really just telling his story to Rome about his belief in Jesus Christ and how you should worship, how Jesus died for Jews and non-Jews alike. And to me, that's basically what Romans is doing. Paul is giving you his justification for faith. You just read that little bit you read. Is that you justify it on the same grounds as Paul?
What do you mean by that? Are you asking like how do I interpret it? Like, do I
Like you
interpret it?
justify that, yeah, that Jesus died for everybody in the world.
For those who choose to believe in him, I believe specifically what this verse was talking about. The reason I read it is because he's distinguishing the difference, the fact that we have a dual existence. We have a sinful nature that's ruled by our flesh, and we have a spiritual nature that's in alignment with God. And our spiritual nature that's alignment with God is at war with our flesh that wants us to sin. So we do things that we don't want. We do sinful things that we don't actually want to do. And then while we're doing it, we're like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this. And he's elaborating on the reason why that conflict exists is because your spirit is at war with your flesh, and they're not on the same side. Your flesh comes from Satan, and your spirit comes from God, and they're at war.
Hmm.
That's what I was emphasizing in those verses.
And that's why I said, do you believe that you justify that? Is
Yeah,
that your
I
justification?
feel it. I feel it on a daily basis. I feel myself at war with my flesh.
Are see, this is no, I can't say that. Don't say that like that. This is what this
Say it
is.
how it comes. I'll understand.
No,
You don't have
no.
to fucking pull
Yeah, but
punches
no,
with me.
no, no. But I have to find a way to deliver my thoughts in a manner. If I don't want to hurt people to hurt my feelings, I shouldn't say things that might hurt somebody's feelings, whether it will or not. I shouldn't even say it because there's another way that we can get to.
Understandable. I can respect that.
This is the contradiction I see in that view. I know that my thoughts and my mind, my body are one. They must work together. My mind calculates as my body moves about in the physical form of the individual that I am. To try to tear me apart into two different things, only to find a reason to have to answer the question of what's going on when it comes to choices being made and the things that I want to do and the things I ought to do. I like I understand what Paul was saying about faith and that you have to have faith in your spirit. Now, shout out Paul. The incoherence
Shout
is
out, Paul.
the inco no. The contradiction I see is in my experience, my flesh and my mind or my spirit must work together so I can make rational decisions about how to persist.
Agreed.
There's no fight. There's no fight there. The only fight is what I want to do and what I ought to do.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. But with that, like in all your actions, your mind and your body has to agree in order for you to commit the action. But people do things that right after they commit the action, they be like, "Oh my God, why did I do this? I need to stop." Like, like alcoholism, like any type of addiction that someone is like, "Man, I don't want to be addicted to this, but I can't stop." The body wants the addiction, and
I agree.
the body convinces the mind to go along with it, but the mind is reluctantly going along with it, like a husband that doesn't want to spend all the rest of his money on a vacation when rent's due next month, but he can't tell his wife no. Like that's
But
what our mind is to the desires of our body.
see, and that's the thing that I'm saying. The contradiction to me is that you saying the body has the same mechanism of cause and effect as the mind, and it doesn't. The mind is making up the body ain't making the mind is doing all the calculating. The body has no bearing
Agree.
on uh, like and when you give it and when you put it in the other form and act like the body has, how can I say it, a mind of its own. It doesn't. It's just like you said. Thank you. I just had an epiphany. Can you hear me still? Because you started. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Okay,
missed
okay,
like maybe the last 15 seconds of what you said. I think like that.
okay. Because I thought I heard you say something that kind of said, right, yeah, yeah. Okay, but um, I'm glad you said that while ago, because this gives like the correlation to the simplicity of what I be talking about when I say accountability. When you do something and then right after you do it, you say it to yourself, you know you was wrong. That's just accountability. That's being able to be accountable and actually you knowing that you're the one making that choice. It wasn't no devil, no evil, or nothing. You simply made that choice that I knew I shouldn't have been doing that. You didn't have no fight with your body or no none of that because your body don't have its own mind. The mind and body are one. They must align so you can be able to be an agent within existence.
I,
When,
I oh my bad. I thought you were. Go ahead if
no,
you're not done.
yeah, yeah, I'll end. Like I said, when you try to split them apart like that, to say that oh you fighting your body and no man, there's you making that I I think that's giving merit to something that shouldn't give merit to. And the merit is right there in your mind. What are you gonna do when the situation or the condition comes where you have to make a choice? And what are you gonna blame that choice on? Are you gonna blame it on yourself and take accountability? Because in the end, after you finish doing it, you're gonna say either you're okay with the idea or you know you was wrong, just like you said. But to me, that only shows that you're accountable in a way that you don't even understand.
You're a
And I
what?
land
I'm
there.
sorry. I'm outside, so it's kind of loud. You say you're a what?
When you
Did
say
you say
things,
coward?
no, accountable. When
Oh,
you
okay.
say things like man, when you do something and then you be like, I shouldn't have did that, man. I know I was wrong. To me, that's accountability taking its rawest form so you know that you're the one that's making that choice. You know you're the one made that choice. I know I was wrong.
Now you know I agree with that. I'm just saying that it's your spirit, your consciousness that draws that conclusion. But the reason why I say you're at war with your body is because like I know people personally who are addicted to substances that they don't want to be addicted to, and they want to stop. They really want to stop, but they'll go through withdrawal, and their body is like, grab that bottle, grab that pipe, please just do it. And then your mind is the last line of, are we going to do this or are we going to do that? So like
But
you're always in control, but you're fighting against the urges of your body. Like if you don't like people physically like withdrawal is a physical thing. It's not a product of your mind saying, all right, I need your body to start shaking right now. It's your body just doing that. Fendi, let's go. It's your body just doing that. So that's a bodily process that your mind has to be like, look, I know this is how you feel, this is how we feel, but we just got to get through this. We in rehab. So it's a fight between your mind and your body. Does that make sense?
yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It makes
When you
sense,
talk
but I
about,
don't like that analogy because that's not an
yeah,
everyday thing. It's not like
that's right.
It's
everybody just, oh, I want this cake or I'm about to start shaking. Like they already had
yes,
to
but
overdo it for a long period of time.
Yeah, addiction
Like,
is a
yeah,
different
that's
beast.
totally different.
yeah, but I
That's a
know both of you guys are intelligent enough to I don't have to go through an entire plethora of analogies. I know you could be like a dude who doesn't want to cheat on his girl and wants to be faithful, but he can't resist the pussy that's right in front of him.
But he can.
yeah,
Your
but he
body
can.
is it wants that. Your body is like, man, it'll feel so good if I dip into it, but your mind has to be like, man, you're a good dude. You don't want to do that to that girl.
That's
You
two
fight
different
your
explanations.
bodily urges.
That's two
You
different
use
things
your
you
mind
just
to
said.
fight
Never
your bodily
heard.
urge. No, it's the same. It's the same. Your body is your body desires a sensation, and your mind is going to either say we're going for that or we're not going for that.
Okay.
And that's
Well,
what everything.
first you were describing a physical condition where the body is going to shut down without something after having it supplemented for too long. Like if you try to quit drinking after too long, your body's already stopped producing the sugar. Like it's not going to work for you.
Thank you.
You actually need some pills to detox the proper way so you don't get wet brain. That's not the same thing as
Mhm.
with females, bro. Nobody's shaking. Nobody has to go through a physical medical detox to stop cheating.
Correct.
So
But
that's why I
what
was
you
saying
do
those
go
two aren't the
through
same.
is, but what you do go through is thinking, man, it'll feel so good if I just stick myself in her. My body wants that. I'm thinking about how good it feels. Your mind is rationalizing with whether or not it's going to give in to your bodily desires. But you could go all across the board with different examples, and all of the different examples will be completely different. It could be that you're gonna be late for work this morning if you don't get up right now. And in your mind, you're like, oh, I gotta get up right now. But you just like, nah, my body needs my body. I'm gonna just give in to what my body wants, and it's to lay here. And you could go throughout all aspects of society to where it's like your mind is deciding if it's going to give in to what your body wants or if it's going to do what's right. What if it's going to do what's beneficial for real and not just in the moment because you have a desire of your body. Your mind rules over that. And if you have a weak mind, it won't rule over that. You'll become a glutton. You'll become all the seven deadly sins will plague you because your mind isn't ruling over your body. You're letting your bodily desires turn you to rage and wrath and gluttony and lust and all of the sins. Only your mind can save you from that.
Okay, but then you add the spirit. So you got mind, your spirit fighting you. Like
It's a war.
just your whole terminology. I just don't like how you wording that. I see why you put spirit in there because you want to.
Correct.
Eventually, you're gonna try to
Well,
insert your God.
It's a holy trinity.
Say that again.
Well, I just did just right now. It's a holy trinity. Mind, body. It's a holy trinity, mind, body, and spirit. So that, yeah, there's my insertion of my God. It is a holy trinity. It's a union between mind, body, and spirit. And your spirit is trying to make your mind rule over your body, but your body wants to be Satan. Your body wants to say, no, let me decide what I want and just give in to all of my desires. I could rule better than the mind can. And then you see the people who live their life like that. Maybe they be in Walmart on a wheelchair, not because they broke something, but because they're too fat to walk. Their body and their desires is rolling over their mind,
Well,
and
I
their
agree with that though.
spirit is suffering.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, well, there we go. All right, at least I got one. At least I got one agreement for it. If I could get one agreement out of one person per night I'm on here, I'm good. Everything else is just fun. It's a fun discussion and debate, but I feel good if I can get one agreement out of somebody. So thank you for that. Let's go. But now look, quantum. we look, we could have two discussions or debates that go on for hours, two completely different discussions and debates that will never have to cross over. And it would be the one we're having right now on theology. And then there's another one, the other one we could have on the nature of reality on a quantum level. Cause like, I have my philosophy on that. It like at the very top of the pyramid is where all the things connect. But when I'm just speaking on quantum immortality and quantum, all these things, it doesn't have to do anything to do with God. Just call it whatever scientific, you know, sensation that's going on. Call it that. But now let's describe what's actually going on, and you tell me what you think that is. It don't have to be God, but just tell me what makes sense to you for that to be the case. I like having that discussion too. That's why I like listening to you, because I know you could get into that level of depth. 10,000 leagues.
Yeah, that's simple. It's just existence. Where you put God and want intention, I just put in existence there because I can tell you what existence is. It's time and nature, and the things
Mhm.
that we see within existence unfold because there is nature, and nature has time to unfold.
And then my where I would come from is that my thing is that we could throw, like I said, when it comes to quantum, we could throw God out the window. And my thing is that existence is a manifestation of consciousness, and all the things that we're able to interact with, it comes from out of consciousness, and consciousness is the only reality, and we don't interact with that. We subconsciously interact with that reality, but we don't actually interact with our surrounding environment. We only get what our brain tells us, it's what signals it's receiving, but we don't actually interact with the environment. And so I got a whole line of reasoning on that. I think it gets real quantum. But so that's what I mean. When I say I don't need God for my science arguments. But if you know that I believe in God and I have all these things, you'll be able to keep saying, well, this is why you're saying this and this is what. But it has nothing to do with that. I could be an atheist and explain my quantum theories. Saying I'm using conscious as what existence is. Now when we go over into theology, I don't use consciousness. I use God or Christ, or if I say Christ consciousness, then that's I interject the consciousness. But it has nothing. It don't have to do with religion. If we just talking about the science behind it, we just talk about what makes sense.
Yeah. Uh, and that's what I do too. I don't have to. In fact, my philosophy stands apart from my other two books. My first book and my philosophy and my argument for existence stands apart from anything else. So I understand what you mean when you say you can talk about the quantum. It's just that some of the things that I am able to point out when you say certain things, just um I only point those out um whenever we having like a discussion about something, because when you try to answer for God with science, a lot of people they call it pseudoscience and stuff.
Right.
Um of and when you talk about consciousness and God being that consciousness, Can you describe
Oh man,
God
did I
in a
drop out?
physical? No, no.
Can you guys hear me?
I was
I
trying
think
to.
I dropped out
Oh,
because
you
you
must have dropped
you
that
went
then if you can't
quiet.
hear me. Can you hear me?
You went
Can you hear
quiet
me
for
now?
like 5 seconds.
You
I
can't
do
hear me
now.
now?
You went quiet for
Oh
like
no,
five
no.
seconds though. I hear you. I hear you now.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I think
Yes, I do.
you and I think you got a little. I think I might have a little lag too. When I'm
It might
coming
be
through.
me. It might be
So
me. It's always me. I always assume it's me. But I missed like just your previous 5 seconds. But I'm following you though.
um the
Uh,
the things that that you were saying about you just use science when science is needed, and when you talk about God and theology, you talk about God. That's how you should keep it.
mhm.
You should always keep it like that. Let me tell you that. That's a very good
Right.
idea. So people won't ever get your thoughts miscategorized or um
Agreed.
misconstrued. Yeah,
Right.
misconstrued. So that's a real good idea. That's actually what I do also. I try to keep them apart as far as I can. So
It's hard to though when you admit that you believe in God. They people won't
it-
let you do that.
well, you won't let yourself do it. And you want me to tell you why?
Go ahead.
It was like the other night when we was talking and you hadn't said anything about God yet. And we was talking. And I said that and you said, well, I haven't even said if I believe in God or not. And I'm like, yeah, but I know you do, but but you don't know if I do or not because I've never said nothing, which was true. But then just 2 or 3 minutes later, you turned right around and said, and that's why I believe in God, and pointed to it. And so I guess in my future dealings, I'm gonna try not to just point it out because really I'd be trying to point out a flaw before a person can even show it, and that's not
Hmm.
fair to do. I should let somebody give their reasoning and things like that. But I think that when we talk about the word God and we find any equivocations and we know that goddess is the same thing as God, just with a feminine aspect.
Correct.
Um, we talk about existence, and then we say, does existence need God or goddess, or does God and goddess have to exist?
I love questions
Now,
like that. You got your own answer?
yeah, yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
I'm listening.
My answer is that to exist, I call it the highest power. Because for anything to have any bearing on anything that we know, humans have generated this word called existence, and we give it priority. We know what to exist mean. We don't never take nothing from it, add nothing to, excuse me,
Hmm.
to it. So then I ask, does God exist? If you say yes, then to me, it only means that God is within existence and abides by time and nature, just as we do with. Now, I'm not saying that he wouldn't be big enough to put his finger on the earth and push it down. If he was, though, we'd be able to see it.
Well,
And when I say see it, I mean not just the tornadoes that
I'm
we
definitely
see,
following you.
not just the tornadoes or things that we see that people can say that could be God doing something. uh,
Yeah. You're
But
talking about
we
undeniable
see,
proof,
yeah,
right?
yeah, 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 because we can answer for all of those other things, right?
Right.
Like we've been able to examine them, recognize what it is, put a name on it, right? And so If I see that we can't attain God in that manner, physical, what does that mean for the idea of God? To me, it don't mean that there isn't a God. It just means that we might be looking for the wrong thing when we say who.
Mhm.
When we say
Yeah.
that it has a mind like ours and it thinks and it created us through its thoughts for us, and then it created existence, or when you try to generate existence from that, you always have a logical fallacy because that thing has to exist first. And to exist means something.
Yes.
If people say God exists and then they say, well, he created this universe. Okay, let's just say I grant you that. But if he exists, what is existence? Existence is time and nature, the conditions of being able to update or change before and after and be able to be known in nature. Structured constraint. Known is to be an individual thing and to know that you are, as well as that there's something outside of yourself, or you can see the individuality of something that isn't you if it doesn't have a consciousness to be able to perceive you. You perceive it, just like you said a while ago. It's the universe perceiving itself. If I'm part of the universe and I'm perceiving the universe, then I understand what you're saying. If you're saying like the universe got some type of eyes, no. The things within existence perceive existence. And so if we are existence in existence, then we do perceive existence, and that would make existence be perceiving itself. Do you understand
Correct.
that logic? Okay.
That's what I believe. That's exactly what
Then
I believe. I believe existence
then
is we're the perceiver and the perceived, but
and
we're
when
not
you
aware of the perceiver part. Only, I mean, we're not aware of how we're being perceived. We're only aware of our own individual perception. But I believe we're connected to the ultimate perceiver, and but we're not connected to that perception. We're only connected to our
now
individual perception. But the ultimate is aware of all of the perceptions. Once you connect to it, you will be too.
now now listen, this right here is why I always ask y'all, then why do you keep putting a God and why do you keep saying there has to be a perceiver? If you just reasoned and you could have made it with no perceiver, but then you put the perceiver in it. Why did you have to put the perceiver in there?
Because I have perception, and I don't believe that anything created came as a new thing to the creator. I believe everything that was created was already well within the creator's understanding, capabilities, all that. So since I have a consciousness, since I have perception, that means the creator had to as well. But it goes
Hmm,
beyond mine.
that's interesting. Now, the way I see it, and I see recognition, and I say existence is the thing that is intelligible, which means can be known and made known of. And this is what I see. And I see formation and not creation. And I can reason about what I see because this is what I see. I don't feel that um I'm being perceived just because I can perceive. I don't feel like I formed because a creator could perceive me and I not okay. What I see is that existence is self-sustaining. And since there is time in nature, and nature unfolds within time, there's no intention needed there. And if The universe, as I said, doesn't have a perception, but the humans within the universe have perception and do perceive the universe. And if we're a part of that universe and we perceive that, why do you add a God there and you know it, but then you say we don't we can't perceive his perception? Do you
Place to
I don't know
connect.
if you I don't okay. And like I said,
It's possible to,
and
but we just
we are,
don't.
but look, I just listen. No,
Okay.
no, no. You said we are connected. In your reasoning, you said we are connected to that
Right.
creator.
Right.
You reasoned that out.
Yeah. We don't perceive
And
the
then,
connection.
wait, wait.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
you said that. And then you said that. But we don't perceive the connection. After you reasoned out that we could, you still put an extra. This is one of the things that I say when people add and take away things knowingly or unknowingly. You unknowingly added a step in existence
What's that?
for no reason.
What
The
step was that?
a perceiver besides yourself.
Mm, explain.
You said
I explain that
when
being
I
an
reasoned
extra step.
when I reasoned what I reasoned, you said I agree with that. That's exactly what I mean. You said that. You said those words. I reasoned with that.
About you
That
saying what?
uh, when I
About you saying what?
when I said the universe doesn't perceive us, we are part of the universe and we perceive the universe, which in turn would make the universe be perceiving itself because we are the universe and we have perception and we can see the universe. You said, I
Right.
agree with that, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Then you turned around and said, but since I perceive, there has to be a perceiver.
Mhm. Correct.
After you had just agreed that there didn't have to be a perceiver because I didn't
Wait,
add a
what?
perceiver.
Wait, when did I say that there didn't have to be a perceiver?
When you agreed with me and said that it isn't the universe that has a perception, it's us having a perception within the universe, which gives the universe perception, existence perception.
Which means perception is there. The universe has perception, and then
Where
we
does the
have our perception.
but we point, but no, not and we have our perception. We are the perception of the universe because we have perception and we are part of the universe and we can perceive the universe. It ain't like the universe is looking back at us.
I think maybe what you're saying, I'm understanding it differently than how you mean it, and that perhaps that's
No,
why I said I agree, and then
no,
you think
you
my
agree.
agreeing is something
You
different. What I agree
well,
to
you
is
agree
I
with
believe what I
you
believe
agreed
to
to.
is
Hold on, wait,
yeah,
hold on,
yeah,
hold on,
and I'm saying I
hold
think
on,
maybe perhaps
hold on,
I
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
misunderstood.
on, hold on, hold on. I got you. Hold on, I got you.
Okay,
Let me tell you, you didn't misunderstand. What you're about to do right now is reason through back to why
no,
there's a perception.
no, it's not because you said we're the perceiver and the we're the perceiver and what's being perceived. That's what I agree with, right? That's what you're saying. I agree with.
No, no, no. You agree with since we are part of the universe and we have perception and we
Uh huh.
perceive the universe,
Uh huh.
which I call existence. I'm gonna say it like this,
Right.
since I call it existence, because I don't
I
have to say
understand. Yeah.
universe because I don't believe in a creator. The universe would only be a creator type thing. I
Yeah.
believe in
Yeah.
formation.
I
Okay,
understand your understanding. You.
now
Yeah. Just say
so
it.
there is existence, time, and
Right.
nature. Through time,
Hmm.
nature recognized different phases, states, forms, and transforms, and over time, we've come to what we have now, even when it comes to us. So, so people ask the question about consciousness. Is everything conscious? I say no. Because they ask me, is a rock conscious? And I say no. Rock ain't conscious. But But what is the function of that rock? That rock is there for me to perceive. Now, let's say I see a little rock. I see it sit still. But when the wind comes, the wind blows it. So a little rock will move in the wind. I see a bigger
Hmm.
rock. The wind comes, the wind don't blow it, but the wind get a little harder. Now that rock moves. But I see that it don't move by itself. So I see that in existence, there's things that move like me, and then there's things that just sit there and move on. And then I see a bigger rock, and even bigger rocks, all the way to mountains and things.
Hmm.
And we perceive these, and we use this perception to reason amongst our environments, right?
Hmm.
This is why rocks don't have to be conscious, but we have to be conscious of rocks and the things within existence, just as existence is. Existence don't have to perceive us because we are in existence, though, and we are existence within existence. Existence has perception in it. Not that existence is perceiving us, but we being part of existence have perception within us, which in turn gives the universe perception.
I just think it's the other way around. And I ain't saying
No,
I'm right and you're wrong, but just
no,
establishing
no, no. We just disagree.
that's where
Yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
differ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's why and that's why I thought you didn't agree with me. I didn't think you
Yeah,
agreed
because
with me.
when you said the perceive, I thought you were saying it as we're both the perceiver and what's being perceived. And for me, that's what I believe, and it's because I believe we are the molecules of a higher conscious, and the higher conscious is can perceive the molecules, but as the molecules, we don't perceive the higher consciousness unless we connect to it through Christ consciousness. And so, but the consciousness that we connect to is just ourselves anyway. It'd be like if you were you seen the movie Osmosis Jones?
Wait, wait. Yeah, yes, I have.
So it'd be
Yes.
like if the dude, I don't remember his name, but let's say his name was Dave, like the actual dude, the human. If his consciousness was actually the ruling consciousness over all of his organisms in his body. So if Osmosis Jones was just an offshoot of his consciousness, because it's his body, it's his cells, it's his organism. And but then it'd be like if Osmosis Jones wasn't aware of the fact that he was in actual body and there was a man that he was and so he'd be going around. If he asked for proof that there was a higher thing than himself, how could Dave the man present himself to the blood cell Osmosis Jones? I feel like that's what we're dealing with. But if you were Dave the man and you were aware of your own self as a man, and you had you were on a frequency high enough to be able to perceive all of the organisms in your body, see what your heart is up to, see what your lungs is up to, see what you're both the perceiver of your organisms, and with the organisms being your essence, you are what's being perceived as well. You're watching your heart, and you are your heart. You're the perceiver and what's being perceived. I believe that's the relationship between us and God.
Now you that whoops, I said now. Was you finished? That sounded
Yes,
like
yes,
you
sir.
ended. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, that reasoning right there is fine. I like the way you reason and what you reasoned with. You reasoned with correlation with in us, so without, and Osmosis Jones and those
Hmm.
things. The difference is, what do we see when we actually do that? We don't see the cells and things doing what they want to do. They doing what they ought to and have to within the environment that our blood flows because
Hmm.
what? Not because it's thinking. Our blood flowing because it has a reason to flow, because that's the way that it formed within the formation of our bodies. So we're not going to see uh, white blood cells and red blood cells doing anything but what white red blood cells and red blood cells do within the human environment, because they don't think and have consciousness. Now they have awareness. I agree with you. That awareness is shown because Whether I'm walking or sleeping or swimming or running, my blood is still flowing. So it has an awareness within itself to do what it ought. So that's the difference between that correlation, and that's why we don't have to see that. But what does
Well,
it correlate to?
can before you go too far from specifically that,
Hold on,
because I feel like you're gonna go. Okay, okay, okay.
Because if
Yeah,
you
you
stop
got
it,
it. You got
it'll
it. You
take
got
away
it. You
from
got it.
the brilliance of this thought now. And
Go
remember,
for it.
I'm not
I'm
asking you
sorry.
to believe
My apologies.
none of this. This is just my reasoning with that. Now,
Mhm.
if I did correlate that without, and I said, I'm aware of the blood cells and things because we've been able to observe and reason and we recognize these things that we call cells and microorganisms within our body, right? So let's reason outward. What should we see if you right and the blood and we take your hypothesis about the blood cells actually having a consciousness where it can detach from us and say, hey, I'm the blood cells and I do this for you. And you know what I'm saying? Like they have their own mind and we have our own mind.
This
We
is
should
what
be
we would
able to
see.
this
Oh, my bad. I thought you were.
okay,
I
no,
thought that
go
was
ahead,
a
go for it. Go
question.
ahead. Tell me what you would supposed to see, and then I will go by and with my reason, and I'll tell you what we're supposed to see, and then we'll ask, what do we see? Okay, go.
Oh, all right. So like so just sticking to the analogy, Osmosis Jones. In if in the condition that we're living in today, as us, not as Moses Jones, as humans, if you take our condition that we're living in and then you apply it to Osmosis Jones, then the movie would become Osmosis Jones. He's not trying to fight off infections. He's not trying to do anything that the bodily functions are supposed to do. He has free will. So he just wants to hang out at the fucking the kidney bar and just drink whatever the fuck. But he doesn't feel like there's a higher purpose or a reason to do anything. All the blood cells and organs that we're just out here. That's the state that we're living in. But if we were living in connection with both the perceiver and the perceiver, the perception and the perceiver, we would be like the movie Osmosis Jones, when Osmosis Jones is going around telling people like, look, man, look, this is what we need to do. We're all working together to keep this nigga healthy. That would be if we were all in alignment with Christ consciousness, or whatever you want to call it. It could be the universe, it could be the thing, because I don't feel like Christ is the Christian religion. I don't feel like that's the only way to God. I feel like God created an unlimited amount of paths to him for his Christianity. Following Christ is what resonates with me, but it's all about understanding that you're a part of something greater than yourself, and it starts from within. That's how you gain access to understanding that. Don't go to different places trying to follow somebody. Just think with your own rationale because you were blessed with it.
Gotcha.
And get rid of all biases. Just pure what makes sense. And God just lays, he made his universe make sense. If you just remove all biases, everything makes sense. And so just go off of that. You don't need a religion. Then you could go ahead. And I'm done. I'll be rambling if I keep going.
No, and I agree with you. Before I go,
That I'll be
we got young
rambling if I
Scott.
keep going. Damn, you harsh as hell, Oli.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you would be right.
Yeah, no,
I,
I'm just
I
fucking with you.
said, no, we got young Scribe to the stage. What up, young Scribe? Man, my bad. I didn't see. I don't know how long you been there. I just now looked to see that somebody was up here.
Oh, what up with you, young
Peace,
squad? Yeah,
peace, peace, peace. What's going on, y'all? I'm cooling.
I bet you got a
Eavesdropping.
problem with what I'm saying, huh? Yep, I already know. Go ahead, let me have it.
No,
I know it.
I don't
I
know.
know it. I feel it.
I don't have.
Don't do
I'm
young
just messing
Scribe
with you.
like that.
I'm not even
It's a
fully
pleasure. It's a
understand.
pleasure, young scribe. I'm sorry, man. I'm just, I've been
No,
doing
you
it.
all good, brother. I'm not even fully understanding what y'all rapping about. All I heard is about you can't be happy. Somebody can be happy. I didn't. You're not supposed to be working. I didn't hear. I didn't hear everything. That's why I stayed on mute. I was just trying to understand what y'all was talking about. What was the
Okay.
premise? Like, what's going on?
You want to go ahead, Oli, and fill them in?
Yeah,
You'd be
no,
better than I would.
we were just talking about existence and God and the agency that we see with or the agency that like Christians or in particular what Max Leisure sees in his reasoning about and justifications of why he believed what he believed. And then I was just giving my reasons and justification about why I recognize what I recognize. And we was doing a little experiment about what we should see if there's a creator and what we would see if existence has always been and we see things form through time and nature. And so we was just reasoning out through that.
Yeah, my thing is I believe in Christ. So that's what's really on the chopping block is if
I don't know, I might have
a
cut out.
belief in Christ or belief in anything like that is
It looks
necessary
like Nick's
in
still talking.
explaining existence. That's kind of where we were at in it. Just trying to understand if you need all these theologies just to explain why we are here. My thing is like, I mean, that's just what it is. I don't need it to explain it. It's just what it is. But Oli got a bunch of got me over here having to do research just to defend myself because making excellent points and assertions. But did you have anything like to contribute to whether or not you think it's important to believe in the existence of a supernatural entity in order to explain why we exist? Mr. Scribe.
I'm sorry, my phone must have cut. My bad.
You good?
Yeah, I saw
Ken.
you dropped out for a second, Oli. I just try to keep it going.
I don't think it's necessary to include a supernatural entity or whatever you said. But to be fair though, if you're just gonna take the opposite route and just try to use logic and science and all that good stuff, like you will reach a point where you have to be theoretical or you have to start being hypothetical or start what I'm saying, including things that you don't really know what you're talking about, or you can just say we don't know about this area of information, you know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, you know what I'm saying? They'll say until we develop further information or until our technology improves and we can get better data, but you will reach a point like that using just like the hard logic. So when you at that point, you can insert whatever you want to, pretty much. Like if you're just gonna be using natural philosophy to try to explain the world, but if you're using hard science, you would have to just wait until more information comes. You would have to take that route. But again, like I said, if you want to switch it back over to natural philosophy and start mythicizing about what you think is there and what you believe is to be there, then you can also do that because there's nobody on the other side to say, hey, you can't do that. We ain't even at that point yet. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that. We can't say that to you. You can do whatever you want to at that point. Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think is the correct way to go about it? Because of course you can say, well, do whatever you want. Everybody's their own, but what do you think is the correct way to go about it?
That is the correct way to go about it. If I can't tell you, if I can tell you everything about the Big Bang and how it started and everything about the universe and how it formed today, but I can't tell you what happened prior to the Big Bang. Well, if you look over there, what they saying, like maybe there's a big crunch, or maybe, you know what I'm saying, the universe is like some big circular. We don't know that. So we're doing the same thing in a sense that the other guys are doing. They just inserting something that they don't truly know is what they think, is what they theorize, is what they believe to may have happened. Like it's the same shit. Everybody's doing the same shit, bro.
But so do you feel like you should say, my starting point will be what the ancients, I'm trying to figure it out. My starting point will be either where the ancients left off or, man, fuck all that. I'm going to go off of what makes sense today. I don't need any of those scriptures. Like which path would you say?
I don't need any of those scriptures. I'm taking that path. I don't need any scriptures.
All right.
Because What I'm gonna do with that? You know what I'm saying? It's a 2,000-year-old ancient text. What I'm gonna do with that in today's world?
Okay. So I think I'm the lonely one on the side of these scriptures are important. The people who preach these scriptures are liars. But if you read them for yourself, there's gold to be found there, and it teaches us about a reality that's hidden from us. That's what I believe. And I feel like their only way to, well, I guess I can't say the only way to it. I really don't believe it's the only way to it, but I feel like the most efficient way to it is to dig into the theologies, pick out what's true, use your discernment, pick out what's true, leave what's not, and combine all the different theologies into one big, as I say, Sudoku puzzle. If the numbers all line up in all the boxes, how is it wrong? But if you just have one thing that you follow, I feel like you're susceptible to missing out on a lot of truth that you reject because it's hidden within the dark recesses of a religion.
That could be true. That could be very true. But I don't know. It's just I think science is already kind of like they definitely don't know everything. Don't get me wrong. They finding out new stuff every day. There's different theories been like more validity been added to different theories. It seems like opposing theories is like we dropping classical physics, we working with quantum physics, and that's still largely unknown. Like we still working on it, right? But I just don't feel like it's appropriate to like if you really like on a quest to like understand the world that we live in today. I just don't feel like it's appropriate to reach back that far and like look at what they were thinking. Like, okay, look at that stuff. Like, but I wouldn't bring it to the table of realness or like this is what I wouldn't be we you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't approach a bunch of astronomers and be like, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. That's just really nut you looking at. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
some people believe that those people actually believe that was like a literal being or you know what I mean? So it's like you got to be
I'm one of
careful with
those
that
people.
too.
I'm one of those people. I don't even know what specifically you're talking about, but I'm assuming you're talking about some ancient shit that people take as mythology. I take all of that as actually taking place. Humans with bird heads and animal physiques and
Damn,
all
bro.
this
Yeah,
type of stuff. I
yeah,
believe
you
it.
exactly what I was talking about.
That's
I
why.
believe it.
That's why. Like you said, young scribe, everybody have their own ideas, hypotheses, and that's why I stick with philosophy. That's why I look at the things through the philosophical lens because if you look at it through a set um a different set of methodology um or beliefs, you get a like you said, it starts becoming I call it an insult to my own intelligence,
Mm,
especially like you say, when I know today people don't, we have people that follow the Kemet. I ain't gonna say follow the tradition, but they still look at the Kemet tradition, but they explain it away with modern science and stuff. But like you said, it's some people who actually believe that Nut or um Jib or any
Yeah, you
all of
said it
those
right.
things
Noon
were
and
actually
Jeb. Yeah,
actually like
that's me.
real things, you know what I'm saying?
That's me.
Like
mhm.
and so that that's one of the inconsistencies in any other way of looking at things. Philosophy of course has its own pitfalls, but to me it's more fair
Right,
than any of the other ones.
right. And I would have to tend to agree with that. I think when people come up with a concept like one of those deep concepts like religion, like you know what I'm saying, like a God concept, it's gonna be like kind of like a pyramid. Like the middle of the pyramid is filled with people who just like diehard believe that shit. Like the bottom of the pyramid, from y'all perspective, maybe feel like with atheists or people who don't belong or whatever y'all call them, heathens or whatever. But I believe like the top of the pyramid, the people who actually control that information is like people who who philosophized like or really just put thoughts in, like, you know what I'm saying, like the academia, like the theologians, the motherfuckers who really had a say so on what's validated within that text and what couldn't be validated. Like these motherfuckers back in the day, I think they were just like the high priest or some shit like that. Like it's somebody who has control over that shit, and that's the issue right there, bro. Like these motherfuckers is running the show, and I don't really like that. Like if a motherfucker just approached me and he was just like, I'm on some spiritual shit, like I'm not fucking with no middleman, I'm not doing no church, I ain't it's just a me one-on-one relationship with whatever I call God, whatever I deem God. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say to that. You know what I'm saying? Like I may question it, I might poke around a little bit, but I have nothing to say to that. I gotta respect that, bro. I gotta respect that. But go ahead, bro.
Well, I mean, I appreciate, you know, you saying something like that, because that personally, that's how I feel about myself. I ain't gonna start up a church. I ain't going around trying to convert people. I enjoy conversations where we can share opinions, and if you don't believe mine, it's fine. Can you still tell me what you believe? Like you may I I value the truth above most things in life. So if I believe this thing and then someone comes along with the truth greater than what I believe that resonates with me as a truth, I'm immediately on that ship, because it's not for me, it's not an ego thing. I want to know the truth, and I need things to make sense. So when I explain what I explain about what I believe, I'm explaining it to you because it makes sense to me. But if you could explain to me in a way that to where I'll be like, damn, you're right, that doesn't make sense, I have no problem with doing that, because I don't want to be walking around preaching some wrong shit. I want the right things. I want the truth. And so, you know, it's not, for me, it's not about going around trying to convert people. For me, it's going around trying to collect knowledge. But in order for me to collect knowledge as efficiently as I want to, I have to present all of what I believe, because out of all of what I believe, it could be 5% of it that the person who I'm talking to, they had 95% of the truth, and I had the remaining 5% that they were missing. And I'm happy with just adding that to what they have, and now I'm following what they believe, because my 5% made their 95 into 100, and now I don't have to look anywhere else for knowledge. I found 100% of it. Like I have no problems with. I'm not trying to start a church. I don't need followers. I'm trying to follow the truth. I'm trying to follow what makes sense.
But what you're doing is how religion evolved over time. People hear something that they say resonates. You know, forget you didn't say prove. You didn't say somebody has to come along with some proof, some evidence, just something that resonates with you. So it's
only proof resonates with me.
Only proof.
You got to have proof.
If you can't prove anything that you've been talking about for the last 2 hours, what are you talking about?
Well, that's why I'm not trying to change your opinion, and
that's not the point.
Things without proof, it doesn't change my opinion. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to change opinions. I'm not. It's not about changing opinions. I'm just presenting ideas.
Mr. Leisure,
yes, sir.
Do you believe that it's possible to operate independent of your God?
No. I believe my God is everyone's God. I believe there's one sun. I believe there's only one sun above us, and I could call it the sun. He could call it the fireball. This dude could call it this. This dude could say that it burns everything up. This dude could say that it brings life to everything, and all these things are different. I don't care about how everybody classifies it. I look at it as we're all describing the sun, and we're just trying to get the characteristics down. So what makes sense? If it makes sense, I could test it, and it checks out. Okay, then that's got to be the truth, or at least closer to it than I was before I heard this.
You said you can test
it. Okay. Yeah. So yeah,
if I can't test it, then it's just an opinion. But if I could test it, then I
God
could
is
add
just an
that
opinion
to
to
like
you,
it's got to
right?
be the truth.
So God is just an opinion to you.
Yeah, can you test God?
Like I mentioned it earlier. I had my own personal experience that I don't have proof because it was just a personal experience. So I mean, if you want to listen to it, I'll tell it to you, but I don't use it as evidence for anything. It's
So
just my
that's a
own
no then.
personal experience. Then
I
sure, yeah,
mean,
it's
well,
a
we
no.
asked you a
Well,
specific
no, it's
question. It was a yes or no question, and now you want to tell a
okay.
story.
Ask it again, and I'll answer it better.
Okay, yeah, because you trying to
I'm sorry.
buck dance and shuck and
No,
jive.
yeah, okay,
We
okay, you're
asked
right.
you.
Okay,
Go ahead,
I didn't
youngster.
feel that
You
way,
can
but I
repeat it.
guess you're right. Okay, but yeah, ask it again. I'll be better with answering.
I didn't forgot the damn questions. I was
Can
already
you
thinking
can
about
you
the next
test
question.
God? Can you test?
Oh
You
yeah,
said
can
what?
you measure?
Yeah,
Yeah, can you
because he
measure
was like,
God?
shit. If I could test it, then I believe it
Okay,
or it's true. Then I said, well, nigga, you been talking about God for 2 hours. Can you
yeah,
test God?
I believe only for yourself. Like I believe the only any type of
Oh,
test, any type of proof,
okay,
any
it's
type of
only a
anything
that
is an
doesn't.
individual thing. Like
Okay,
you
so
can't
God,
transfer the
so your
feeling.
God is pretty much subjective, right? It's your own subjective truth.
I guess fair. I guess that's
Can
fair
your
enough.
God can your God save you from other people's sins?
The way I see reality is, I'm gonna say no. That's no, but it's because we have free will. We save or we condemn ourselves. Like we're our lives is a product of our free will, and God allows us free will. But if we were in a different dimension with God, then it'll be a different thing. It would be certain
Can
things
you
that
test
wouldn't be
that?
allowed.
How do you test
No, I
that?
can't. I can't. I can't. That's why I say it's a personal thing.
So if
I
we
don't try to
okay
get
if we
followers
have
based
free
on I
will,
can prove
No,
stuff.
stop.
we can.
It's not about making nobody a follower. You over here, you up here affirming it, and up here affirming that you put your soul on. If your soul's on the line, and
Yeah,
this what you
for
rocking
me.
with.
Yeah,
So it's
for
not
me.
about making nobody a believer. You up here
Okay.
affirming what you believe, and we
Right.
are challenging it or questioning it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Okay.
know
So
you're not
Okay.
trying to
so
convert nobody.
all I'm asking is if you say we have free will, correct? That means
Yeah. Yeah.
we can do whatever we want, correct? I mean, we can sin
Mhm.
if we want
For
to,
the most
right?
part, Yeah, for the yeah, you could, whatever you're capable of, you have the free will to try to accomplish that.
Okay, so when I asked you, can we operate independent of your God? You said no.
Correct.
But how can we be operating with God if we're committing sin and being atheists? Like at some point you
Mhm.
have to acknowledge
He
that
allows
this
it.
person is not with God, right? Because I asked you, can God save you from somebody else's sins? So
Mhm.
if I walk up and Lord forbid, you know what I'm saying, I start shooting at you, you know what I'm saying? Like it don't matter how holy you are, how good you been, like how many tithes and offerings you pay, like if you get hit, you going down,
Mhm.
bro. Like and I could be a complete demon, you know what I'm saying? Like, how come he can't save you from other people's sins? You know what I'm saying? Given that you you're given to your answer, you cannot operate independently of God. But you also said we have free will, which is a contradiction.
Mhm.
Unless you can explain it, make it make sense.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready for me to.
Go ahead, brother.
It probably won't make sense to you, but I'll give you my explanation of it because apparently a lot of what I'm saying up here is just it's just a bunch of shit that don't make sense. But to me, this is how it makes sense. We have free will. When we were in the garden, we didn't have free will because we didn't have a full understanding of things. It's like it's like a toddler that's 4 years old. Sure, you could say he has free will, just like God said you could from anything in the garden, but you can't fully have free will if you don't fully understand all the gravity of your will. And so we are given free will in this realm. When we were in the garden, it was different. But since okay, you want to eat from the apple, you want to have free will, you want to do whatever you desire, I've created a realm for you where you could do that. And then you can do whatever you want. You could, but it's all within the it's not out the realm that we were created to be able to exercise free will in. It's not outside of God. It's inside of God. It's just we have, and I consider it an illusion. We have the illusion of free will because, like I said, it's like a flip book that's already written while it's being written live. It's a quantum thing. If I try to explain it in words, it won't make sense. Just like trying to explain the existence of a non-existent being. Like God doesn't exist in his true form in our realm. So God's true form in our realm is non-existent. So how can you describe a non-existent realm using existing existing philosophy? It's just
we just have to
you can't really
best of our
Yeah,
abilities.
that's
yeah,
the
you
point.
can't really so it's
That you
like we
can't
got
prove
free
none of
will,
that
but
shit.
it's all within. I can't prove it. I can't. But my understanding, what I felt, because like I said, I had a thing. I'll just call it I don't know. Like it was both. I've had it both on psychedelics and just through meditation. But it's just, I'll say a moment in time where I physically felt a connection. The way that you would, if you had to describe what busting a nut feels
All
like
right,
to
brother.
someone
Hold
who's
on.
never
Chill,
did
chill,
it.
chill,
We
chill,
went
chill,
through
chill.
this
But
last
I'm
Focus.
time.
saying, like,
I know you can find a
I'm
more
saying, look,
perfect
I'm
equation
just
to
look.
explain.
Hear what I'm saying.
Hey,
If you had
no,
to
I
describe the
don't.
feeling,
Yeah, we get what you're saying. We're all men. And I know you can
yeah.
find a
So
better
if you
way to
had to
properly
describe,
explain that. You don't
if you,
always have to go to the euphoria of sex.
yeah,
But
but I'm saying
I'm
it's
gonna let you
because
finish. I want to
it's the
respond to
fact
that
that
point. Go
it's
ahead though.
so euphoric.
I was
You
ready for
can't
it.
explain it in words. It's not something that you can explain in words. It's a feeling that can only be transferred, and if you feel it, you understand it. But you can't. There is no human faculty other
So
than
you think?
experience that will allow
Gotcha.
you to truly
You're
describe
talking
the
about tantric
nature of
sex and
God.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying because you can't fully describe the nature of what that feels like, and so in the same way you can't fully describe the nature of God. You could try, but it doesn't translate all fully.
Okay.
That is
Gotcha.
But
vulgar, I guess, but
again, this is just
it's the
all
same.
conjecture.
You can't use words to
Yeah,
describe. God is a feeling. God is a frequency. God is a
bro.
consciousness. Words don't exist to describe it.
But
But
if
I
you can
experienced
measure all
it.
of those things that you said, but God.
I
But go ahead,
experienced
anyway.
it. You can't measure it. You can't. I experienced it.
And that's what happens a lot of times with the God of the gaps. A lot of times people to see something that puts them in awe
Right.
or even something euphoric, and
Right.
when they can't
Exactly.
explain it,
That's right.
they attribute God right there. So it's like God
Exactly.
is the pocket of ever growing ununderstanding for most people.
But
So
Right.
that and then to his point, he's just bringing feelings to a
do you
stage where
understand though?
I'm
Like, do
talking.
you understand why I said busting a nut? Like, how would you explain
Bro,
that
stop.
in words?
I'm
How would
talking.
you
Stop.
explain that in words? That's what I'm trying to
I
emphasize.
understand it.
You saying, oh well,
You
you settle for
just
you can't
explained it in
explain it.
words.
Yeah,
Like you
I'm
just said,
talking.
busting a nut.
I'm talking
Nobody
now.
knew what
I'm
you was
sorry,
talking
man.
about.
I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah, you don't have to jump in. I listened
my
and I
bad.
heard you very
My
well. I
bad.
was over here taking notes on what you were saying,
I'm
trying
sorry.
to see if the logic
Yeah,
went
I
somewhere or if it
apologize.
doubled back in a circle.
Go
But
right ahead.
again,
I'm sorry.
you
I
keep
couldn't
talking
help it,
about
but I'm quiet.
feelings.
I'll
You
mute
keep talking.
myself.
Yeah, will you please mute yourself? You don't have to tell me you're gonna mute yourself. That's more talking and interruption. That's what people be doing. That's so
Come on, man.
irking.
Omar says that all the time. You
I
don't say that to
know,
him.
and I tell him the
You don't.
same thing. No,
You don't tell him. Don't tell me. You
bro.
don't say. Don't tell me. Just
We
do it.
we actually be laughing at Omar. We laugh at Omar when he does that. It's like an inside joke to us now because he does it. Like he'll come off mute to say, "Hey, brothers. Hey, I'm about to go on mute real quick." Like niggas, you was already on mute.
Yeah.
Like so now it's a joke to
So then
us.
laugh at me. Don't act. Don't
Well,
try to ostracize me.
I'm trying not to make you like an inside laughing joke about you and hope that you tighten up.
I don't mind. I don't mind. But go ahead. I'm on mute. Sorry for telling you that. But there we go.
I just want the floor like I gave you the floor.
I genuinely apologize, bro, but I can't.
Stop, bro.
I'm on
Stop.
mute, and I won't come back off until you're done.
Okay. Because it's very distracting. It takes me from my train of thought. When I already had to follow your whole conversation linearly, take notes to be able to respond And then you got the nerve to cut me off and mess up my train of thought. It's just very, very rude. That's why I said something. I don't even want to talk anymore. I fucking hate getting cut off. Go ahead. I'm muting out, man.
So hold on. This man, you kind of threw me off when you was talking
Be
because
like that.
you said free will is an illusion, right? So if free will is an illusion, that means that everything is kind of like set in stone already, right? Everything's kind of set in stone. We just think we making moves. We think we're doing something. Free will is an illusion. So now my question is, what is the point of evil? Evil is not an action out of free will. We can't say people are choosing to do evil because they're not endowed in Christ or whatever. That is something that's in the game plan. It's in the game plan. Why do we have to experience evil at all? Remember, the person that's running this game is God. Why is there evil at all?
Everybody quiet.
Okay. Well, A1, go whenever you ready to jump in, A1.
Hey, I'll answer that question.
Because God is evil. I don't know.
Hey, Shalom.
Shalom, Vicar. How you
Peace.
feeling?
Yes, sir. How you feeling, yo?
Amazing.
Yeah,
You got the floor.
Hey, I answered that question. You said why? You said basically explain to everybody why God is evil, right?
I'm asking why is it evil? Why is evil existing? Like, why, if God is really running the show up there, he's saying free will is an illusion. I used to attribute evil to just like a man thing, but he's saying that free will is an illusion. So if free will is an illusion, then that means God is truly in control of all actions. He knows everything. He's all powerful. Okay, well, why is there evil?
I can only express to you, you know what I'm saying, what I've been through in my life, like for real. And you know what I'm saying, I know the difference between good and evil. You know what I'm saying? Some evil at times, I had some good ass times, like just being 100 about it. But all the evil that came upon me, you can't cap about it. Ain't no need to even lie about it, bro. It's something you did that should just to return it back to you. Like be for real about it.
I don't know, man. Sometimes motherfuckers is out there doing shit. I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
No, y'all, I know it. I'm in the same boat, bro. I'm just trying to see who
But
gonna keep it 100.
nigga was just out there doing shit. But what I'm saying is I don't think every action. I don't think I was reacting to something. Not every action. I was just acting out.
Yeah, I
Right.
feel
So
that
we saying
to a certain
like
point.
when we talking about evil, I don't think it's something that like it's a reactionary thing. I'm saying this shit is ingrained in the game. And if it's
Yeah,
ingrained in the game, then we got to look back at the creator. Why
yeah,
is
I
this
feel
here?
that. I
This
feel
is
that.
something that you are totally against. But why the fuck is it here? I
I
want somebody
feel that.
to I want Max, Mr. Leisure, to answer that question. Like, why is it existing here?
It's too easy to answer that question.
You can
Because
speak.
obviously I don't
You can't
know.
get mad at me. You specifically said I want Max. So don't get mad. I'm talking. All right.
Yo, yes,
Evil
sir.
exists because it's not evil to God, the all. It's only evil to an
Wow.
individual. Like if you have a pedophile who in his heart wants to sleep with children, but then he gets beat to half to death by people who don't agree with that. To the pedophile, those people who beat them, it's that they're evil, man.
Yeah,
It's
I
love.
agree with
I
that.
love this 10-year-old girl. It's love.
Yeah,
It's a
I agree with that.
evil is perception.
I like that
Evil applies to whoever it is that considers it evil. But if you're the all, like if you starved a child, that's evil. But if you fast on your own and you're starving, that's not evil. Like you're doing things to yourself. So if God is the all and all of everybody who's in existence is just another part of God, is God learning from himself, about himself, in the form of individual people without being connected to the all, just knowing how it feels to be this one individual person, this small person who had everything taken from them because of this, that, and the third. Now, when you're the all, you don't care about a small fucking hair molecule on your scalp. But when you're the small hair molecule on your scalp, you do care. And so we are the small hair molecules. We're the small individual consciousnesses that gets to say, this is how I feel about being in this position. But the whole overall consciousness feels all of it. Feels the pain, the suffering, the joy, the vengeance, the forgiveness, all of it, feels it all. But we're just individuals. We feel our own individual experience. So when you're the all, how is it evil for you to teach yourself lessons based on experiences, no matter how harsh the lesson is? You're only doing it to yourself. But if you're an
I
individual
don't
and you only
understand how.
connect with just your own individual vessel, then it's evil. Because it's
Hey,
only happening to you.
No
Now it's
sweat.
evil.
I just want to say Detroit, D-Town dropping some good questions. I'm mute.
Yeah, he did. Psychopath guy. Yeah, my only response to that, I'm willing to share the floor at this point. If you're supposed to be an all-knowing being, how are you teaching yourself anything? Like, how are you still in a state of you needing to know anything? You're all-knowing.
Because you're infinitely growing and expanding. The universe is still expanding. The universe is still becoming more and more and more and more. So all that there is, the universe knows all that there is. But at the same time of the all that there is, new things is being created. And so at the moment the new things is being created, the creator has to be immediately aware of that too, which creates the next new thing. It never ends. It never ends. So you're just going, the creator is going through existence, experiencing itself. But we as individuals, we experience the moments as an
I mean,
individual.
I get what you're saying, but you cannot be an all-knowing being, a supernatural being at that. We're not talking about an all-knowing natural being that has to. We're not talking about AI that has to learn as we go. It's not a learning machine. We're talking about
That's a good
a
point.
supernatural deity that claims to be all-knowing of the universe. So it doesn't make it, bro. You talking about the universe expanding? The part of the universe is expanding. We not getting to see that.
Because
We
we're
not
not
getting to
connected
see
with the
that.
all,
Right.
because we're individuals. We're not connected with the all.
I'm
We
talking
only
about the
see our
unobservable part
individual
of the universe
experience
that's expanding. You don't get to see that, bro.
because we're not the
I
all.
agree.
We could only be at best we could be a scientist that could see this much, but we're not the all. The all
Okay, so
experiences the all. We experience our individual experience, and then we report to the all when it's all said and done, or in real time, whatever the case may be. That's some quantum shit to where explaining how molecules on this end of the universe are correlating to molecules on that end of the universe, and they're moving in synchronicity as if they're communicating with each
you
other,
talk about
but they're on
quantum
opposite
entanglement.
ends of it. Yes, exactly. And so how does that
He
exist?
said,
And
yes.
I'm saying that it's because it's part of an entire whole organism. That's how
Man,
that can exist.
look. We don't even know if that's really what we think it is at this moment. It could be.
Then all right.
It could be. You know, we got to keep in mind like time happens at different rates for different things. So and it's all about the special relativity and how things are truly connected. So nigga, something can happen at point A, you know what I'm saying, and depending on how far point B is and how fast things are traveling, it may seem like this thing is entangled and this happened instantaneously, but from this thing perspective on a quantum scale, like tons of time could have passed. Tons of time could have
Well,
passed. Give it tons of
if
time to perfectly correlate and simulate what his partner is doing. We got to remember,
it
we looking
doesn't
at life from our perspective.
But no, I'm talking about scientists act in real time saying, here's a molecule over here, here's a molecule over here. Look how they react to each other. They're not connected, but they are doing the same exact motion. Like scientists have done that. This is what science. So it's like, it's just, you would,
I mean,
I'm
I get
going
what
off
you
of
try to
what
say, bro.
science
But
has studied.
remember, but remember what you said.
This isn't just
Remember
me
what you said,
making this
bro.
up in my mind. I'm
I
basing
get
this
it.
off of scientists and what
I
they've
get
done.
it. And we discover new shit every day on the science side, right? And you also said that
Hmm.
God is learning from us. So
Hmm.
he things
Well,
are still happening, bro. It's still happening. We can't
yeah,
just take everything as it is right now. It's still
I
happening. And
don't.
I'm telling you right now, they don't really know much about the quantum shit.
But
They
God
don't
does,
know.
and we don't know much about God.
Yeah,
We
but
don't
we
know much
can't
about God,
but
and we don't know
we
much
can't
about quantum shit. But God
but
is
we
quantum shit,
can't
is what I'm
we
saying.
can't assert what God knows because God is only limited to what we know, according to what you just
God,
said.
you don't know what God is limited to. We're limited to what we know. We're
Right.
limited to that.
Right, but you
All I'm
said
saying.
that God uses us as a learning mechanism. You said that.
No, I didn't say that. I
You
didn't say
said
God. No, I didn't say
Okay.
that. I didn't say God is
okay.
learning from us. I said God is experiencing reality in real time, but and before our experience, because God has the
Okay.
ultimate awareness of all experience, and we have just our individual experience. So we have to wait until we deal with what we're dealing with in space and time. But when you're the creator, you're beyond the space and time that I'm and as an individual, you're beyond that already because you're not constrained to space and time because you created space and time. You're not constrained to something that you created. The thing that you created is constrained to the limitations that you put on it. Time and nature
Right.
arises out of consciousness. Therefore, time and nature cannot explain consciousness, but
I
consciousness
get you. I get
can
you. I
explain
get you.
time and nature because
But
consciousness
if
created
I
time and nature.
created if I created a PS5, right? I'm the creator of the PlayStation 5. I don't care how many add-ons after you go buy your PlayStation 5. I don't care how many add-ons you add on to your shit. I don't care how many controllers you buy. I don't care how many downloads you and skins you buy for your character. I still know exactly what you can do and how much you can do because I created it. I don't have to
Yes,
learn from you playing the game. And now certain developers and shit, like, you know what I'm saying? If I want to develop the game into like a better game, then that kind of make more sense. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna draw from the community, see what they doing, um um what kind of add-ons or hacks they
you're
got
saying
going on. Then
learn.
you
I'm not saying
learn.
learn. It's not learn. It's not about learning. It's not
I
about
know you
learning.
said experience, but for
Yes,
me the word is interchangeable because if you
it's
experience something,
not.
you can learn something.
I experienced playing Pac-Man, and I ain't learning nothing from Pac-Man. I'm just enjoying the experience.
Well,
If
you
I
did
played
learn
it the
something from
first few
Pac-Man.
times,
You
if
know
I
what
played it the
Pac-Man
first
looked
few
like.
times, perhaps I learned something the first few times. But at this point, I'm just playing it for the enjoyment of it. So if you're an immortal being and you're outside of time and space, everything that we're experiencing, this consciousness experienced an infinite amount of times over already. So the only thing that consciousness could gain from the experience is entertainment and enjoyment. But us as individuals, not being connected to the full understanding of our whole life, we don't know how our life is going to turn out. So it's exciting to find out. But when you're the ultimate supreme being and you're outside of time and space, you know how it's all going to turn out. All of the different timelines, you know how they all going to turn out. So it's not something
Hmm,
that's an enjoyable thing for you.
okay.
It's enjoyable for the participants of it.
Okay.
So if you
So
did the
again,
plate PS5 analogy, go.
okay.
Well, I got okay. Well, look, before we move beyond the
Okay, because
PS5,
I don't want you to go too
you did.
far because I like where you at. I like where you.
Me too.
So
Me
I'm
too.
when you
saying
do the
again, let's bring
PS,
it back to let's bring it back.
yeah, yeah. Let me just speak on the
Hold on, let's bring it back.
PS5, and then yeah, let me just speak on the PS5. I don't want to bring it up like 30 minutes later, since you just said the PS5. If you create the PS5, let's say you create a variation of the Sims video game or whatever computer game, you did it on the PS5. You can explain, as the creator of the Sims world, everything about the Sims world. When someone starts from the beginning of the game, you know how the game is going to end up. You know all of everything. You're the creator. But as the creation going through the game, you can't explain the creator, but the creator can explain you. So when we look at time and nature can't explain consciousness and where it arises from and how it arises for that. But consciousness can explain time and nature. Therefore, consciousness forms reality, not the other way around. Consciousness is what's real. The reality that we experience is a construct of consciousness, which created the construct. You can't use the construct to explain the creator. That's why I keep saying you just have to experience it. It can't be explained. We're the creation. You can't explain the creator with the creation. Only the creator can explain the creation. It doesn't work the other way around.
And that's why I don't believe in a creator in that form of existence, because with my form of existence, you can't actually explain where time and nature and where consciousness comes from with the interactions of time and nature. You can't explain it when you propose a creator,
Now,
because
Oli,
you just like you now Max, hold on now. I know you was talking to Scribe, and I'm gonna let
I'll
you
wait.
get back. But when you said that consciousness um doesn't come from time and nature, and that consciousness actually constructs the time and nature. Um, I disagree with that, and here's why. I'm gonna tell you why. First, you said the creator is outside of space and time, which means there's no ordered update or no structure or anything that this thing could be to have any efficacious processes or do anything with agency. So that's the first incoherent thing of that. The second incoherent thing is a consciousness would need time to see the nature that it is an individually trying to perceive, observe, and do anything with. So you lose again right there. Now I'm gonna let Young Scribe finish with you because I ain't gonna get into depth. It's just that the things that you are proposing are trying to smuggle in time and nature at the same time saying that it precedes time and nature or time and nature needs it. You smuggling in time and nature, you smuggling in ordered update before and after, and you smuggling in structure by saying that it is something while saying that time and nature don't exist. Boy, you cold.
I didn't say time and nation don't
I
exist.
just, I just,
I guess you know what? I guess I did. You're right. Sorry.
you, and my
Go ahead,
rebuttal
Scribe.
to that would be, at least in my paradigm, and I know everybody's slightly different on this, John. In order to have a consciousness, like you would need a working brain. You know what I mean? Like I
Don't
don't
believe it.
unless you talking about like a primitive level of consciousness where something's like work where it's just purely reactive to his environment, like on some nervous system type shit. You know what I mean? And that's fine if you don't believe it, but that's how I get down in my mind. Like in order to even have a mind, you have to have a working brain. Now, the question is, did the consciousness precede the universe or time and nature, or vice versa? I don't think the you having a brain or you being conscious of the time and the nature that you're wrapped in has any weight on the time and nature itself. I think it would have rocked out anyways. Like it was here before humans. Like animals definitely experience time and nature, and animals were here prior to us. So that's how I would respond to that. And you may believe it different, but you would have to explain that.
Well,
Yeah, and I agree
animals
with
is
you.
still
I agree with you, Scribe. Go ahead, Max. My bad.
no. If you had something to add, I've been talking a lot, so like I really am trying to listen to y'all rebuttals because I know what I believe, but
No,
if
no,
y'all
I
got
said
I don't
that,
know.
brother.
pushbacks,
We
I want to be able
we
to form arguments around y'all pushbacks.
Yeah, no, we basically had the same conclusion on what we see. Um,
Hey, well, did you
so
bring
I
that
don't
up for
know.
me? This guy.
Yeah,
God damn.
because it keep being an ongoing problem,
Oh,
man. And this
why?
my like
Why do
it's
you pick
annoying as
on me
shit.
like this, A1? I'm
I'm not
not the
picking
only
on you.
one who
I'm
does
actually
this.
teaching. I actually come from a family of healers and teachers, and
I
I'm trying to teach you
know.
something.
Ugh,
You don't got respect for the person whose channel it is. How can you respect anybody?
I,
I don't go
dude,
around
I
doing
have
this
max
shit to other
respect for you,
people on
bro.
in their space. I don't do it. So I'm highly offended when it happens to me,
All right, I'm listening.
especially when I know people know better and have self control. Now,
I'm
if you just
listening.
wanted me to chalk you up as a person who can't control himself, but I don't perceive you as that. So it's a problem. But go ahead
That
and
would be a
finish though.
fair. That would be a fair assessment. But I'm listening. You brought it up. Go ahead and walk me through it. The importance of letting
I'm
others
not
finish.
interrupting the I wasn't to interrupt the conversation. You gentlemen got the floor. But when I do speak, I want my voice to be heard. I
I
don't repeat
apologize.
myself. And when people disrespect me and cut me off, I end the conversation to show them that, oh, you just lost the opportunity to speak to me. This is what I do in real life. On my channel, though, people who want to argue, they'll do that just to shut me up. But I'm not. So I'm gonna bring this up, and then next time I'm gonna just mute you out. If you try to cut me off in the middle of my sentence, or when I'm to save my thought from being disrupted, I'm gonna just mute you out. But I'm the last
Got it.
person to want to mute people out. That's why. And see, what
Yeah,
I'm
I feel
doing
that,
now is
man.
what I don't like doing either. It's either mute you out or explain myself. I got two things to do: just take swift action and don't say shit, which is usually how I act in life. I'm trying to be patient with you though, so that's why I didn't just do that. Now I'm
Mhm.
explaining, but explaining makes me feel like a bitch ass nigga. I don't
Catch
like fucking
22.
explaining
I
when people already
apologize.
know. Because now I feel like I'm begging for respect on my own shit when I have to explain shit to people that they already
You're not
know.
begging, man. You laying down the law, and I respect it. You're not begging. I apologize, bro.
Yeah, man.
I didn't have nothing to
Yes.
say. I'm gonna get in here in a second. Go ahead, gentlemen.
You gotta take your shoes off when you come in the house, man.
Uh, got it.
I mean, where was we
But
at though? Where was we at?
I think Oli was. Yeah. There's an echo. There's an echo. The echo is really throwing me off. It's going to make it worse. Is it? I don't know. I'm gonna mute myself. Listen to y'all talk and see if there's still an echo. It might be me. I don't know.
Let me see. Is it me?
Yo, 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 yo.
I heard it again. I can hear me echoing. Not now. I can't. Somebody muted up. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, it might be me then. It might be me.
All right. I'm gonna be off mute. Say something, Molly. I'm off mute. Scribe is on mute.
Yo, yo.
Can you say something?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. No
You hear
echo.
me?
No echo.
So it's scribe. So scribe whenever you ain't talking. If you can try to make sure you mute it, because I don't think it's echoing when it's just you. But we was finishing scribe. You asked where we was. Uh, Max was about to, I believe, give his second. No, his rebuttal to he stated his claim. We stated our rebuttal. He was about to give his rebuttal to our rebuttal. You remember what the rebuttal was over, Max?
I do
What
not. No, I do
what
not.
you
I
say?
just want to be quiet for a second and just let y'all get everything out because
Oh,
I've
we
been
was talking.
trying to be cordial with the people speaking, but I can't be. I ain't perfect.
Got you, got you. I had to learn too. He used to get on me just like that. I got
It is.
kicked
I
off.
don't take it personal.
I
It
got
is what
kicked
it
off
is. I
stage and
respect it.
everything. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing personal. It's just what it is. And we'll be better because it has been getting better, and the decorum around the Coliseum is getting better. We having better talks, people being able to get their ideas out. And so what we was talking about though was you was about to rebuttal when we said doesn't consciousness need time and something to be aware of. Mm, and we don't see that consciousness first because we know that things were here before we are, at least our form of consciousness, animals was here, and before animals we know other things would have been here, which means time and nature would have already been in mechanistic form. And you was about to rebuttal that.
Okay. Well, yeah, because my belief and my understanding is that the universe arises out of consciousness because the universe has order and structure. And order and structure is a product of consciousness. Like you need like 2 plus 2 equals 4 only makes sense to a conscious being. So in order for mathematics to be one of the foundations of our existence, it had to be applied by the consciousness that created our existence. And I feel like that's what everything that we understand, everything that we feel, all of everything that we experience is an aspect of this supreme consciousness. And this supreme consciousness isn't yin, it isn't yang, it's yin yang, which is two opposite, conflicting yet compensating and complementing energies that each have a little bit of the other in it, but it's the whole thing. But then when you divide yin yang up into parts, then you could get yin, you could get yang, you separate them, and then you could break down yin into parts, you could break down yang into parts, and then you could break those parts down into parts, and then parts down into parts, and parts down into parts. But when you get down to the core and the essence of what it is, the yin yang symbol is all that exists. And I feel like that's what the consciousness of God is. It's just all that exists. So if you have a spear that has, the diameter of a spear, and they have all the specs and everything, and you start from the middle of a spear and you take the most minute point, and you just take that point and form a perspective from the middle of the spear to the furthermost outer edge of the spear. And let's just keep it to 360 degrees, like what a spear has, but you can even break it down into even more. It's infinite, but let's just say 360 degrees. That's 360 different perspectives of how to view that spear. And I feel like God is the spear. We're the perspectives. God has the ultimate perspective, but in order to get into the small details of the minuscule things, he has us for us to experience it for what it is and then report back to the supreme consciousness. And it's on a level that we don't understand. And I come to that conclusion based off of both theology and science. Like science, and when you study science on the quantum level, quantum physics operates just like that. It operates the way that the mysteries of God is described as being. Quantum physics operates the same way. So, I believe quantum explains God. God is attempting to explain quantum, and we're the perceiver being perceived. I believe our bodies are quantum machines created by consciousness.
Okay. Well,
You're
you can
aware
say
of
you're
the
made up. You can say you're made up of atoms, but I mean, you're not gonna say that you're an atom. I get what you're saying, though. I mean, my pushback to that would be if if we're made of that and we're just purely just quantum machines, then how come we can't do any of the quantum things? You know what I'm saying? Like you can't
you can't walk through a wall. Like you can't do anything. you can't do anything that a subatomical particle could do. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah,
yes, you are made up of these things, but because you are made up of these things, like you're made up of so much of these things, like a new layer of reality is introduced to you now. Like now you're matter. You're matter now. Like it's too much of the stuff.
yeah,
But now you're matter. Now you can't do none of that shit.
but ultimately, all matter is energy vibrating. So it's just matter is an illusion. The energy
Yeah,
is real, but the
but
matter is just an illusion.
energy definitely exists in different states. Would you agree to
Yes,
that?
yes,
Okay, so
yes,
I'm
it
saying
does.
your energy exists in a state where you can't do any of those things, bro.
Like it's, and I know you hate it, but and then this is the reason why I believe in Christ is Christ explains these things and makes it make sense to me because
Okay.
Christ says he says like if you had the faith of a mustard seed, you will be able to do greater things than what I've shown you. You'll be able to tell a mountain to lay flat and it will, or whatever. And because on a molecular level, you will be communicating with the molecules that you're actually in control of. But the thing that gives you control of those molecules is your absolute and unrelenting faith that you have the power to do that. It's the same logic. It's just a different scale. It's a different scale, it's on a different spectrum when it comes to everybody that's in the NBA believed that they were going to make it to the NBA. None of them were surprised that they made it. They all manifested that reality in their mind by accepting nothing less than that. They refused. They couldn't conceive a reality where they didn't make it to the NBA. So their reality, the molecules reacted and acted upon the universe to create that reality. In the same way that when you're thirsty and you think, man, I want some water. And then the next thing you get up and you go get some water. You manifested that reality consciously. It's just some people are tapped in deeper to the power of manifesting than others. And it's all based off of belief and faith. And that's what Jesus preached. Now, the way it's preached in sermons by preachers is believe in a man and all things will come. But Jesus, the red words in the Bible, told you to believe in yourself. Like believe that God exists, but God is in you and you're the temple of God. Your body is God's temple. Your spirit is God, but God unrealized. And he said, I can't even preach to you guys the real, actual, true gospel because you guys are still stumbling on the fundamental principles of the gospel. I can't even get into what it's really about. You're stumbling on the fundamental principles. I have to feed you with milk and not solid food. So when you read the Bible, it didn't even get into the depth of what Jesus wanted to preach. He just was trying to get people in line with the believe in your spirit more than you believe in your desires. That's all he was trying to get people to do. But preachers preach a different message. But all that translates to learning how to operate this quantum field because this quantum field is an illusion. It's really just a field of energy. Particles, when you get down to molecules and atoms and nucleuses, somebody on here was saying it's pseudoscience and it's old. It's absolute fact. You just Google it. All scientists agree. There is no scientist that will disagree that atoms are made up of mostly empty space. 99.9% of an atom is empty space. And then there's a nucleus. And then when you zoom in on that nucleus, 99.9% of that is empty space. And you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, which means everything is empty space. There's nothing really there but energy vibrating at a frequency that makes it seem solid. And it seems solid because it creates what we perceive as particles. But particles are just states of the energy field. It's just the state of the energy field. It's not an actual, it's the state of it. So, like, you can't separate a particle from its energy field the same way that you can't separate a wave from the ocean. It's just a phase of it. So we see solid objects as a phase of a particle. But because time and space is relative to us as humans, we could slow time and space down enough in our minds to where this solid object that we see as solid, it's actually just a breeze in the wind or whatever. But just like if you took a clump of dust and you just held it in your fist, it would have seemed like a solid thing. But when you let it off into the air, it just disperses into particles. And now if you take that scene and you just play it, in fact, you would understand that it was never really a solid clump of dust. It was always particles the whole time. That's the nature of our reality. Our reality is just particle states of an energy field being perceived as particles, and then we get our experience.
Does your brain, does your mind, does your consciousness create particles?
As an individual, me, no, but as the consciousness that created this entire manifestation, yes.
So if your brain if your brain don't create particles, then we can't say that the universe is a byproduct of the consciousness.
I'll say yes, because the way you're saying
for the sake of the argument.
No, I'm not switching it for the sake of the argument, because my argument is that particles aren't real. They're illusionary states.
Well,
they're illusionary states of a field. The field is real, but the particle was never created in reality. If you're sitting on the couch, that couch was never, it's not an actual particle, it's a state of an energy field. So when you was like, can your mind create I'm saying no, just like reality doesn't. But if you're then okay, yes. When you dream and you hold an apple in your hand in your dream, if you consider that apple to be a particle that your brain created, then yes, your brain creates particles. but in the sense that I'm telling you that in reality, particles are just energy fields. I'm telling you, particles are just illusions. So no, particles don't. Your brain doesn't create them. Our reality doesn't.
Bro.
We don't have them. It's an illusion.
I get what you're saying. You're saying that the electromagnetism, right? Are you saying the electrical magnetism force is not real? Or no, wait, you're saying a photon is not real. You're saying a photon is not real, but the electrical
it is real.
Force.
Okay, so we can't say photon is as real as a wave. A photon is as real as a wave in the ocean, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so now you're talking about you're talking about the dual state, the particle and the wave state that subatomic particles can exist in. Nobody's arguing that. But what I'm saying is, you're saying that this particle wave duality only exists in somebody's mind, or that is a byproduct of somebody's mind.
Correct.
That cannot be true, because the universe had to be birthed in order for us to even be here.
And it's birth in the mind of the entity that we were spawned from. All of our existence is in the mind of a celestial consciousness. Just like if you have a dream and then the people in your dreams became sentient and believed that they were real, that's what we're doing. But the people in your dream only exist in your mind.
No,
we exist in the mind of the creator.
I get what you're saying.
I don't mean to cut you off.
All I'm saying is, no, you're good. All I'm saying is, in my paradigm, because we started out talking about time and nature, right? Time and nature comes, right? Because to some people, it's always been here. right? To some people, we may start talking about a prior era to the Big Bang, and you might start talking about negative time. Like we're not talking about that right now, but we talking about
Mm-hmm.
time and nature,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're saying consciousness popped up, and then humans popped up, right?
No, nope.
Okay,
That's not what I'm saying.
okay, well straighten me out, bro.
I'm saying consciousness is pervasive beyond time, space, and matter. There was no non-existence for
Of
consciousness.
consciousness.
Everything
Okay.
we experience as reality is a phase of consciousness thinking about this, but it has infinite thoughts. We're only aware of the reality of the thought bubble that we're in, but the consciousness itself, no beginning, no end. Always been the case. But our reality has a beginning and an end. It's a
So
product
let
of
me
the
let
consciousness,
me
just like
let,
your dreams.
got you. Let me ask you a few questions so I can try to understand where you at. Like, before our universe, the Big Bang, what was
Mhm.
going on in your paradigm?
It's just a quantum field of information or a conscious field of information, however you want to look at it.
Okay,
But
so
there
the
was,
unobservable.
yeah,
Okay, now
yeah,
that's clean. That's clean. That's good. So
yeah.
the unobservable universe, like, what is that to you? What do you?
Um, look, I mean, the best way I could describe it is how it's described in the Bible is just celestial waters, or if you the TVs with the big backs from the 80s and 90s and shit like that, when you don't have an antenna and it's just white static. But that
Mm-hmm.
white static on channel 3 has the potential to broadcast anything that comes across channel 3. It has the potential to do that. But before the broadcast comes in, that state of static exists it just exists. And then we come into conscious awareness of, oh man, the news is on channel 3. And that's our reality. Oh, the news is on channel 3 because it's a tangible thing that my mind can understand. But if you were a
Okay,
device that
so
understood TV static, then you would know what the
yeah.
TV static said.
So just correct me if I'm misunderstanding you. In your analogy, you said
Mhm.
it's just static out there, but in our paradigm, we happen to understand the static. So the
No,
thing that make we don't understand static, we didn't create
correct.
our reality.
No,
Is
we
that what
don't.
you said?
Correct. As individuals, we don't understand the static. We don't, and
Okay, so
our bodies interact with the static, but we as individuals, we never interact with the static. We get the interpreted signals from the static. Our brain tells us, oh, the static right here in this location, that's the color red
okay,
on an
okay,
apple.
So how I'm interpreting your analogy, the static happens to be the electromagnetic field. Us
Yeah, yeah,
interpreting what
absolutely.
we see is our consciousness, right?
Yes,
That's how I'm understanding what you're saying. Like, because I can be
yes,
looking at something, you could be looking at something. We can see interpret it as two different things, like lightning
exactly.
striking in the front and the back of a
Yes,
train, right? If you on that train from your perspective, it will be different. Okay, so you're
yeah,
saying
you
in
got it. Yeah,
different universes or in an unobservable universe, you saying it's just static out there, as if
I couldn't tell you what it
electromagnetism.
is. I couldn't tell
You
you what
said
it
it's just
is. I'm
static.
only aware of because I'm trying to use things that I
No,
know from my reality. So I could only
but
use that.
right. I understand that, but I'm just trying to use what you said and make sure I understand what you said. Because you said an unobservable universe is just static, but in our universe, like it's static, but our consciousness just happen to interpret that static.
Right, right. And
Right.
just it sounds like you
So now
understand, but
my
just
question.
go ahead,
So
go
now
ahead,
my
go ahead.
question to you is, if in an unobservable universe is just static, aka electromagnetism, why would it not work the same way as working in our observable universe? Remember, this is a law, not a law, but this is a fundamental force of the universe.
Uh-huh.
It's only unobservable because the time nature of light has actually just expired for us. We're too far away to collect signals anymore from that. So it's truly just unobservable. It's that doesn't mean that
I
it's
don't
a
believe that.
whole Well, you don't believe that because it's unobservable. You know,
Yeah.
that's why you don't believe it, right? If
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. I was just
unobservable,
trying
you can
to.
make up whatever you want to. We talked about that earlier, right? But I'm saying just because it's unobservable does not mean that the fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism, weak gravity, strong not weak gravity, but gravity, weak force, strong force, doesn't extend over there as well. It's just missing the photons. The photons, and you know what I'm saying, it's expanding. The photons can't get back to us in time. So the notion that it's just static over there and like they don't have their own made up reality, because it very well could be life over there as well. It's just unobservable. I just don't believe that it's just static everywhere and we just got the fine tuning. Like it's the universe, bro. Like it
Damn,
has
it
to
felt like
be.
deja vu. I just got a feeling of major deja vu right now. Do you feel like we had this
Go ahead.
conversation before? Nah,
No,
it's
I
just
know
me.
I never talked to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just you.
Um, major deja vu. Sorry to interrupt. I was just hoping maybe you felt something. If you weren't finished, please continue. It was a moment. It was a. I
He
felt
No,
it.
said,
you
I'm
just
sorry.
fucked me all the
Please,
way up, nigga.
yeah, please excuse the fact that
he
that was a genuine. I really, you know what deja vu feels like, man. I couldn't
said,
wait.
I thought
I
you,
couldn't
I
wait
thought you
beyond the
felt
moment to
something.
speak on it. I,
What
you
what
know,
what what is deja vu to you?
deja
Good
vu is
question.
when you feel when you're in a moment and you're like, wait, didn't we have this conversation? And then for you could maybe project 2 seconds or so beyond where you're at. Like you say something, I'm like, and then right after that, he said, and then you say something along the lines of where I was thinking you was going with it. And then I look to the left, and then some shit that I looked at, I'm like, and that's exactly what I did when he said that. Like that to me is deja vu. It's like you trying to be like, wait. Why does this feel familiar? You know what familiarity feels like. So you know what deja vu feels like. I ain't the
Yeah,
only one who
yeah,
had deja vu.
it's a matter of neurons firing in your brain, like that activates that feeling. You just had like a
Right.
little lapse or something. For
Yeah,
some reason, your shit
and so
misfired.
I interrupted and it was rude. I interrupted and it was rude, but like I was hoping you'd understand that a deja vu thing is like in the moment. You can't wait after the moment to try to be like, did you feel that? So, I
Yeah,
apologize
no.
if I threw
No,
you off.
I much respect. I'm just from my understanding that a deja vu is just like a double firing up a neuron or some shit like that. Like
Okay.
it's a real feeling.
Fair
You
enough.
absolutely right about what you're talking about.
So I mean,
It's a
so
weird
like
feeling.
look, and then the whole deja vu thing is what like it adds to what I mean by as far as because I feel like we're just quantum machines having a human experience, but the human experience it's both it can only be had inside of the human machine, but the experience itself exists outside of the machine. And you receive the signals of the experience, and then the machine that you're in allows you to feel what those signals are supposed to make you feel. Like you have to be in the machine to get the experience. But the experience itself, it'd be like if you were on channel 3 and it was just static and there is no feed going to channel 3, you won't have an experience there. Like a person that's colorblind. They're looking at an apple, but they don't see any color. It's because it's if reality was real and that apple was really red, that person would not be able to perceive that apple as anything other than red. The same way that a person can't perceive a circle as being anything more or less than 360 degrees in circumference, because that's real. You can't perceive 2 plus 2 equaling anything other than 4 because that's real. But the color red on an apple is just a frequency that's being sent to your brain for your brain to interpret it and tell you, oh, this is what you're looking at. But you're not interacting with what you're really looking at. You're interacting with your brain. Your brain is the middleman between you and reality. But reality is just a bunch of quantum fields and your brain makes you see particles.
What if that red apple that you looking at? I mean, I understand the whole frequency thing, but what if that is real? And what if the 2 + 2 + 4
Look,
is not real? What if that's? I
if
mean, you ever
if
thought
the
about that,
apple,
bro?
look, I have deeply. If the apple
Now,
being red,
let me just ask you. Let me just ask you this first. Let me just ask you these two
uh-huh,
questions real quick. Yes or no?
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Actually, it's 3 questions. I'm sorry.
I'll
Are
try to
humans
stick to
perfect?
yes or no. I'll try to. You don't
Yeah,
have to
that's
get on me if I don't.
okay. Are humans perfect?
No.
Okay. Okay. It's all stats.
My real
So
answer
that's
is we're the perfect imperfection, but I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna just say no. We're the
we
perfect
know we not
imperfection, but no.
perfect. Some motherfuckers
You asked
be
yes or
born with
no,
thick
so no. I'm gonna
nose.
say no.
Motherfuckers be
No,
born with
you
small.
gotta keep me. You gotta keep me to
Okay.
just
Okay.
yes or no, because my real thing is we're the perfect imperfection. But that's not a yes.
Okay.
But okay, so no. Since it's not a yes, no.
Yo, no, we're
What's
not
the next
perfect.
one?
Okay, so since we are not perfect, are humans capable of subjective thought or of objective thoughts?
Meaning, just so I know, because people be using objective and subjective differently depending on how they understand it. So let me just make sure we got the same understanding when you say that.
Okay, I mean when I mean objective, I mean something that's inherently truth regardless of your existence, regardless of your opinion, regardless of anything. Like it's just an inherent part of nature, like an
Yeah,
objective truth. Like okay,
yeah,
so humans are not perfect, and you believe humans can have objective concepts. They can create objective concepts.
yes. Objective meaning like that to them. Okay, no, that would be subjective. To them, this is what it. Okay, then I'm gonna have to answer no to question two as well. Objective meaning it's true 100% all across the board to all of us because there's no way around it. I feel like as a human, if you're not tapping into Christ consciousness, that's a no. I feel like as a
Okay,
human, if you
I
tap into
respect that.
Christ consciousness, you're above human. But
I
just
respect that. I respect that.
human faculties, nah. Everybody is gonna be subjective.
Okay, so if humans are not perfect and humans cannot create an objective truth, my next question is math subjective or objective?
Subjective.
So when you say things like 2 + 2 = 4, no matter where you at, you
Hmm.
need to pick a side
Well,
because
okay, and that's fair.
that's either objective truth or it's subjective because humans can't create no perfect concept and humans
Hmm.
created math. So
Look, that's
there's error in that too. We can't hold the argument that math is it's in Chinese is 2 + 2 = 4. Over here, Africa 2 + 2 = 4. Because if you get into the nitty gritty of math and all the theoretical math and all the extra shit math, everybody don't agree with that. I can give you a perfect example right now. According to theoretical math, you can balance a sphere, a spherical object, on a razor blade. It works perfect
yeah.
in theoretical math. But in real life,
Why
that
would
shit does not work. It don't work. You can't balance
you?
no spherical object on the goddamn razor blade. It doesn't work.
Why
But
not? What
according
do you mean?
because it doesn't work.
All right, all right. I'll accept
You
that
ain't never
premise.
seen nothing like that. Like the forces of nature is always in play. According to theoretical math, they may not even include that. They just using the math. Like the shape and the thickness of the blade and like all this other shit. Like they may not include like the real life shit. Like the wind may be blowing at a certain um angle that may affect the experiment, but there's no experiment in theoretical math. It's theoretical.
Uh huh.
So we need to
I
be
agree with
careful
that.
with the type shit, bro. So when we like when we're saying 2 + 2 = 4 everywhere across the universe, that shit always kind of rub me a little way because I know for a fact that humans are not perfect. Humans cannot create an objective concept. Therefore, there is some flaw in math that needs to be looked at. It needs to be looked at in detail, bro. Because when you get,
I
like I
agree.
said, you get into these weird you know what I'm saying, the 89th number in pi or the Fibonacci sequence, like everybody may not agree with that shit. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have people that saying, nah, that may not be true. I found a new theory over here. Or this may not be true. I found something different over here. Like, I get
Right.
what you're saying. The basics make sense, but across the board, like, people are different, bro.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That's why I said humans can't have a objective reality. It's always going to be subjective based on their thing, and that's why, like, if you wanted to have a Kanye West gotcha moment, it'll be on that argument right there. Because my thing is, I use examples like MAAT 2 + 2 = 4. A circle has 360 degrees, but I also understand what Terrence Howard is speaking about when he says 1 + 1 = 3. And the reason why you don't understand or believe that is because the system of math that you're conditioned to accept. But then he presented another way of looking at math, and it is valid, but you don't even, your mind never conceived the fact that there's more than one universal way of doing math. There's quantum math. There's this math, there's that math, there's that math. So he's just explaining a new field of math, and people just call them crazy and everything like that. But I get it. And so that's why I use universal 2 + 2 and this, because for most people they'll just accept that. We don't have to get into the whole logistics of that's like one of the most core, basic, fundamental things. But when you make comments like the way you made, all I could do is concede to that being a fact. Yes, 100%. But then, now we have to get into the deeper nuances of why I believe that with that being taken into account, that's why you have all of these different multi-dimensions for consciousness to be able to explore all of the different variations of understanding existence, which is what it ultimately is. So it's just for all the ways of understanding itself. It's exploring all the options, but not even it's experiencing all the options, because it's one thing to know that two oxygen atoms and a hydrogen atom makes water. It's one thing to understand that as a concept, but it's another thing to be on the brink of death from dehydration and then just have the coldest water you've ever drank in your life quench your thirst while you're stranded in the desert. That's an experience. So it's not that God is trying to understand itself because he doesn't know. It's just an experience. Experiencing
I
reality is
agree with
different.
that. I agree with that. My only pushback to that, it was like, what was it? What was the name of the two of the trees? The two of the trees in the Garden of Eden, the tree of
The
life,
two trees, and the tree of knowledge, life and
the
knowledge.
tree of knowledge, right? So I mean, learning, knowing, I think that would be God. It wasn't called the tree of experience. It wasn't called the tree of XP. You know what I mean? Like, it was the tree of knowledge, bro. Like, knowing the good from evil. Like, just knowing, and you will be God. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not about to just put knowing and learning and knowledge to the side and just press up experience. Like, experience is great, right? But we as humans, right, we have to also acknowledge, whether you believe it or not, our evolutionary advantages. Like, one of our advantages is being able to communicate. Not only communicate the right now, but to communicate our past and future plans. Meaning, I don't have to go through a certain experience personally. I can get the information from one of my peers or one of my family members or one of my friends or a stranger offline. It's been plenty of times in my life where I didn't know something personally. I didn't have the experience, but I gained the knowledge of that from somebody else. That's one of the things that help push us further than other animals. You know what I'm saying? Like, just our ability to share our knowledge, to share knowledge. Knowledge is not something to be treaded on lightly. and to be put past experience. You definitely got one though, because experience is you can't duplicate that. No amount of book reading will prepare the doctor for his first day of surgery, right?
Right.
So you definitely got one, but I think knowledge is very important as well. I'm not gonna let that get pushed to
Well,
the side.
no, I think knowledge is extremely important. I think that's what we're born to accumulate, and that all the knowledge that you accumulate is knowledge of self. Because what's more important than knowledge of self? Once you have
Right.
knowledge of self, all other knowledge can be attained. And so I feel like that's our existence, is us collecting knowledge of self. But when you're oblivious to the fact that that's what it is, you're just an individual, and you make up whatever you decide your purpose of life to be. You have the free will to make up your own purpose in life. You have that to your own disposal. So you can be good, you can be evil. That's what this realm is for. But I believe that a lot of deities, Buddha, Krishna, Jesus, Muhammad, bunch of people, they came to preach a way out of that, like a way, like, don't succumb to this. There's a more divine way to live. And the reason why I'm a follower of Christ is because he's the one that came with the completion of the law. Like, the things that were preached in the Christian Bible about Abraham and all these other deities, they were also referenced in other scriptures outside of Christianity. So for me, it's like, okay, maybe not every single detail of the Bible is true, but these characters are acknowledged in things outside of the Bible. Let me hear about what these characters is going through. And when I put all
I
that
got a
together,
I got
I
a
don't.
question about that, bro.
Yes, sir.
So can you put any of the Ten Commandments like above any of the others? Like if you violate one, like you violate, like it's equal across the board, right?
I don't believe in following the Ten Commandments. I believe that that's a dead religion and it leads you to death. That was the whole purpose of the Ten Commandments, was to condemn you to death. I don't believe it has
Mm,
anything to do with life. And so that's why I follow
damn.
Christ.
So like having laws to follow, like that's not like a good thing to you.
I believe the laws that were written down and on scripture and in fucking walls and stuff is for the flesh, because the flesh was condemned to death and the spirit was condemned to the flesh. And then once Christ came, even the flesh is still condemned to death, but the spirit now has access to life. And now existence takes on a new meaning to a spirit that now has access to life, as opposed to no matter what you do throughout your life, you're going to die because you're already guilty of sin. So the Ten Commandments was the guardian. It says it in the Bible. I'm gonna just paraphrase, but it's a verse you go to in the Bible where it says the kingdom of heaven was promised to Abraham. So the kingdom of heaven would be, and it was promised to Abraham based on his faith, not his deeds, but on his faith. And so we were supposed to receive the promise through faith. The promise couldn't have come through law, because God didn't tell Abraham, follow this law and that's how you'll inherit the kingdom. Abraham inherited the kingdom because of his faith. So God set that as the thing that'll get you in. If you have the same level of faith in me, in my spirit, that Abraham, he was going to kill his son because of his faith in my righteousness. So that I made him a promise based off of the faith he had in me. And so the law came as a guardian, to where it's like, if God promised Abraham's seed all of the kingdom of heaven, it'd be like if a father promised his son all of his inheritance, and he owns all type of stuff, multiple lands, and the son is supposed to inherit all of these lands, but the son is only 8 years old, so he can't inherit it right now. So what's left for him is a guardian that tells him, look, these are the ways of your father. and he wants you to learn these ways so that when you get your inheritance, you will carry on his legacy the way that he intended his legacy to be carried on. So
Right? Is
before,
this the story? Is this
after,
the story about King Tut?
no, after Abraham, the promise is made. So between the promise being made to Abraham and Jesus coming, all the followers of the Lord, no matter what your religion is, well, okay, when they placed the Hebrew religion, it became, look, follow this, and I'll recognize you as an heir if you could follow these laws. But the 8-year-old, he doesn't inherit all of this stuff until he turns 18. So when you turn 18, you'll get the shit. But until then, just show me your works, and I'll judge if they align with who I want to give my inheritance to. So all the time in between the promise and Jesus coming was that time, the age between 8 and 18. Then when the kid turns 18, that's when Jesus arrives and says, the kingdom of heaven is opened. Now it's yours to inherit. Now you're an 18-year-old. You done spent, what did I say, 8? So you spent 10 years studying how you're supposed to be. By the time you're 18, it's perfected. That's what it's supposed to. That's what it was supposed to be. But people transgress. But Jesus still came to say, like, okay, you're 18 now, and that the law that you were supposed to follow, it means nothing to you now. The guardian that we kept in charge, we had Alfred, you're Bruce Wayne, the kid Bruce Wayne, we left Alfred in charge of you. Alfred is the 10 Commandments. But now that you're 18, Bruce, you don't need Alfred. Alfred will work for you now, but you're only worthy of this inheritance if you showed me that you follow what Alfred was teaching you how to be like. That's the purpose of the law. But once Jesus came, we don't need the law. It's in our hearts. Treat others the way you want to be treated. That's all the 10 Commandments is trying to teach you. Don't steal. Don't kill. Don't steal because you don't want to be stolen from. Don't kill because you don't want to be killed. Don't commit adultery because you don't want your bitch
You
cheat
know
on you.
what,
It was
nigga?
all trying to teach you to
If
treat
I'm
others the
poor,
way you wanted
nigga,
to be treated.
if I'm poor and I'm homeless, ain't nobody gonna steal from me, but I can definitely steal from people. I can
And that's
definitely
your body.
up my stock by stealing from other
That's the
people.
war. That's the war between your flesh and your spirit. That's the war. If you didn't have that temptation, if it wasn't justifiable to your flesh to steal because you're in need, then there would be no point of there being a law. The law and Christ's law and Christ's, it's all so that you could prove that despite the urges that you have, you rise above that and you act with, as A1 likes to say, decorum. So me cutting people off, and interrupting, that would be me allowing my inner desires to overrule the mentality, the godlike transcendence of that. So it's a war that I'm fighting. I do want to be respectful. I do want to let everybody finish their thoughts, but like I just have the desire to talk. And so now you just take that little minuscule war and just apply that to all aspects of life and the things that people wrestle with. It's your flesh and your desires warring against your spirit.
So when I give some money to a homeless person, am I doing a good deed or is that already pre-written? Like it's already
Both.
pre-programmed, so it's not a good deed.
No, it's both. Because it's look, it's like
But
if you
how can it be good if it's already pre-written?
because you did it and you lived it out and you experienced it. Like I said, it's a quantum thing.
Yeah, but
Like,
I
do you
mean,
know
I didn't choose to do it, bro. That's like saying because
you
I'm
did?
breathing, I'm being good.
But you did choose to do it because, like I said, on a quantum level, you're familiar with the double slit experiment, right? With the
Yeah, and
particles that act like
I
waves.
know that has nothing to do with this conversation.
It does because the particles are supposed to just do this, and that's it. But it does all of the possibilities. It shows all of the possibilities that it could possibly do.
The particle.
We
We
exist
already.
that way. We
Oh,
exist
bro,
that way.
we already discussed how the particles have a dual nature. That's how they're supposed
And
to act.
so do we.
No,
So
bro.
do we. We're a microcosm of the macro. That's all we are. We exist like a hologram. To where if you take holograph a film with a holographic thing on it, you cut the hologram in half, and both halves have the same whole picture. And then you cut
Bro,
those halves
bro,
in
listen,
half, and
listen,
all
listen,
four have
listen,
those.
listen, listen,
That's
listen. Hold
what
on,
we
just listen.
are. We're just the same thing
No,
on
you're
different
saying two
scales.
different. You're saying two different things,
I'm not.
right?
I'm not. I'm not. You're
On one
understanding it two
scale,
different ways.
okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. On one scale, you're saying we're a wave particle duality, right? Meaning
Yeah.
that when it's observed, it's acting one way. When it's not being directly observed, it exists as a potential wave. Am I
Right.
correct there? Meaning that
Yes.
on one end, when it's being a particle, there is no free will. When it's a potential wave, it is free will. We don't know what's going on,
Perfect. You're
right?
getting it perfect. Keep going. Yep.
So now you're saying that that's the way that God made us. But you
Yes.
also said previously that there is no free will. So
No, I
now,
didn't.
you said that free will is an illusion.
For us as individuals,
Therefore,
but on a
so
whole,
so there
because there's
so
multi
therefore
dimensions.
there an illusion is a trick. That means it's
What?
not real. So there is
Right?
no. So you really believe in a deterministic universe.
No, both. It's both. If you
You
listen to what
believe in
I'm saying,
determinism, bro. And I'm listening to what you're saying, but you believe in
it's
soft
both.
determinism. Do you know what
Both.
soft determinism is?
Meaning that everything is already predetermined. You can't change what's going to happen because it's
That's
already
not. That's
determined.
not.
You don't really
That's
have
not.
free
That's
will.
not.
All
That's
right,
not
explain
what
it.
it.
I don't know what it's soft. Explain. Enlighten me.
Okay. So what you was describing was like hard determinism. What I'm saying
Okay.
is soft determinism. You still have what we call free will. You still have a little bit of that, meaning that if you grew up eating cold breakfast all your life, you know what I'm saying, and when you become an adult, you according to hard determinism, you will pick like cereal to eat. You know what I'm saying? Like you will, and it's gonna seem like a free choice, but according to your previous experience, you're gonna align with that. I'm saying soft determinism allows the freedom for you to be like, you know what, I'm not choosing cereal today. I want bacon and eggs. Because I want bacon and eggs. There's no, you know what I'm saying? And that's just the free will about it. That's what I'm saying. So when I asked you that, and you describe hard determinism, but what you were really hinting at sounded like soft determinism. That's all I wanted to let you know. Either
Well,
way, it's not free will.
I see it as free will because I don't see it the way you just explained. I just see it at like the same way how we just explained the particles. When you got the double slit theory, if you're monitoring, if you put your conscious awareness on the particles or on the what is it, the photons, they act like particles because you're consciously paying attention to it. But if you don't monitor the photons, they act like a wave, right? Or no, electrons. The electrons
Electric.
act like photons. They act like a wave. They show a wave frequency. But when you focus on the electrons, they act like a particle. The way that you would expect an electron to act, with it being a particle. And that's why I'm saying it's not an actual for real. The particle it's an illusion. It's just the state of it's a possible state of the wave. But the
Okay.
wave, the
So
frequency of
what
the
you?
wave, our
Okay.
consciousness focuses in on one part of the wave, and that's what becomes our reality. And so the same way the particle functions, to where if your consciousness is on it, it acts the way your consciousness expects it to act. But if it has the free will to act on its own, it experiences every possibility that it could experience. So now,
I
if
like I,
you're
I like what
if
you
you have
said.
your
I
own
like what you're
consciousness,
saying.
10 more seconds. If you have your own consciousness, then you're only going to be aware of your own individual life. So you are the camera observing the electrons acting like a particle. But everywhere where your consciousness isn't at, that's every other free will choice that you made. That's not the choice you made on this timeline. But you have the free will to make it, and you made it. But you're only aware of the double slit and not the wave. The wave is for the whole. When you tap into the whole, you can experience why the electrons act like a wave. When you act like an individual, you only see how the electrons act as an individual. You're monitoring it.
I like what you're saying, but of course, I'm the king of unpoo. I got some pushback. So when we say things like okay, so me and you, we both agree on the wave potential, right? An electron or photon, however you want to word that, whatever you said, you know, so that whatever your understanding is of it. But we understand that without the observer effect going on, it exists as a potential, meaning that it could do this, it can go left and go right, it can be up, it can down, inside out, woo. It's whatever happens, right? Until there is an observer, right? Until there's somebody focusing on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you know what happens? The potential collapses into a single reality.
You get it, right? Okay. Yeah.
I totally understand what the limits of what we know of quantum mechanics. But with that being understood, I also understand we don't know 90% of the information of quantum mechanics. You know what I mean?
Because it all breaks down to a single reality. Like you said, we only know our sliver.
Okay, so let's bring it back. So why are we saying that particles are an illusion if that's the concrete part of our reality?
Because the reality is the wave, and we're only aware of one state of the wave, and we call that one state of the wave a particle that's real, but it's just an illusionary state of the wave. The particle gave us what we expected to see because our brains is the processor. That processes reality. But reality exists outside of our brain.
Let me see if we're on the same page. When you saying stuff like that, are you saying that our consciousness work as a two-way system, like a two-way road, like we perceiving reality and also receiving parts of reality? That's what you're saying, right?
Well, yeah, real deeper than that, but yeah, on the surface, yes. And as far as that goes, yes, I don't have any problems with you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. So what essentially what I'm saying is we're taking in information and things that we see, and then we are interpreting those things based on our own experiences. So we're spitting back out what we think that we know about what we took in. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is that why you're saying
it's
an illusion?
What's that?
Is that why you're saying that our that our reality is an illusion?
No, look, I'm saying it's an illusion because ultimate reality is one experience as a whole. And so I'm saying it's an illusion in the sense that it's okay. Two things. There's two things. Oh man, I don't know. I really got to write these things down so I can make it sound coherent.
I'm over here freestyling.
I believe matter. I believe scientists have proven would test that you do the test 1,000 times, it's going to show the same results 1,000 times. Proven that all matter is energy vibrating at a certain frequency. So just for the simple fundamental fact that we look as an object as being solid, that's an illusion. Because if you have the most powerful microscopes that existence could create, you'll just keep zooming in and in and in. Every time you zoom in on something that you perceive as a solid, something that you could, you zoom in and you see that it's just free space and it's just a field of energy that's vibrating at a frequency that makes it look this color and makes it look like it's doing these things, but it's just vibratory frequencies, and you have to get microscopic to see that that's what's happening. So it's an illusion in that aspect, but it's also an illusion in the aspect that we accept our sliver of reality as the whole reality. It's like the whole thing with the two blind men are grabbing an elephant and trying to describe what an elephant is, and one is grabbing the trunk and the other one is grabbing it, and one is saying if it's like a snake, and the other is saying it's like a tree trunk. And so it's like, so they both have a delusion on the ultimate reality. So you take that and you combine it with the fact that solid matter isn't actually solid matter, it's energy vibrating. Take those two things, and that's why I say we exist in an illusion, like a hologram. Our reality is a hologram. It functions 100% like a hologram functions.
Like that's just
like
the
stimulation.
electromagnetic force.
Yes.
No, what we experience is a repelling of things. Like even if you sitting in a chair right
Yes.
now, like you're like 1/billionth of an atom above the chair.
Yeah, because you're the reason why you don't go through the chair is because the electromagnetic fields is opposite you and the chair. So the chair is pushing you up, even though you're pushing down, and it keeps you to where it's like you're physically touching the chair, but really on a molecular level, you're not. It's an illusion.
I mean, okay, we gonna go this deep, nigga. Then do chairs exist?
Nothing exists is what I believe. I believe this entire cosmic manifestation is the same as if you were having a dream and the people in your dream started believing they were real, but they're just the molecules in your brain giving you an illusion. That like we exist in that because our physical reality isn't actually physical reality. It's just energy manifesting itself.
What is the difference? What is the difference between what you say and assimilation theory?
Nothing. I'm explaining the assimilation theory.
Okay, I didn't know that until I just realized it right now. So why? So do you believe in virtual particles too?
I believe our world is a virtual. Like the way we look at things as virtual because it's fake to us. We are the virtual to a higher reality. It would look at us like we're just a virtual creation. The way if we created the Sims on a computer, we look at the Sims as a virtual creation.
No, hold on, wait. I'm talking about an actual virtual particle. I'm not talking about like no theory behind it. I'm saying, do you believe in virtual particles as according to science?
Particle and vertical, why can't I say the words you just said? Particle and virtual particle to me is the same thing. Yes, we live in a virtual reality is what I believe. Particles are virtual. Yes, everything. Our reality is virtual. Yes. Okay, it's not real. It's not real. We live in a matrix like Neo. It's all electromagnetic signals that our brain interprets, and it tells us this is what our experience is. But it's not a real experience. It's just our brain waves telling us this is what it is. Like particles are just the state of a field, and we interact with particles. But the particles,
when I say virtual particles, I'm talking about the particles that you cannot interact with because they just pop it in and out of existence. Like they hear it for a short time, and it's very powerful because they borrow energy from an unknown, essentially an unknown source. But it's definitely verified here, but then it's gone in the very next second. I mean, within the same second. So it's like, where is this energy being borrowed from? And do you even believe that this is a real thing?
I believe, I'm telling you, I don't see a distinction between whatever you would consider a particle to be and a virtual particle. Whatever distinction you have between those two things, I don't have a distinction. It's all the same thing. We're just in our field of awareness. So it's a virtual particle. But to us, it's not virtual, it's real. The same way that if you were a sim, you're not eating a virtual apple, you're eating a real apple. But it's virtual. So this glass that I'm holding right now, it's virtual, but to me it's real. but it's a virtual manifestation of energy.
Okay, so in your paradigm, if everything is virtual, the apple, you, your life, your memory, your consciousness, for that matter, then where is the actual reality being projected? I only ask this because in I don't know if you're familiar with the what is it called, the holographic principle, when they was discussing
I am.
black holes, right? And they was discussing how the 3D projection of all the information and the data that it may exist on a 2D surface can be projected like in a holographic form on
Right.
top of a black hole, and that's how we get a lot of the information allegedly from what we know is a black hole. But they saying that this thing could possibly be a two-dimensional object, really, and it's just how we interpret the information is in a 3D form. Like, do you believe life could exist upon this holographic principle?
Yeah, that's like all of what I've been speaking on. It incorporates all of that, the holographic, all of that. I believe that. Yes, I believe we don't. We don't. I don't have to believe it. You can see, test it for yourself. We don't interact. We don't perceive 3D. Anything that you're looking at right now, you have a 2D perception of it. But because of shadows and lighting and shadows, your brain can infer that this is a 3D object. But everything that you look at, you're only seeing the flat 2D. Is it up and down, left and right? Everything else
What
is
what what is
inferred.
what the hell is what is 3D?
3D, three dimensions. Length, width, and depth.
Oh,
We don't
you were saying
actually
3D.
perceive. Yeah, no, 3D. We don't perceive the depth. We perceive the length and width, and then the shadows and lighting gives us the depth. But the actual image that we
Okay,
see
so as I
is
hold
on
my
the
phone in my
surface
hand,
of our eyeball,
I can see the.
like a screen, like
But
something on the
there's a little
surface of a
spot in
TV
here
screen.
on the bottom of my. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear you. Can you hear me? Hey, did I drop out? Am I lagging? Does anybody hear me?
Oh man, the brother done took off. I'll wait around for a little bit. Maybe he'll come back, man. I don't even know if y'all can hear me.